Chapter 1294. There was no need for anyone to introduce him. The four demigods present clearly recognized a fact: the man sleeping on the iron-black throne, who was about the same height as the giant, was the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, dark angel Sasria. Among them, Lovia could clearly sense the pressure from an absolutely high-level figure. It was as though her prayers to the true Creator had received a response. It was an aura that could make one's thoughts turn chaotic, their soul plummet, and their body tremble. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter as she turned her head to the side in confusion. Klein bent his back slightly and laughed out loud. He is still sleeping. Should we wake him directly, or wait for him to wake up? If we choose to wake him, how should we greet him? Hey, Your Highness Dark Angel. Rose Redemption's leader? These two questions sounded absurd and arrogant, but they allowed Colin, Iliad and Derek to escape the influence of their environment and fall into deep thought. Just now, they had instinctively considered the first question. It was rather important and related to what they should do next. Colin, Iliad thought for a moment and said, "Don't wake him for now. Don't wake him up for the time being. Try to get closer, look for clues, and collect information." "That's my idea as well." Klein casually snapped his fingers with his left hand and was about to walk towards the iron-black throne. At this moment, he was rather glad that he had finished off Shadow and restored his spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to restrain his virtual persona. When he was simulating how to greet him, he nearly blurted out, "Hi, little Sa." Seeing that German Sparrow had already taken 2 steps forward, Lovia finally snapped back to her senses. "I'll give it a try with the grazed soul." This was a relatively safer method that wouldn't endanger the exploration team. Klein nodded, held his black cane, and turned his body to the side with a beaming smile. A 3 to 4 meter tall phantom appeared in front of Lovia. On its head was a pair of goat horns covered in mysterious patterns. Its skin was dark and dull, filled with an evil vibe. It was a devil. Unlike the devils that Klein had seen before, there were signs of decay on the surface of its body, with yellowish-green pus hanging from it. It seemed to be mixed with the power of corruption. Just as Klein was casually sizing up the phantom, the demon spread open the huge bat-like wings on its back, causing the light blue flames on them to burn even more intensely and emit a strong smell of sulfur. It strode forward, slowly approaching the iron-black throne and the steps prepared for the giants. It used its sense of danger to detect any possible changes. While Colin, Iliad, Klein, and the other demigods were paying attention to it, they also examined the details of the Shadow Palace. They discovered that behind the iron-black throne where Sasria was sleeping, there was a pair of grayish-blue, dim doors that depicted the scene of dusk. This might be the door that leads to the outside world. This thought flashed across the minds of the 3 City of Silver demigods, Colin, Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. At this moment, the demonic figure that was halfway through its journey suddenly stopped. It was shrouded by a mass of intertwining silver-white lightning. With a crackling sound, it was torn apart and quickly faded. A pillar of light entwined with holy flames fell from the sky, completely purifying the soul that belonged to the devil. Lovia did not feel any pain from losing her grazing target. She just frowned and could not think of a better way to explore. Klein looked around and said with an exaggerated smile, "That's right. As expected, you still have to rely on me." As he spoke, he slowly walked forward and took out a box of matches from his pocket. Then, he lit them one by one and casually threw them around. "I've always been a bit timid." After throwing half a box of matches, Klein turned around and explained with a smile. Even Derek Berg didn't quite believe this. Then, under the illumination of the scarlet flames, Klein continued to walk towards the iron-black throne that might have once belonged to an ancient god. When he came to the spot where the devil's soul had been destroyed, his left palm suddenly tightened. Klein looked down and saw that creeping hunger had returned to the state of a human-skinned glove. There was an exaggerated crack in his palm, and inside were 2 rows of illusory, white teeth. This sealed artifact was attempting to tear at Klein's flesh and blood, devouring both his body and spirit. Creeping hunger had fallen. Klein let out an obvious sigh as he glanced at the staff of the stars in his right hand. He confirmed that the Grade 0 sealed artifact that didn't have any living characteristics hadn't experienced any abnormalities. He then raised his right hand and stuffed the other end of the Staff of the Stars into Creeping Hunger's mouth. Creeping Hunger chewed a few times, but due to the suppression of its level, it finally calmed down. After laughing twice, Klein took another step forward and advanced a few meters. At this moment, the shadows that covered the walls, pillars, and floor tiles cracked open one after another, and brass eyes grew out one after another. In front of Klein, who was being watched by countless eyes, a figure appeared. He first appeared as a black-haired, brown-eyed, and cold-faced German sparrow. Following that, he distorted into a black-haired, brown-eyed, ordinary facial features, and scholarly Klein Moretti. Then, he degenerated into a blurry phantom as a grayish-white fog emanated from his body. At this moment, the figure that seemed to reveal all of Klein's secrets came to a halt. Bang! He exploded, turning into countless illusory fragments that fell to the ground and vanished. Klein pricked up his brows and chuckled. The omniscient power that belongs to the reader pathway? Just as he said that, the brass eyes that grew out of the shadows around him and the ground shook in unison. They let out an ethereal voice that seemed to come from ancient times, Sapphira Castle's chi. Sapphira Castle, Sapphira Castle. Colin Iliad seemed to recall something as he came to a realization. I have to possess a Sapphira to get a response or approach Sasria? So, the hanging man clearly has a city of silver demigod believer, Lovia, but he still wants to force me into the palace to meet the Dark Angel? It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual persona's instincts. Before he could think of what to say, the brass eyes hidden in the shadows spoke again. Your fate intersects with Amanases, Leodero, Adam, Amorn, Herabergen, Orcases, Medici, Ouroboros, and him, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia weren't unfamiliar with the true names the brass eyes had mentioned. They knew that the first one was the Evernite goddess, followed by 7 of the 8 kings of angels. Furthermore, there was no lack of current sequence 0 true gods. This left them a little stunned. They couldn't believe that German Sparrow would have a fate that intersected with so many high-level existences that exceeded sequence 1. Together with the sleeping Dark Angel, Mr. World has intersected with the 8 kings of angels. How impressive! Derek praised from the bottom of his heart. Klein wasn't in the mood to tease his divine exchange. With an obvious smile, he asked, "What's the matter?" Him. Klein believed that he was referring to the true creator. After all, he still had the corrupting powers left behind by him. The brass eyes on the shadow curtain fell silent for a few seconds before saying with an ethereal voice, "He is another me. Is the true creator really the other side of the ancient god of the sun, the side that was born from the god's corpse, the side that's filled with hatred and resentment, the side that wields depravity?" Klein gradually equated the gloomy, pitch-black infant sitting in the crack in the ancient god of the sun's chest and abdomen with the true creator. He also preliminarily confirmed that the one speaking to him was the psyche left behind by Dark Angel Sasria. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. Why did you establish Rose Redemption to assassinate the ancient god of the sun? The information revealed in this question was something that Colin Iliad and Lovia had long understood and guessed. However, when they heard it with their own ears from German Sparrow, they still felt a sense of sorrow and confusion. The shadow curtain that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles shook, but the sleeping Dark Angel remained motionless. The brass eyes stared at Klein and said, "The god of the sun was only my original honorific name. The sun god was just my first honorific name. You should now call me the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, or God. I can tell that you've been leaning in that direction all this while." Klein finally laughed out loud before feeling a lingering fear. This was because he was mocking heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, the king of angels among kings of angels, as well as his true body. In order to not give the other party any time to be angry, he quickly repeated the question from before. "So, why did you betray yourself and establish Rose Redemption with the Evernite goddess and them to assassinate yourself?" The brass eyes fell silent again, and the curtain-like shadows that covered every part of the place swayed gently without stopping. After a few seconds, the ethereal and illusory voice slowly said, "That's right. The primordial one has awakened in my body. Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils dilated as he felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. It was very close to one of his guesses, but it was even more terrifying. At that moment, the shadows around him thickened, turning more eerie and gloomy, as though they were nurturing some kind of terrifying, unknown, and irresistible danger. Although Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't quite understand the meaning behind Dark Angel Sasria's words, they were still affected by the gloominess, fear, and horror in his words. They felt a bone-chilling hallucination as their bodies and minds trembled. The primordial one has awakened in my body. This sentence echoed for a long time without calming down. P.S. Update first. Chapter 1295. After a while, Klein asked, Primordial One? Does Primordial One refer to the one who created this world and transformed into all things? To be honest, Klein subconsciously wanted to ask if it was the primordial Demonis, but after some thought, he eliminated this answer. Firstly, the primordial Demonis didn't have the level to make the ancient god of the sun and the city of silver creator so afraid. Even the Evernite goddess couldn't do it. Secondly, after the Dark Angel fell into a deep slumber, this evil god was only born in the fourth epoch, which was influenced by the second blasphemy slate. It was unlikely that Sasria knew of her. And even if he understood her through omniscience, he wouldn't specially mention a Sequence Zero who didn't participate in the history of the third epoch. Behind the increasingly dense and eerie shadows, the brass eyes flickered at the same time. Universe. What do you mean? Upon hearing the illusory voice, Klein was momentarily puzzled. He felt that Dark Angel Sasria wasn't answering the question. But soon, he roughly understood what the other party meant. The primordial one didn't create this world, but the entire universe. Therefore, the primordial one refers to the original creator. Klein turned his body and glanced at the three City of Silver demigods, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia, and realized that their faces were filled with puzzlement and confusion. They were frowning slightly as they pondered over the conversation. In the history of the City of Silver, the ancient god of the sun was equivalent to the original creator. After creating the world, he awoke from his long slumber and took back the authority of the ancient gods. Of course, in a sense, this wasn't wrong. It was just that the original creator's awakening was different from what the residents of the City of Silver had imagined. Universe. Klein thought for a moment and said, because you've grasped Chaos C, the primordial one has awakened in your body. Then, what would he encounter in the future with his initial grasp of Sapphira Castle? The brass eyes stared at Klein for a few seconds before saying, that's not all. The higher the sequence, the closer it is to the primordial one. Therefore, every King of Angels and Sequence Zero pathway has the possibility of the original creator awakening within them. Klein tensed up when he heard that, and his heart sank. He then thought of something else. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to be corrupted by the things underground. Combined with the fact that Chaos C is underground, can it be concluded that the higher the sequence, the easier it is to be affected by Chaos C, causing the original creator to awaken in their bodies? Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt was sealed in Roselle's travels. What was sealed in the City of Miracles, Livisidri, wasn't the underground corruption he suffered, but the awakening of his original will. Of course, this is the most powerful and terrifying corruption. And the source of all of this is that the source of all or most of the Beyonder characteristics is the original creator. It's a part of his body. Klein thought of many possibilities and made many guesses. Finally, he remembered Captain Dunn Smith's warning before he stepped onto the extraordinary path. We are guardians, but also a group of wretched people who are always fighting against danger and madness. At this moment, Klein deeply understood this sentence from another angle. Phew. He secretly exhaled and sighed in his heart. Beyonder characteristics are both a gift and a curse. Reigning in his thoughts, he smiled. Will these matters be corrupted just by understanding them? No. The brass eyes looked at Colin Iliad and company and said, it only means that the chances of awakening the primordial one in your bodies are higher. Klein was alarmed when he heard that. On the one hand, he was glad that the City of Silver's chief and little son didn't know much about such matters, so they didn't make any connections. Just the fact that the higher the sequence, the closer it was to the primordial one, didn't bring about any corruption. On the other hand, he felt deep sympathy for himself. This was because he had grasped too much mysticism knowledge. Now that he had strung it all together, it was possible that something bad would happen to his body when he left the giant king's court, the ancient god's divine kingdom. Furthermore, this didn't seem like something that could be resolved by sealing his memories. After all, the Beyonder characteristic had already fused with his body and spirit. Consider using the Dragon of Imaginations method. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Amorn and his brother definitely know about these matters. It's fine now. As long as I don't approach Chaos C, a Sequence 3 like me doesn't need to worry about such problems. It's the same even if I advance to Sequence 2. Klein thought for a moment and gave up on probing further. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned the question back to the mystery of the ancient sun god's death. So, under your tacit consent, you cooperated with the Evernite goddess and established Ro's redemption. You planned on assassinating yourself and escaping the primordial one through resurrection to truly grasp Chaos C and the corresponding 5 Beyonder pathways? On the eerie curtain of shadows, the brass eyes seemed to have some human emotions. Yes. Not long after I walked out of Chaos C, I noticed this problem. I deliberately split off a portion of my personality and fused the authority of degeneration and the Beyonder characteristic of the hanging man pathway to create another version of myself. Its purpose was to control Chaos C and isolate it from my main body to prevent corruption and corruption. But in the end, the primordial one still awakened in my body. The Dark Angel is essentially the ancient sun god's firewall. The hanging man pathway refers to the secret suppliant pathway. Back then, the Dark Angel was really powerful. He actually partially grasped Chaos C, as expected of a king of angels among kings of angels. As Klein sighed, he thought of how the ancient sun god had worked so hard to prevent the original creator from awakening in his body. He felt a sense of horror, not daring to imagine what his future would be like. Therefore, I gathered Leodero, Orcases, Herabergen, Medici, and Ouroboros, and the deities and kings of angels invited by Amanases to establish Ro's redemption. The voice left behind by Dark Angel Sasria echoed in the air. It's no wonder it's in the name of redemption. It's no wonder that kings of angels like Medici and Ouroboros, who are completely loyal to the ancient sun god, would also participate. Klein couldn't help but ask with a smile, why didn't you invite Amorn and his brother? In theory, they should have stood on the Dark Angel's side. Their birth was a result of my efforts to resist the primordial one. I was worried that inviting them would bring about accidents. The brass eyes cast their gaze back onto Klein. These secrets left the 3 city of silver demigods in a daze. Even Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council who had read quite a number of ancient texts and was knowledgeable and experienced, felt his emotions stir. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the ancient sun god would have children for no reason. It took Klein great effort to control his virtual persona and prevent him from saying those words. Without waiting for him to raise another question, Dark Angel Sasria's remnant psyche seemed to fall into a reverie as he continued, after preparing everything, I entered this place and sealed the palace. After preparing everything, I entered this place, sealed the palace, and returned to my body through hibernation. I strengthened my own consciousness and formed a tug-of-war with the primordial, creating an opportunity for Amanases and the others. In the end, they successfully killed me. According to the original plan, I would have resurrected in the giant king's court and used the correct method to accommodate the corresponding uniqueness and Beyonder characteristics. However, Leodero, Oscus, and Herabergen betrayed me and devoured my body. I could only urgently fuse with the extreme emotions I had before my death and be reborn in my corpse. I took away the Beyonder characteristics of the hanging man pathway and the authority of degeneration. It's about what I thought. The Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom ultimately betrayed me. It's no wonder Hermit's fairy tale magic was effective. Klein came to a realization as he felt that most of the fog that enveloped the history of the Third Epoch had been cleared. Of course, this was only his innermost feelings and not reality. This was because he had no way of contacting the fog of history. After sighing, he suddenly thought of a question. Since Dark Angel Sasria has already returned to the ancient sun god and evolved into the true creator with his true body, who's the one sleeping on the iron-black throne? Why did the true creator force me to enter the giant king's residence to meet Sasria? As his thoughts raced, Klein cast his gaze back at the iron-black throne and carefully observed Dark Angel Sasria's condition. The layers of black wings that covered most of Sasria's body gently undulated, revealing a hint of grayish-white. It was located on the iron-black throne, hidden to the right of the Dark Angel. It gave off an abnormally ancient feeling. Klein's eyes focused as he focused and sized up the area. He quickly confirmed that the grayish-white came from a strange stone. Its vaguely revealed surface was mottled with the vicissitudes of life. It was engraved with a language that Klein had never learned, but he could understand it at a glance. This language seemed to be the source of all languages, including but not limited to Jotun, Hermes, ancient Faesac, and the southern continent's Jutanese. Sequence 3 Demon of Mysteries. Sequence 2 Master. Sequence 1 Light of Darkness. Sequence 0 Perfected. The small amount of information that he could currently see flashed across Klein's mind as he came to a realization. Blasphemy Slate. The first blasphemy slate. The first blasphemy slate born in the Chaos Sea. And this was very likely a key item for the Dark Angel to control Chaos Sea. Just as this thought surfaced, Klein suddenly felt his surroundings turn abnormally quiet. The brass eyes that were hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtain seemed to have vanished. Klein subconsciously looked up and happened to meet a pair of shadowy eyes. Dark Angel Sasria, who was sleeping on the iron-black throne, opened his eyes. With a bang, the body of Elder Lovia of the 6-member council collapsed, turning into a huge shadow. Behind the shadow, a pair of blank but pained eyes could be vaguely seen. Chapter 1296. When he realized that the Dark Angel had woken up, Klein's heart only tightened. He was filled with wariness, but he didn't feel too terrified or nervous. After all, he had preliminarily confirmed that the true Dark Angel had already returned to the ancient sun's body. After being betrayed by the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, he had mainly used negative and extreme emotions to be reborn on the corpse, transforming into the true creator. He hadn't returned here, and what was left was at most some psyche and will. Furthermore, he had just had a rather normal conversation with Dark Angel Sasria's remnant psyche. He didn't sense any obvious hostility from him. However, as the City of Silver's 6-member council's Elder Lovia lost control after the Dark Angel opened his eyes, she turned into a flowing shadow and eyes hidden behind a curtain of shadows. Klein couldn't help but widen his pupils as he curled up the corners of his mouth. Intense fear and despair surged in his heart. It was as though he was watching helplessly as he fell into an abyss without any life-saving straw to grab. Just by waking up from his slumber, without using any Beyonder powers or revealing his mythical creature form, he had made a Sequence 4 demigod of the same pathway lose control on the spot. What level was this? How terrifying. At that moment, Klein's mind was filled with the title he had previously muttered, the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of angels among kings of angel. It wasn't that Klein hadn't interacted with a king of angels before. On the contrary, he had frightened Red Angel Medici, made a deal with Angel of Imagination Adam, obtained the key to this palace from Angel of Wisdom Hera Bergen, obtained the potion formula from White Angel Orcases, and used the Wind Angel's true name to help him. He had cracked the Angel of Fate Ouroboros's cycle of fate and had battled with the Angel of Time Amorn many times. He could be said to be the one below Sequence 0 who had interacted with the kings of angels the most. However, in these interactions between deities, he either didn't fight with the kings of angels most of the time, or he relied on the power of Sapphira Castle to instantly escape or sever the connection. He didn't truly face the kings of angels and deities. The only exception was when he was captured by the Angel of Time Amorn. In just a few days, they had multiple clashes. However, at that time, it was mainly a battle of wits and not a battle. The Angel of Time Amorn mostly showcased the characteristics of the god of deceit and didn't fully reveal the level and strength of a king of angels. It was only at the final moment that it was revealed. However, the Evernite goddess had used the giant Amorn to use the giant sun to stop, preventing Amorn and affecting Klein. Even so, when the angel of time Amorn occasionally revealed his prowess along the way, he had easily finished off the strongest helpers that Klein had summoned. It was something that Klein couldn't replicate now. It exceeded his peak strength. After all, if he wanted to summon Zaratul's historical void projection again, he would be the one in danger. And at that moment, Klein, Colin Iliad, and son Derek were facing the King of Angels among Kings of Angels, the malicious-filled Deputy of Heaven, the left hand of God that had caused a Sequence 4 demigod to collapse and lose control in an instant. Such an enemy, with such a level and strength, how could they not feel despair? For a moment, Klein wanted to give up on Derek and the chief of the City of Silver. With the summoning of Sapphira Castle, he could return above the grey fog with a single thought and rely on the final miracle and the deceit bullet to revive outside the forsaken land of the gods. As his thoughts raced, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars in his hand. At this moment, the shadow that Lovia had lost control stopped flowing. It let out a deep voice that was filled with pain but not madness. "He isn't that strong." As she spoke, the curtain-like shadow parted, revealing what was hidden behind it. It was a lump of squirming flesh and blood that was nearly 2 meters tall. A pair of pale grey eyes appeared at the top, as though they were watching over the entire world. It was clear that there was a glow of rationality in them. In the other parts of the lump of flesh and blood, there were arms, forearms, thighs, and calves that didn't have any skin. They were flowing with sticky blood. They either propped up the body or shrank to the chest layer by layer, tightly hugging a milky white, rather large human skull. The shadow curtain fell again, covering the lump of flesh and blood, turning into her cloak. Then, a 5-meter-tall phantom wearing silver full-body armor appeared in front of Lovia. This was the Silver Knight that she grazed. She was still able to control herself and attack Dark Angel Sasria. Upon seeing this scene and hearing Lovia's words, Klein and Colin Iliad didn't need her to explain much to quickly understand what she was trying to express. Dark Angel Sasria wasn't as strong as he appeared to be. He only used the authority of degeneration and the influence of a high sequence beyonder of his pathway on a lower sequence beyonder to make Lovia's body degenerate, betray, and collapse on the spot. As for her spirit, it still maintained its lucidity and rationality. It could still control her own strength to a certain extent. Of course, as her body lost control, large amounts of corruption would corrode Lovia's spirit. It wouldn't take long for her to completely go mad unless the battle could be quickly and timely resolved. They could think of a way to transform her into an evil spirit and use another form to survive. With this understanding, combined with the first blasphemy slate he had seen and his own guesses, Klein had a preliminary judgment of who the enemy he was facing was. He was a product of the spirit, will, and aura left behind by the Dark Angel, and the power of Chaos C brought about by the first blasphemy slate. He might have a little bit of the primordial one, which was the awakened consciousness of the original creator. A small amount of it was crazy and filled with evil thoughts. This was equivalent to an unconventional evil spirit that might or might not be considered a complete angel. And this might be the reason why high-level existences like the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Amorn's brother didn't personally enter the giant king's palace. Once they approached the primordial one or Chaos C, the higher the sequence, the more dangerous it was. Back then, Amorn, who was known as an error, had used his avatar to ambush Klein in Chernobyl. He didn't dare to really enter Chaos C. All he did was climb down the cliff and hide near Chaos C, pretending to have come out from inside. Otherwise, it might affect his true body. As for low sequence beyonders, they were unable to resist the erosion that had accumulated for more than 2,000 years after opening the door to the giant king's residence. Even if those high-level existences carefully selected suitable sequence 3 and sequence 4 demigods to indirectly help them defeat the effects of the erosion and enter the land of slumber hidden in the shadows, without the Sapphira aura to resist the negative effects of the leaking power of Chaos C, it was impossible for them to truly approach the figure left behind by Dark Angel Sasria and obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the true creator had repeatedly tolerated Klein, only finding an opportunity to corrupt him and force him to meet Dark Angel Sasria. It was because he was the only candidate. By the same logic, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Herabergen, angel of imagination, and the other deities and kings of angels who cared about this matter had more or less made some arrangements around Klein, giving him certain gifts. Without any hesitation, Klein, who had already raised the Staff of the Stars, quickly outlined a scene in his mind. Colin Iliad took a step forward and bent down. The body of the City of Silver's chief rapidly expanded, once again revealing his incomplete mythical creature form. He became a silver knight that was 5 to 6 meters tall, covered in silver armor, and wielded 2 gigantic swords of dawn. Derek was half a beat slower than the 2 experienced demigods. He quickly spread out his arms, as though he wanted to embrace the void in front of him. At this moment, the awakened Dark Angel Sasria's eyes burned with 2 pitch-black flames. He, who was about the same height as the giant, immediately lowered his left arm and pressed his palm against the armrest. He slowly stood up, and the gorgeous accessories on his body drooped down one after another as the black wings on his back spread out one layer after another. During this process, the shadow cloak outside the squirming mass of flesh and blood that Lovia had transformed into came to life. It suddenly tightened, firmly binding her to the spot. At the same time, in front of Dark Angel Sasria's black robe that was covered in silver threads and engraved with mysterious patterns, silver-white lightning snakes leaped out of thin air. They rapidly grew, crackling as they tangled together. They quickly extended forward, forming a resplendent sea of lightning that attempted to drown the entire Shadow Palace. Gong! An illusory bell sound came from the long history, echoing melodiously in the Shadow Palace. In front of Klein, a mottled, ancient stone bell appeared. Its dial was separated into 12 unequal regions by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each region had different, mysterious, and asymmetrical symbols. The 3 needles, which seemed to be formed from worms of time, were of different lengths. Then, they bounced lightly. The bell's gong reverberated once again, and the sea of lightning that rapidly spread out in the Shadow Palace clearly came to a halt. Klein had successfully used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce the beyonder powers of the Angel of Time, Amorn. Furthermore, the effects were much better than his previous attempts. This made him suspect if he had obtained the permission of the God of Deceit, or even directly obtained a certain level of blessing. It wasn't that a simple reproduction of Amorn's beyonder powers would be noticed by him, but that this King of Angels was almost equivalent to the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness. He was the ruler of the corresponding domain, and he was the wielder of the corresponding authority. He could make certain adjustments to certain powers in advance, adding or deleting certain things. From the looks of it, Amorn seemed to be looking forward to Klein entering the Giant King's residence and meeting Dark Angel Sasria. Therefore, he had adjusted some of the beyonder powers in his domain in advance and lowered their authority in certain aspects, allowing a simple reproduction to obtain a better effect. Taking advantage of the pause in the sea of lightning, the Silver Knight soul that Lovia controlled and Colin Iliad stabbed the greatswords in their hands into the ground, creating 2 invisible barriers. As for Klein, his figure faded and vanished. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday PS2, recommending a book, I transcended 999 heavenly tribulations. After transcending 999 heavenly tribulations, Jinhitu led junior sister Qingming to rebuild the immortal sect. Chapter 1297. After a brief pause, the brilliant silver continued to extend forward amidst the crackling sounds, completely drowning the spot where Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and Lovia were. However, they were blocked by 2 invisible barriers, preventing them from entering. The barrier that was crawling with silver lightning snakes shook violently as cracks appeared like tree branches. It was unknown how long it could last in the lightning storm. At this moment, behind Dark Angel Sasria, to the side of the iron-black throne, in an area that wasn't covered by the lightning forest, Klein's figure in a half-top hat and a long black trench coat appeared. He was like a precise and cold machine. Without any hesitation, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the side of the special evil spirit and quickly outlined all sorts of content related to a particular beyonder power in his mind. Klein had previously experimented that he couldn't use the Staff of the Stars to roam too far inside the Giant King's court. He could only blink in a small area. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of sending Dark Angel Sasria outside the Giant King's court and taking the opportunity to take the first blasphemy slate to open the door to leave. As the various gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up, Sasria's eyes, which were burning with pitch-black flames, suddenly closed again. He had been forcefully dragged into a dream by Klein. This was a beyonder power that belonged to a sequence 7 of the Evernite pathway, but what Klein had recreated was the version used by the matron of the Evernite cloister, the servant of concealment, Oriana, a forceful dream entry at the angel level. In the grey world of dreams, Dark Angel Sasria wore a black robe that was wrapped in silver threads, engraved with complicated symbols, and hung with gorgeous accessories. He appeared in the wilderness. His eyes remained cold, unlike most Beyonders who were in a daze when they entered a dream. Spectator also belonged to a pathway related to Chaos C, and its sequence 5 was Dreamwalker. Sequence 3 was Dreamweaver. In an instant, Sasria's eyes turned golden and vertical. His towering figure faded as an abnormally thick shadow curtain appeared in front of him. The shadow completely blocked Sasria. He could only vaguely make out a pair of eyes hidden behind the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the curtain parted, revealing an ocean of indescribable color that seemed to contain all the secrets. Boom! Klein, who was in charge of the dream, saw this scene. Before he could examine the details, the thoughts in his mind exploded like boiling oatmeal. The corners of his mouth curled up instinctively. Most of his virtual persona had disintegrated, and he nearly let out a tragic cry. The transparent maggots that could vaguely be seen burrowed out from under the skin on the left side of his face. The granulation on the right side of his face increased in number, becoming more obvious and fainter. It was getting closer to a worm of spirit. The forcefully created dream disintegrated as Dark Angel Sasria's consciousness returned to reality. However, the second this special evil spirit fell into a deep slumber, the 3 demigods of the City of Silver simultaneously counterattacked as the lightning sea faded away. Colin Iliad straightened his body and slashed forward with the Sword of Dawn in his right hand, causing the silver-white condensed beam to flash onto the surface of Sasria's body. As Lovia resisted the restrictions of her shadow cloak, she made the Silver Knight evil spirit she grazed swing its great sword upwards, bringing about a terrifying storm formed from spots of light. Derek condensed a dazzling white unshadowed spear and made it fly towards the Dark Angel. At this moment, Sasria's figure erupted with endless pure light, as though he had become the sun that had descended into reality. Under the sun's illumination, the unshadowed spear melted, and the storm of light calmed down. The silver-white beam dimmed, and it could only shatter the target's aura, unable to harm his body. This scene that resembled the descent of a true god shocked Lovia and Derek. They couldn't help but lower their heads and worship him. As for the Silver Knight evil spirit, it quickly melted under the blazing sunlight and completely evaporated. Suddenly, Sasria's eyes closed once again. Behind him, Klein tenaciously endured the scorching sun's scorching heat as the worms of spirit on his body constantly evaporated and disappeared. He pointed the staff of the stars at the evil spirit that the King of Angels had manifested. He had reproduced the Beyonder power from before, forcefully pulling Dark Angel Sasria into a dream once again. However, unlike before, the moment Klein entered the dream, he immediately revealed the aura of Sapphira Castle. He transformed into the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. The door of light was formed from countless layers of illusory balls of light. Each ball of light was essentially a transparent and translucent twisted maggot. Just like him, Dark Angel Sasria revealed the uniqueness of the Chaos Sea. He first turned into a thick shadow before pulling open the curtains, allowing the sea that contained all colors that couldn't be described with human language to appear in the dream. Silently, Sasria and Klein opened their eyes at the same time and raised their bodies slightly in opposite directions. One of them was covered in a faint shadow, while the other's expression became distorted and ferocious. Many worms of spirit were crawling all over his body. Klein's virtual persona completely shattered at that moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Sasria was affected, Lovia, who was wearing a shadow cloak, her light grey eyes flickered. She used the 2-meter-tall blob of squirming flesh that had no skin and flowed with bright red mucus to stomp on the ground at the same time. With the help of a strong gust of wind, she pounced at the Dark Angel. There was a hint of madness in her eyes. It looked like it wouldn't take long for her spirit body to be completely corrupted and lose control. However, at that moment, Lovia's eyes were filled with rationality and determination. She knew what she was doing, and she also knew her current state and the outcome. Amidst the howling wind, her collapsed body and the shadow cloak landed on the surface of Dark Angel Sasria's body. The squirming flesh and blood corroded as a thick shadow rapidly expanded, binding the two figures together. Without needing Lovia to say a word, Colin Iliad understood her intentions. He immediately growled, "Don't worry." He immediately roared in a deep voice, "Attack!" Bang! His two swords of dawn slashed through the void at the same time, causing the silver light to explode around the entangled Lovia and Dark Angel Sasria. Upon hearing the chief's words, he didn't hesitate. He bit his lip and half opened his arms. The palace that was shrouded in a sinister shadow lit up. A huge ball of light filled with holy flames appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Dark Angel and Lovia. It quickly melted them and ignited their flesh and blood. Flaring sun. Amidst the resplendent light, Lovia's pale grey eyes revealed corporeal pain. Her illusory voice echoed, "I didn't betray the city of silver." Before she could finish her sentence, the flesh and shadow cloak that covered Dark Angel Sasria's body swelled up at the same time. Bang! Lovia's collapsed body was sent flying and fell to the ground. As for the shadow that belonged to her, it was torn apart, turning into illusory veils that slowly drifted down. Dark Angel Sasria turned into a pitch-black, sticky sea filled with the aura of depravity. It swallowed the remaining silver-white beams and flaring sun, causing them to vanish into nothingness. He immediately returned to his previous appearance. He was still like a giant, wearing a gorgeous black robe with silver threads. However, the black wings on his back had become much thinner. At the same time, his eyes turned vertical and golden. A violent but unreal wind surged around him, bringing with it all kinds of thoughts that blew towards every corner of the Shadow Palace. Mind deprivation. The unshadowed spear that had just condensed suddenly vanished as he stood rooted to the ground in shock. Although Colin Iliad's willpower was extremely firm, the madness, cruelty, and bloodthirst that came with his incomplete mythical creature form had been awakened. All he could do was divert some of his attention to resist the influence to prevent himself from losing control. Klein had just calmed down and allowed the worms of spirit to burrow back when he encountered the intense horror brought about by mind deprivation. His body trembled slightly, making it difficult for him to use the Staff of the Stars. Lovia, whose body had already collapsed and whose soul was about to be completely corrupted, was in an even worse state. She rolled and struggled on the ground, leaving behind blood-colored mucus. At this moment, Dark Angel Sasria raised his left palm. The golden light in his eyes was replaced by two blinding white Sunday beams of light that swirled with holy flames descended one after another, striking Lovia's body, obliterating her soul and purifying her flesh and blood. Lovia's aura rapidly dissipated as her pale grey eyes quickly lost their luster. Her body, which had collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, curled up. She used her skinless arms that were covered in bright red mucus to hug the milky white, rather large human skull tightly to her chest and pressed it under her body. Amidst the blazing sunlight and the holy flames, Lovia maintained this posture, not allowing herself to move at all. She didn't allow the human skull to be exposed and harmed. Another pillar of light descended. Lovia's body couldn't help but bounce, but she still trembled violently as she curled up. Finally, the twisted, disgusting, and squirming mass of flesh and blood stopped moving. It covered the surface of the human skull, dark, lusterless, and dilapidated. During the process of Dark Angel Sasria killing Lovia, Klein relied on his uniqueness and past experiences to quickly recover from the effects of mind deprivation. He felt an uncontrollable sense of despair towards this battle. They had used all their strength, but all they had done was slightly injure this evil spirit. Now that they had lost a demigod, the situation would probably worsen. What should I do? As he used creeping hunger to change his position, his thoughts raced as he searched for any possible weaknesses his opponent might have. That's essentially an evil spirit. An evil spirit. Just as his figure flashed to the other side, he suddenly had an idea. He cast his gaze at the greyish-white stone slab on the iron-black throne. Some evil spirits had beyonder characteristics, but most didn't. Their powers came from other places, such as the spirit world. An evil spirit needed something to exist. This might be the territory he was born in, or it might be something special. The common point was that evil spirits could use them to connect to the spirit world or even the underworld to obtain the power to maintain their existence. And now, this evil spirit that originated from Dark Angel Sasria might even have a bit of the primordial will mixed with it. Where did his power come from? This was the forsaken land of the gods. The connection with the spirit world had been sealed and was almost completely severed. It was very difficult to use it effectively. Klein's ability to teleport relied on the uniqueness of a divine kingdom or a nascent divine kingdom. As for the giant king's court, it was clearly unable to provide the evil spirit with the powers of the spectator, sun, the hanging man, reader, and tyrant pathway. The characteristics that the Dark Angel once possessed clearly belonged to the true creator and weren't here. Therefore, the answer to the source of the evil spirit's power was very simple: Chaos C. In the Shadow Palace, the thing that had a direct connection to Chaos C was the blasphemy slate. When Klein looked at the iron-black throne, he noticed that the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad, had also swept his gaze over. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1298. There was no need for any communication. Just from the instant their gazes collided, Klein knew that Colin Iliad had the same thoughts as him. Without any hesitation, he flipped the black cane that was embedded with many gems and pointed it at himself. In the next second, Klein's body was like a sketch that had met an eraser. He was erased inch by inch, quickly vanishing from his spot. This was the power of concealment, and it also came from the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Oriana. As the power of concealment that was recreated through the Staff of the Stars was definitely much weaker than before, and the evil spirit's level was rather high, Klein didn't attempt to use it on Dark Angel Sasria. Instead, he targeted himself. At the same time that he was concealed, Colin Iliad held the two swords of dawn and fused into the faint light that illuminated everything in the Shadow Palace. Around Dark Angel Sasria, who was dressed in a silver-threaded black robe, silver beams lit up one after another. They cleaved at the evil spirit from different positions and sides, almost forming a tornado that swept upwards. During this process, the gigantified Colin Iliad didn't appear at all. Furthermore, he had effectively concealed his malice, preventing the enemy from determining where his next attack would come from. Derek Berg recovered from his shock and hurriedly condensed pure white unshadowed spears and threw them over in a frenzy. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears were either blocked by the black armor formed by the aura of depravity, or they were neutralized by the layers of silver-white balls of lightning. They failed to truly harm Dark Angel Sasria, but they effectively affected his movements. While the two City of Silver demigods were holding back the special evil spirit, Klein, who was in a concealed state, approached the iron-black throne. In his concealment state, the real world he saw was covered in a dark fog. He could only roughly tell where he was and what the surrounding objects were. He was unable to exert any influence on the outside world. If not for this, he could enter a concealment state and secretly control Sasria's spirit-body threads. It would be an almost unsolvable method. After rapidly approaching the iron-black throne, Klein ended his concealed state, allowing his figure to instantly appear to the right of the target. Then, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the grey, ancient stone slab. Without bothering to read the content, Klein quickly outlined a Beyonder power that he was very familiar with. Rumble. Silver bolts of lightning shot out, bringing with them an intense aura of destruction as they struck the first blasphemy slate. This was Lightning Storm from the Sea God Scepter. Rumble. Amidst the silver light that illuminated the surrounding area, an illusory, nearly invisible light of indescribable color appeared between the first blasphemy slate and Dark Angel Sasria. Under the terrifying lightning's tearing, they evaporated and broke apart. Rays of pure light burst out from Sasria's body, causing the entire Shadow Palace to no longer have a trace of darkness, and nothing could hide. Unshadowed Realm. Colin Iliad, who was nearly 6 meters tall, appeared in his silver armor. Together with Klein, he was forcefully pushed into the distance by the blazing halos. His unshadowed spear and flaring sun attacks were similarly blocked by these corporeal halos. Right on the heels of that, Dark Angel Sasria's eyes were dyed with a brass luster. Inside each of them was an illusory river that shimmered with light, surrounding the area between the first blasphemy slate and his figure. The river flowed from downstream to upstream, and the evaporated and broken illusory light appeared once again, connecting together. The damage that Klein had gone to great lengths to create was quickly restored to its original state. The cycle of fate, the restart of all things. Sasria raised his left hand and condensed a dark black scepter. He swept his brass eyes across the demigods present and said in a deep voice that gave off a majestic vibe, "I'm an omniscient, and also an omnipotent." As his voice echoed, Klein and Colin Iliad didn't waver at all. They either blinked or moved at high speeds, not giving the terrifying evil spirit a chance to lock onto them. They also attempted to launch a new round of attacks. However, Klein didn't dare to continue forcefully pulling the Dark Angel into a dream. This was because if he were to be struck by the aura and power of Chaos C again, he might very well lose control. On the other side, Derek covered his body with a layer of holy armor formed from pure light. At that moment, pitch-black flames ignited in Sasria's brass eyes. His voice also turned sinister, with a strong sense of depravity. "Blasphemer, die." Klein's body, heart, and soul suddenly sank as he felt like he was rapidly dying. His consciousness turned blurry as his energy evaporated. His flesh and blood withered inch by inch. Colin Iliad was slightly better than him. He only felt his body turn heavy as his life flowed uncontrollably. The madness that came with his incomplete mythical creature form intensified. Dazzling rays of sunlight burst out from Derek, who was furthest from Dark Angel Sasria, helping him quickly escape from his dazed state. He opened his mouth and said, "God says it's ineffective." The feeling of death immediately dissipated a little as Klein and Colin Iliad barely found themselves. Tap, tap, tap. The giant-like Colin Iliad ran towards Dark Angel Sasria. Along the way, he constantly changed his position and dodged the dark, sharp beams that seemed unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he approached his target. Dark Angel Sasria immediately pointed the pitch-black scepter in his hand forward, making Colin Iliad's body drag out a shadow in the unshadowed domain. It made the shadow come to life and devour the city of Silver Chief's legs. Gong! A distant bell reverberated, as though it had penetrated through history. The ancient, mottled stone bell phantom appeared in front of Klein once again, bringing about a temporary pause. Seizing this pause, Klein used the Staff of the Stars to recreate the unshadowed spear and threw it at Colin Iliad's shadow. A blazing and resplendent light immediately erupted, dispersing the shadow like the sun. Colin Iliad's face, hidden behind his visor, contorted, but he didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up and jumped above Dark Angel Sasria, slashing down with two swords of dawn. Gong! Sasria seemed to understand Colin Iliad's intentions. He raised his pitch-black scepter and blocked the other party's slash. Suddenly, Colin Iliad's body melted. He turned into a sticky, heavy mercury that surged down like a tidal wave. Instantly, it drowned Dark Angel Sasria, making him seem as though he was wearing a full-body silver armor that didn't reveal any gaps. It was a silver armor that wanted to suffocate the wearer to death. Sasria's actions were immediately restricted. Klein seized this opportunity, and his figure suddenly turned transparent as he appeared beside the iron-black throne. Teleport. Then, he raised the Staff of the Stars in his hand and conjured a certain beyonder power in his mind. It was one of the core powers of the Marauder pathway steel. Just as Klein had expected, the theft this time went rather smoothly. It was as though the current sequence 2 Palez Zoroast had personally taken action. The light that connected the Dark Angel to the first blasphemy slate left Sasria and transferred to Klein. At that instant, Klein's thoughts nearly exploded. Once again, the indescribable color and shape appeared in front of him. It was abnormally illusory, as though it contained all the secrets within it. Just as he was about to lose control from the aura and power of Chaos C, the parts of his body that had been corroded by the true creator suddenly stirred. They seemed to be strongly attracted as they rapidly gathered together and began to take over the nearly invisible illusory light, causing Klein to stop at the edge of the cliff. Indeed. As Klein sighed, he tried his best to restrain his mind that had been impacted, temporarily immobilizing him. Bang! 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 Dark cracks appeared on the silver armor that covered Dark Angel Sasria's body. These beams of light that originated from the blades of spirit and flesh pierced through, turning the mercury into tattered pieces before throwing it far away. With a smack, the mercury fell to the ground and reformed into Colin Iliad. The city of Silver's chief had one gaping hole after another. Inside, there was a black, depraved, and illusory aura. At this moment, Sasria's figure, which had layers of illusory black wings on his back, had dimmed significantly. His eyes once again looked like they were made of brass. There was a faint outline of an illusory river that shimmered with light. When Colin Iliad saw this scene, he instinctively recalled what had happened previously. Almost at the same time as the corresponding thought flashed through his mind, he relied on his intuition to charge forward. He was firm and unwavering. A transparent flame ignited on his body, emitting the bright light of dawn. This light came from his soul, his body, and his beyonder characteristic. It fused with the two swords he swung out, transforming into a turbulent, violent storm that swept out. At that moment, Colin Iliad's eyes were filled with the light of dawn that he had created and the tall figure in the gorgeous black robe with illusory black wings on his back. With the light, he ran towards the light, towards Sasria. The terrifying storm of light enveloped the Dark Angel and tore at his body, interrupting his beyonder powers that he was about to use. It made the evil spirit, who had lost the ability to maintain his strength and whose level had clearly dropped, rapidly fade away amidst the fragments of light. When the light dissipated, holes appeared on Dark Angel Sasria's body. The layers of wings on his back spread out, but he didn't borrow any strength. Colin Iliad immediately turned into sticky mercury, once again covering more than half of the evil spirit's body, restricting his movements. Then, just like how he had faced Lovia, the City of Silver chief shouted at Derek Berg in a deep voice, "Attack." Chapter 1299. Attack. Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek was taken aback for a moment before instinctively opening his arms. During this process, his vision suddenly turned blurry as he let out an extremely repressed and deep voice. A ball of light filled with holy flames descended out of thin air, engulfing Dark Angel Sasria and Colin Iliad's figures. Before the light exploded, Derek pulled his arm back and condensed a blazing white unshadowed spear in his palm. Amidst crackling sounds, the spear of light pierced through the holy flames and accurately hit the evil spirit's head. Brilliant and blinding light bloomed, completely covering the area. Even Klein, who was restraining his crazy thoughts, couldn't dodge due to the close distance. He couldn't help but close his eyes and warp his face. He felt that worms of spirit were evaporating one after another, and he felt that the connection between the blasphemy slate and the true creator's corrosive powers that had yet to be fully established had been greatly purified. At the spot where a sun seemed to rise, Dark Angel Sasria's figure vaguely appeared. It twisted and swayed amidst the blazing white light and holy flames, fading away and melting. Then, the shadows that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles began to disintegrate, revealing an orange-red glow inch by inch. This palace, which was hidden in the giant king's residence and coexisted with the real world, finally lost the power to continue maintaining itself. It was no longer isolated from the outside world. This also meant that the special evil spirit that had lost connection with Chaos Sea had truly been purified. Just as the Shadow Palace began to collapse but had yet to completely disintegrate, an invisible force finally penetrated the barrier and descended a little, causing the corrosive powers that had gathered in Klein's body to suddenly intensify. They protruded out from Klein's chest, turning into a blob of pitch-black flesh and blood. The flesh and blood immediately separated from Klein's body, severing the invisible connection with him. It rapidly squirmed and grew, turning into a giant shadow hand. It followed the illusory light between himself and the first blasphemy slate to grab the item. Meanwhile, in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, in front of the projection of the giant king's residence. Wearing a pointy hat and a classic black robe, Amorn sat on the tall greyish-white railing with his back to the orange-red road that separated the sea of clouds. He leisurely looked at the greyish-blue gate covered with golden nails, not knowing how long he had been waiting. Suddenly, he adjusted the monocle on his right eye and easily jumped down the railing, arriving at the door of the giant king's residence projection. The power of Chaos C is beginning to dissipate. I can use that bug to enter directly. As Amorn muttered to himself with a smile, he extended his right hand and pressed it on the projection of the door. His figure immediately softened and lost its sense of reality, flowing into the door like a ray of light. Beekland, somewhere on the battlefield. Crestit Sesamir, who had short blonde hair and a pair of dark green eyes, knelt on the ground on one knee. He stabbed a pure white bone sword that was less than a meter long in front of him to support himself. His body was riddled with charred holes and cracks that passed through his body. His teeth had already protruded and turned sharp, like those of a beast. This high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, struggled to shift his gaze away from the weakened enemy not far away and cast it towards the sky. The orange-red dusk had already invaded the dark night. Crestit Sesamir tried his best to pull out the bone sword and get up to fight. He wanted to fulfill his final duty as a Nighthawk, but his arm was trembling violently. His breathing had already become weak. In the astral world, there was an endless expanse of tranquil darkness filled with moon flowers, night vanilla, and other plants. Suddenly, orange-red beams of light shone into the kingdom, returning a portion of the region to dusk. It caused the flowers and grass to wither one after another, on the brink of withering. In the desolate dusk, a figure as large as a mountain walked out. His limbs were abnormally long, and he wore silver armor that exuded a sense of dilapidation. His face was covered by a visor, revealing only a blob of orange-red light. He held a ridiculously long sword in his hand, allowing the tip to naturally droop and touch the dark ground. As the terrifying giant walked forward step by step, the long sword was constantly dragged through the darkness, causing the ground to crack and the dusk to freeze. In the depths of the darkness, a similarly large figure dragged a long scythe and floated out. He wore a black dress that was layered but not complicated. It was dotted with countless resplendence, as though it was embedded with the stars in the night sky. 2 arms grew out from his ribs and his waist. Their surfaces were covered in short, black hair. 2 of his 6 hands held the heavy black scythe, and 2 held a crimson moon. One was empty, and the other held an ancient accessory that looked like it was made of gold. The accessory was in the shape of a slender bird. It was surrounded by pale white flames that formed wings. In its bronze eyes, there were layers of light that seemed to form illusory doors. The giant wasn't surprised by this scene at all. He took faster and faster steps forward, gradually approaching the point of charging. His long sword that was dragged in the darkness and dusk rubbed against its surroundings, producing bits of clear light of dawn. At this moment, the moon flowers and night vanilla on the other side suddenly expanded and grew crazily. Soon, they became equivalent to trees that had lived in a primitive forest for more than 1,000 years. They were densely packed and covered the sky. Amidst these trees, a figure that was wrapped in dark green vines and decorated with all sorts of herbs and flowers appeared. He was also as huge as a mountain. He had a voluptuous figure, and his dress fluttered as he hugged an illusory baby. As soon as the figure descended, it followed the twilight giant and flew towards the humanoid demonic wolf that was dragging the pitch-black scythe. In the palace where the shadows were gradually disintegrating, although the corruption had automatically separated, preventing Klein from worrying about the latent dangers, this was equivalent to slicing away many of his worms of spirit. He couldn't help but let out a low gasp as transparent, distorted maggots with mysterious patterns crawled out from his warped face. His psyche was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. He was momentarily unable to calm down. At this moment, a familiar figure was reflected in his eyes that were covered in a layer of blood due to the pain. It was the Angel of Time, Amorn, who was wearing a monocle and a pointed bonnet. Amorn smiled at him, scaring him so much that he immediately changed his mind and returned to Sapphira Castle. Although this was a little letting down of the sun, he felt that when he reached Sapphira Castle and had the power of an angel, he had a chance of saving him. After all, the influence of the outside world could already be exerted here. But in the blink of an eye, the Angel of Time cast his gaze at the grayish-white blasphemy slate, at the shadow hand that was constantly growing stronger as the disintegration of the land of sleep deepened. Amorn immediately raised his right hand and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. The crystal monocle immediately turned dark, as though it was a mixture of countless colors. It was difficult to describe. In front of Amorn, an illusory, terrifying, and slightly rippling deep sea appeared. This blasphemer had released some kind of power, or rather, a power that had been stolen from somewhere at some point in time. The blasphemy slate suddenly trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, as though it had come to life. It broke free from the remaining illusory light that wasn't stable enough between it and the shadow hand and suddenly threw itself at Amorn. This made Klein, who had barely recovered from the pain due to his horror, narrow his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. The first blasphemy slate actually didn't choose the true creator of the Hanging Man pathway. He had sought refuge with the Marauder pathway's Angel of Time. After a moment of shock, Klein vaguely understood the whole story. Amorn's true body had wandered the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. He had entered Chernobyl and searched for the history of the Second Epoch and even before the First Epoch. He must have wandered the borders of Chaos Sea and done a certain amount of dangerous research to steal something special. At that moment, he was only using this special release to attract the blasphemy slate. To put it simply, this King of Angels had been preparing for this for a very long time, and the true creator was still unable to fully descend at the moment. He had to wait for the Dark Angel's land of slumber to completely collapse. But the problem was, why did Amorn steal the first blasphemy slate? It's useless for him to have it. He can't switch to the spectator, reader, tyrant, son, or the Hanging Man pathways. Is it just because it's interesting? When the deities and my brother are plotting for this blasphemy slate, he suddenly interferes, steals it, and runs? But isn't it more important for him to capture me? As Klein was puzzled by Amorn's goal, he secretly retreated. He widened his eyes and tried his best to pry at the grayish-white slate's surface, hoping to memorize the potion formula he needed. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Just as the corresponding words reflected in his eyes, Amorn reached out his left hand and grabbed the blasphemy slate. Then, he suddenly turned around and pressed his right hand on the grayish-blue door that was still covered in a small amount of shadows. The figure wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe immediately turned incorporeal, passing through the door and disappearing. The shadow hand formed from Klein's corruption rapidly expanded as the land of slumber continued collapsing. Finally, it turned into a black shadow that chased after Amorn and rushed out of the closed door. In the next second, all the shadows vanished as orange light illuminated the palace where the giant king had once lived. In front of the iron-black throne, on the steps illuminated by the dusk, Colin Iliad's figure appeared. He wore tattered silver armor, revealing his face that was covered in many old scars. He sat there quietly, like a warrior who had just finished his last battle. His two swords of dawn had already been reduced to pieces, and his aura had vanished. However, Klein could sense that there were still remnants of his will and psyche. He couldn't bear to completely dissipate them. When Derek, who was at the bottom of the steps, saw this scene, his eyes reddened. He ran over, stumbling, and he didn't look like a demigod. He quickly crouched beside Colin Iliad and shouted in a low voice, "Chief." Chapter 1300. To a Beyonder at the demigod level, due to their powerful souls and qualitative changes, their psyche could remain for a period of time even after death, unless the enemy deliberately destroyed it. And if the deceased high-sequence Beyonder still had a strong desire for certain matters or had feelings that he couldn't let go of, then his remnant will would last even longer. This would allow him to slowly assimilate the surrounding area, allowing it to fuse with the spirit world or even the underworld, helping him transform into an evil spirit. Therefore, although Colin Iliad's aura had already vanished, he, who was wearing tattered silver armor and sitting at the top of the ancient god staircase, still heard Derek's low shout. He turned his head and looked at the demigod who had yet to become an adult. He smiled and said, "Compared to the elders of the past, it's a form of luck for Lovia and I to die here." Upon hearing this, Derek opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he felt something press down on his heart, blocking his throat. Not far away, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars and attempted to recreate Will Orseptin's reboot to save Colin Iliad. However, after failing several times in a row, the power he successfully used didn't reverse everything. It was as though the effects were clearly inferior to the original version, and it involved the uniqueness Amorn's true body had descended. Since he's already dead, he can't even turn into a marionette. He can only consider turning into an evil spirit, but there's almost no evil spirit that can maintain their humanity. Even Dark Angel Sasria hasn't managed to do so. The only exception is Red Angel Medici and them, but that was only after they left the territory and made a trip to Banzi Harbor. This chief doesn't seem to be willing to take this path. To the residents of the City of Silver, becoming an evil spirit is undoubtedly a curse. Klein sighed and cast his gaze elsewhere, observing the giant king's palace that had lost its shadow. Colin Iliad scrutinized Derek's face and sighed. When you return, you will be a member of the 6-member council. I know that this is a very heavy responsibility for your age, but everyone in the City of Silver has to be prepared to shoulder everyone's fate at any time. Derek nodded vigorously and said with a nasal voice, "Yes, Your Excellency." Colin Iliad revealed a benevolent smile. "Don't worry about being misunderstood by them. I'll tell you a secret. Currently, in the entire City of Silver, only Wait and I know about it. When you go back, immediately repeat this matter in front of Wait. He will understand that my and Lovia's deaths have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn this secret from me." At this point, Colin Iliad looked up at the German sparrow and nodded. From today onwards, everyone in the City of Silver can freely change their faith to Mr. Fool. Derek wasn't agitated at all. He only nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Colin Iliad immediately retracted his gaze. His exhausted face had an additional layer of solemnity and a hint of bitterness. That secret is related to our City of Silver's second God-level sealed artifact. It's called the Gift of the Earth. Derek wiped his eyes with his arm and listened attentively to the chief. Colin Iliad sighed and continued, "Don't worry. It's precisely because of it that the area around the City of Silver can grow black-faced grass, preventing us from completely sinking in the Dark Ages." Derek's pupils dilated slightly, and the sadness in his heart eased a little. He remembered very clearly that the general knowledge textbooks had viewed the discovery of black-faced grass as a key turning point in the City of Silver's history. It was believed that without this safe and harmless staple food, the City of Silver might have long become a paradise for monsters. At that instant, he thought of many things. He finally understood why the mushroom that Mr. World had given him would undergo a huge mutation in the City of Silver. This was different from the original description. Colin Iliad's gaze swept past his face, and his voice suddenly became low. "It is precisely because of this that we bear the fate of being cursed. Only those who are killed by their immediate family members will not become terrifying evil spirits. There's a price for fertility," Kieran said. Derek's expression froze. Killing his parents was a wound in his heart that could never heal. He had always blamed the corresponding curse on this land that had been forsaken by the gods. But now, the chief was telling him that the truth wasn't like that. The curse came from the food they relied on to survive. The white-haired and exhausted Colin Iliad's eyes went into a daze, as though he had recalled his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson that he had killed with his own hands. As a result, his voice became ethereal. Lovia once said that after leaving the City of Silver, one of the people who died in battle didn't mutate into an evil spirit. Back then, I didn't tell her that this was the truth. This is because the Gift of the Earth covers a wide area. Most people who are about to die are unable to leave the corresponding area in time. This is a secret that only every chief can grasp. I worked hard to explore and fight, hoping that the people in the future wouldn't have to suffer such pain. The obviously aged chief of the City of Silver slowly exhaled. Without giving Derek a chance to make a promise, he seemed to think of something and said, he seemed to recall something and said, also, the situation regarding Rose's redemption recorded in the palace can't be completely trusted. Oh. Klein stopped observing his surroundings as he revealed a slightly confused expression. Colin Iliad added in a deep voice, "It's impossible for Earth Mother to be the giant queen, Omabella. Omabella died a long time ago. Her corpse is in the City of Silver, and it's the gift of the Earth, this." Klein's pupils dilated when he heard that, and a chill ran down his back. The real giant queen had long died in the City of Silver and became a sealed artifact. Then, who is the current Earth Mother? In the dark kingdom filled with moon flowers and night vanilla, the twilight giant's sword struck the heavy, pitch-black scythe and froze in midair. In the darkness that had been mostly destroyed by the intense battle of gods, time seemed to come to a standstill. Be it the giant clad in waning armor and bathed in dusk, or the six-armed humanoid demonic wolf dressed in a starry dress, they all seemed to become a part of an oil painting. They stood there, maintaining their previous postures. However, there was a dark brown wooden staff stabbed into the twilight giant's back. It was crazily absorbing the deity's life force, dragging her back to the land, back into the embrace of her mother. This dark brown wooden staff was held in the giant-like plump lady's hand, and it formed a scene of late autumn with the withering flowers, grass, and mushrooms on her body. The twilight giant slowly turned its head and looked at the lady who was carrying the illusory infant with one hand. Lee, sigh. At this moment, the demonic wolf, who was dressed in a starry dress and had a female human head, chuckled. She made the bird-shaped golden accessory in her hand fly out and accurately insert it into the gap in the twilight giant's visor. Then, she threw the crimson moon in her other two hands to the plump lady. In the next second, a portion of the twilight giant's body collapsed. Blobs of orange-red dusk penetrated the serene darkness and returned to the real world. Some of them landed on the battlefield and caused the deaths of countless soldiers. Some crushed mountains and created a lake that could cause all living beings to age. Some fused with some lucky creatures and turned them into crazy and powerful monsters. Some enveloped the twilight temple outside St. Millam City and extinguished the solidified orange-red light there. Outside the Amatha mountain range, outside the Cathedral of Serenity, Abomination Swar and the other mythical creatures who were helping Fasak and the Inti's angel attack seemed to sense something as they stopped fighting at the same time. On the pitch-black tree with arms, the bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolled for a moment. Abomination Swar immediately stepped into the void and escaped into the spirit world. In the outskirts of Beekland, in a small cathedral that no one paid attention to, a devout priest dressed in a simple white robe with a pale golden beard opened his eyes, revealing a childlike clarity and innocence. He calmly took out a bottle of golden potion, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. The war ended just like that. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and experienced it for herself, Audrey would never have believed that the war had ended just like that. When the deep night devoured the orange-red dusk and receded, the silver knight in front of her seemed to suffer a heavy psychological blow. Even though he had recovered, he didn't attack the enemy again. He retreated in a somewhat pathetic and confused manner. Just like the Silver Knight, the angels and saints of the Fasak and Inti's coalition army fled one after another. As for the army with Beyondus as its backbone, it couldn't help but collapse. However, the demigods, low and mid-sequence Beyondus, and ordinary soldiers on Ruin's side didn't attempt to pursue because they were equally confused, lost, and puzzled. Audrey walked back into the city and saw the surviving citizens of Beekland walk out from their homes, shelters, and other places where they could hide. They stared blankly at the primordial forest scene. They didn't cheer, shout, or vent their anger. Their expressions were numb, and their eyes were blank. They didn't know why the disaster had suddenly ended. There was no lack of people who had once received aid from the Charity Foundation, and there was no lack of faces that Audrey found familiar. However, their state wasn't much different from when they were lining up to receive food. Audrey silently observed this scene as she returned to Empress Borough and returned to her villa. She saw her father, mother, elder brother, butler, male servant, and female servant looking out the window in confusion. Their expressions were identical to the citizens on the streets. For some reason, a sentence suddenly flashed across Audrey's mind: death is unknown, and life is unknown. An orange-red dusk calmed the lightning storm and sank into the bottomless deep blue sea, nearly engulfing the dawn. Queen Mystic Bernadette had used her other Grade 0 sealed artifact in time, allowing the ship to avoid the terrifying disaster. She frowned slightly as if she had sensed something, but she immediately relaxed and allowed the dawn to continue advancing on an unsafe sea route. It fought against the strong winds, huge waves, lightning, sea monsters, and all kinds of dangers. In the dark environment, Bernadette's gaze seemed to pierce through the obstacles and see the light she wanted to chase. No matter how many obstacles there were, she wouldn't stop approaching. In the giant king's residence, on the steps that were covered in orange-red light. After revealing the secret, Colin Iliad said to Derek, "Go open that door. Go and open that door. I want to see what the sunlight looks like outside." "Okay." Derek's eyes reddened once again as he pursed his lips tightly and stood up. He put down the hammer in his hand, and under Klein's encouraging gaze, he calmly circled around the iron-black throne and arrived in front of the grayish-blue door that depicted the scene of dusk. Derek stared at it for a second, bent down, stretched out his hands, and pressed them against the sides of the door. Then, he bulged his muscles and pushed hard. At that moment, he seemed to see his father and mother, the dead Joshua, Aunt Iona, and other comrades. He saw Lovia in a purple-patterned black robe and the white-haired Colin Iliad. They stood beside him and pressed their hands on the door at the same time, pushing the grayish-blue door with him. Droplets of water slid down Derek's face as a heavy sizzling sound rang in his ears. A crack appeared, allowing the golden sunlight to shine in. The crack grew larger and larger, and a sea suffused with golden light gradually appeared in front of Derek and Colin Iliad. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Colin Iliad's mouth twitched as he bathed in the warm sunlight as his body evaporated bit by bit. He revealed a smile that didn't contain any gloom and a vague yearning. Light is the meaning of everything. End of Part 6. Chapter 1301. There are a total of 116 chapters in the 6th installment. To me, the overall completion rate has reached my expectations. In the 5th installment, I said that the climax of the plot would be in the 6th installment. Note, I said climax, not climax. Laugh, because back then, I clearly knew that the feeling of exhilaration and explosion would be a little lacking. The core was to give a strong sense of impact. On this point, when Amorn mentioned Chernobyl and when the chief said that Omabella was long dead, I could clearly feel the joy that writing gave me. Correspondingly, the number of subscriptions exceeded 60,000, becoming the peak of the entire book. Especially Amorn's chapter, it reached a peak of 63,000. As for Omabella's chapter, it hadn't been 24 hours since I wrote the summary, so I couldn't give any results. I only knew that after an hour of uploading, there were already 32,000 subscriptions. These are the two peaks of the 6th installment. One at the beginning and the other at the end, perfectly stringing together the entire novel. They are the products of my complete thoughts when I was writing the 1st installment, or even before the 1st installment. One is something that I had already determined when I was creating the setting of the world view. When I typed the words crimson in the 1st chapter, all the corresponding clues were already in my mind. The other was the inspiration that gradually took form when I began writing the City of Silver and the Curse. Later, there were the Harvest Church and Emlyn White. The corresponding clues were actually quite vague, but it wasn't as if there weren't any hints. And around these two peaks, I unfolded quite a lot of secrets. In general, there wasn't any problem. It allowed the entire view of the world to begin taking shape, giving me a relatively complete framework. This way, I could smoothly unfold some information and clues regarding the Great Old Ones and the outer deities in the 7th installment. I could write about the ancient sun god's family. A family, using this to describe it seems like it's rather fiery. Speaking of fiery, I have to mention the issues of war and justice that many of my friends have criticized. When I was writing about martial arts, I came up with a writing methodology that was suitable for me. However, many things were still rather vague back then. It wasn't until I began writing about mysteries and had the corresponding experiments and gains that it became clear bit by bit, allowing me to summarize more things. For me, one of the first and most important things in writing is a very simple word expression. What I want to express, what I want to convey, this is the first thing I need to think clearly before I start writing. Then, I need to make a plot choice around it and not let the focus deviate. Simply put, it can be described with a word that everyone hates, central idea. In that case, what do I want to express in the 6th chapter? Firstly, the impact brought about by the two peaks. Secondly, the insignificance and helplessness of humans in the face of God. Thirdly, even if one is as insignificant as a moth, one must still chase after the light. The second point wasn't unique to the 6th book. This was something that would always be present in the Chulhu and quasi-Chulhu world view. It was the fear of the unknown and the feeling of being insignificant in the face of the unknown. Not only that, this was also in the same vein as the straws of the second book. Therefore, before writing the sixth book, or even the fifth book, I had been considering what kind of plot I wanted to use to support what I wanted to express, so that it could accurately reach everyone's hearts. If I were to write about war, then the focus would be on all sorts of beyonder powers, battleships, machine guns, and cannons. This would be more refreshing, and it could also bring in deeper things like sacrifice, passion, and the cruelty of war. However, this would deviate from the main point I wanted to express. This is because since I'm on the battlefield, I clearly understand the meaning and reason behind death and survival. There's no feeling of being at a loss in life or death. Similarly, I've always described beyonder battles. In the sixth book, I even began to decipher the kings of angels and gods. If I were to develop it into a full-scale war between humans, not only would there be a conflict in the style, but it would also be rather jarring. With this in mind, I had long said that I wouldn't write about the war in detail. Instead, I would focus on the ordinary people in the war. Furthermore, I deliberately blurred out their faces and didn't give them their names. This was the reverse of the faceless in the second book. It was to reflect the feelings of a large number of people and reduce the corresponding pain and sorrow. I focused on the blankness, numbness, and confusion. The only people who had a name were the landlord and his wife. That part was to increase the pain and discomfort. Otherwise, Audrey's decision to kneel down and kiss her parents would have lacked sufficient strength. Originally, there was no need for Audrey to appear so many times when she was doing charity. In order to increase the numbness, stiffness, pain, and confusion, I intentionally wrote a few more times. As a result, the changes in Audrey's heart weren't reflected in those few parts of the story. It was rather monotonous and repetitive. However, the two conversations she had with Klein afterward, the two times when she was at a loss due to different reasons, as well as the actions she took after making a decision, I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It wasn't dragging or burdensome. There were its own contradictions and corresponding plot tension. In summary, I combined Audrey's accumulation of inner strength, her own growth, and the insignificance of humans that she wanted to express together. This made it so that even though I was writing about her, the true focus wasn't her. This made her seem like a tool at certain times. This was probably the responsibility and sacrifice that a spectator had to make. I could only sigh. However, I was also grateful for everyone's tolerance and support. Back then, the number of subscribers hadn't decreased by much. It had always been around 53,000, which allowed me to write quite calmly and calmly. This allowed me to slowly build up what I wanted to express. In the end, the Battle of Beekland unfolded from Audrey's point of view. Firstly, it was to accept the changes in the God Wars, and secondly, it was to put away all the things that I had previously laid down. When this spectator walked through the streets and returned home, she saw that the commoners, the nobles, and herself, a demigod, were all at a loss and numb. When she let out a sigh about not knowing who they were and why they were alive, I felt that the corresponding plot wasn't written in vain. Furthermore, I felt that the plot that was floating in the sky had returned to the ground. It was very heavy, very stable, and very solid. That was very good. In addition, this also happened to form 3 stages of emotions at the end. Audrey's line was filled with confusion, insignificance, and sorrow, to Bernadette's line was filled with pursuit and determination. No matter how dark or hopeless the city of Silver was, they had to move forward. Then, after thousands of years of arduous exploration in the darkness, they finally opened the door and saw the light, the thing known as hope. Due to this reason, I pushed back the Empress plot that I originally wanted to write in the 6th novel to the 7th. Yes, these 3 stages of emotions could also be arranged in reverse. That would be very despairing, and it wouldn't match the title of Light Chaser. As for the chief's death, due to the previous death of Lovia, I didn't repeatedly express my sorrow or do any more sensationalism. I only restrained myself in describing his state, hiding the corresponding pain even deeper. I let the light take the lead, expressing my emotions with regret, relief, and hope. One of the problems with the sixth novel was that there were too many battles that needed to be done. It was a little dense, and there wasn't enough relaxation in the middle. It was easy to tire the reader out. This was a problem that needed to be taken note of in the seventh novel. Also, if I didn't write about the war, I would lose the opportunity to unfold the entire world. It would make the stage of the plot appear smaller. However, this was also within my expectations. This was because there were 22 pathways, different countries, and many stories of gods and angels. If Lil Ku were to unfold one by one, it would be very cumbersome and bloated. She would only be able to touch the surface of every place. It would be better not to write about it. Therefore, even though I had already set up the situation of Intis, Faina Potter, and other places in detail, I didn't expand on it. On this point, a 1.5-meter tall classmate can testify. During the preparations for Mysteries, she asked me how to write the outline. I directly copied a small portion of the settings for Intis for her to see. That should be a more detailed version. This was something that I was sure of before I opened the book on Mysteries. I would try my best not to run around the map and focus on the details. If I could write about the special atmosphere of a country, bring out some special characteristics of other countries and other pathways, and completely outline the view of the world and the framework of the world, then the book on Mysteries could be considered to have completed its mission. Yes, you should be able to feel that I was writing about it. As for the development of the other countries and pathways, I had hoped to use a trick to solve it. That was to write a second or even third novel under the view of the world. I would write about Intis, Faina Potter, various secret organizations, the Western continent, and so on. I would write about the settings that I didn't use. I would use another angle and another entry point to unfold and perfect the entire world of Mysteries. I had even thought of some stories that I might write but might also give up on. For example, a member of the Old Sun family tribe would secretly infiltrate to cause destruction. In the end, he would encounter an accident and lose his memories. He would then be picked up by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Every day, he would be addicted to textbooks and exams. For example, he would start as a hunter, receive guidance from St. Danny's, loot Anderson with tears in his eyes, fight with the Red Angel, and so on. This might become the main storyline of the second novel. As for the third novel, it would probably be the story of the Western continent, the mysteries of Dongfang Feng. Previously, when I saw you guys tossing about the Primeval pathway, I had a smile on my face. Of course, I had only left a starting point for the setting of the power system in the Western continent, but I hadn't detailed it yet. I might not write the third novel. At the moment, I can only promise to write the second novel. Furthermore, it's not like I'm writing the next novel. I intend to change the theme, change my mood, and write something else. After all, I have accumulated a lot of inspiration and have two solid and interesting ideas. One is a wasteland, and the other is a xianxia. At the moment, it's hard to decide which one to write. I'll think about it in detail and gather materials after the Mysteries book is completed. At this point, let's get back to the main topic. As usual, I'll rest for 3.5 days. I'll continue updating on Sunday at 7 p.m. Actually, it's 4 days, but I've written more than 3,000 words in my summary, so it counts as one chapter. As for the name of the seventh novel, I think many of my friends have already guessed it. It's The Hanging Man finally. Since I've written a single chapter, how can I not ask for monthly votes? On Sunday at 7 p.m., I'll upload the first chapter of the seventh novel, The Hanging Man. I'm asking for monthly vote. Also, the average subscription is more than 9,600. I'm asking for a genuine subscription. Hopefully, it will surpass 100,000 soon. Lastly, I'm asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1302. The open greyish-blue door, the stone staircase that led all the way down, the sea that suffused with golden light, and the omnipresent light once again reflected in the eyes of Lioval, Candace, and the other residents of the City of Silver. As members of the previous exploration team, this was not the first time they had seen this scene, but they were still deeply shocked to their souls and subconsciously held their breaths. Carrying the Thunder God's raw hammer, Derek stood right in front. He was 2 meters tall and had broad shoulders. He remained silent. After nearly a minute, Lioval probed. Elder Borge, when are we going out? He was a Sequence 5 Guardian. He was nearly 2.5 meters tall, and the ratio of his limbs was slightly abnormal. Derek stared at the rippling golden sea for a few seconds before saying, "That's right. Let's wait a little longer." At this moment, several days had passed since he opened the door. He had led the exploration team back to the City of Silver with the Chief and Elder Lovia's ashes, characteristics, and sealed artifacts. He had also used that secret to obtain the trust of the current chief of the 6-member council, Waite Chermont. This time, Derek would lead 20 City of Silver Beyonders as scouts to find a safe passage and confirm the situation outside. On this matter, he rejected Mr. World's suggestion to use the Staff of the Stars to directly move the entire City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. He wanted to use his own feet to measure the path of hope. He wanted to remember what the City of Silver had found after more than 2,000 years of persistence and sacrifice was like. Upon hearing Elder Derek's answer, Lioval, Candace, and the other members of the scouting team didn't say anything else. They each took a step back and continued to admire the beautiful scenery. They still didn't trust Derek Berg. After all, he had close ties with outsiders, and the Chief and Elder Lovia had died in the previous exploration. Only this unshadowed and the outsider had survived. If the 6-member council hadn't chosen to trust Derek, they would have been more hostile and conflicted than wary. After an unknown period of time, the Golden Sea was suddenly shrouded in darkness. In the depths of the darkness, one could vaguely see a faint mist. In the mist, there was a black church with a pointed roof and all kinds of buildings, giving off a feeling that it was both real and illusory. Derek and the others were no strangers to the darkness. They instinctively lit up the candles and lit the oil candles. They were busy but orderly. When the team of 21 people was protected by the light, they looked at the town and the shadowy pedestrians in confusion, unable to understand what was going on. This was not the darkness they were familiar with. At this moment, Derek, whose body was naturally emitting pure radiance, raised his left hand and said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if you'll be able to find me. Let's go." Without waiting for his teammates to respond, he took the lead and walked through the door. He followed the stone stairs outside and walked into the darkness. Lioval, Candace, and the others looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Without falling behind, they followed the new elder of the 6-member council, Derek Berg, out of the Giant King's residence. In the thick darkness, they walked up the stairs. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They saw an orange light and a black monastic building. Is this the outside world? Candace looked around warily and curiously. She realized that she and the others had unknowingly walked to the opposite side of the Giant King's court. They were separated from their original location by a sea of orange-red clouds. No. Derek compared the current environment with Mr. World's and Marum Hermit's descriptions and nodded slightly. We still need to wait here for a while. You can find a place to rest. This unshadowed, who no longer had the slightest hint of inexperience, calmly arranged everything. Lioval looked at the tightly shut black monastery and asked in puzzlement, "Don't we need to explore this place to find the exit?" "There's no need." Derek shook his head. "No need." Derek shook his head. As time passed, blinding rays of sunlight suddenly shone into the world, turning everything bright white before fading and disappearing. Derek, Candace, and the others subconsciously looked around and saw the Golden Sea again. They felt a terrifying aura that they didn't dare look at directly. Derek, Candace, and the others subconsciously looked around and saw the Golden Ocean again. They felt a terrifying aura that they didn't dare to look at directly. However, unlike before, they were already on an island. Behind them were clusters of huge, golden, strange plants with smiling faces. The state that didn't have any sense of depravity or abnormality made every member of the City of Silver's expedition team sincerely experience the joy of life. He really came out. It's really a different world. Lioval, Candace, and the others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They immediately confirmed a fact. Elder Derek didn't betray the City of Silver. His cooperation with the foreigner was really to lead everyone away from the cursed land. Elder Berg. Candace hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Derek nodded slightly and straightened his back. Lioval didn't express his apologies like Candace did. He looked around and asked, "What's wrong? Elder Borge, how do we leave this place?" "Build ships." Build ships was a word that only existed in their history books. At that moment, it sounded especially awkward. "There doesn't seem to be any shipbuilding materials here." Candace and the others immediately examined the small island, but they didn't find any trees or other plants. Derek shook his head again. "There's no need. Let's wait a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a black shadow appear at the border between the sea and the sky. The black shadow grew larger and larger, quickly approaching along the safe sea route between the golden spots of light. Not long after, the black shadow revealed its silhouette. It was a hybrid ship that spewed out smoke and had a sail. On the ship was a blue sea serpent flag. "Ship? That's a ship." As Lioval, Candace, and the others were on guard, they asked questions. Derek was an experienced person who had received general knowledge on the tarot and had seen all kinds of pictures of ships. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes." As they spoke, the ship approached, making the figure standing at the bow gradually become clearer. It was a man with yellow eyebrows and dark blue eyes. He was wearing a black cloak. He jumped onto the dragon's head and opened his arms slightly at the City of Silver. Upon seeing this scene, Derek, who had been maintaining his solemn posture, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that everything had gone according to plan. Danny's originally wanted to jump off the ship and walk in front of Mr. Fool's believers to announce to them that they had been saved. However, after glancing at the height of the City of Silver people, he silently stabilized his body. He stood on the dragon's head and completely opened his arms. He smiled reservedly at Derek and the others. "Welcome to the world of light promised by God." Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein sat on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool. Through the crimson star that symbolized the sun, he watched the entire experience of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team. He was constantly prepared to take action to deal with any accidents. After the history that had been sealed for thousands of years intersected with the current era, Klein boarded a ship from the Rorsted Archipelago's new government and left the most dangerous core waters of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He put down the Staff of the Stars in his hand and beckoned for 2 items. They were the Miracle Invoker beyond a characteristic that had seeped out of the curtain, and the Worm of Star that came from the Saint of Secrets, Booties. After some thought, Klein reached out his left hand and grabbed a large blob of dark red liquid from the historical void. This was dark demonic wolf coater's blood. There was a total of 300 milliliters, and it was the main supplementary ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Of course, as a supplementary ingredient, it only had one use. It was to reduce the negative effects brought about by the Beyonder characteristic and buffer the corresponding mysticism effects. Therefore, it didn't matter if it was a historical projection. After all, as long as it could play its role during the concoction and consumption of the potion, it was enough. When the historical void projection reached its limit, Klein would either fail his advancement and collapse into a monster, or he would have become a miracle invoker and gain initial control over the Beyonder characteristic. He no longer needed any support. Right on the heels of that, Klein took out another item from the fog of history. It was a worm of time with many segments. As he had a strong psychological trauma towards Amorn, Klein chose to summon the worm of time that Palez Zoroast had once given him to prevent any accidents from happening. After preparing the ingredients, he conjured an iron pot and threw the 300 milliliters of dark demonic wolf's blood into it. Then, he placed the worm of time and the shimmering worm of star into it. The dark red liquid in the iron pot turned dark. Its surface was transparent, and a vortex surged in its depths. Without any hesitation, Klein picked up the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. It looked like a heart, transparent like a crystal, but from time to time, tiny bubbles would emerge. Every bubble seemed to hide an illusion. When the Beyonder characteristic came into contact with the liquid in the iron pot, it immediately fused with it, causing the darkness to instantly condense and turn deep. It was as though there were endless eyes opening at the same time. After staring at it for a few seconds, Klein poured the Miracle Invoker potion he had concocted into a glass bottle. Through a bestowment ritual, he brought it to the real world. On an uninhabited island in the Sonya Sea, Klein, who had directly teleported over, looked at the potion in his hand and suddenly felt a little hesitant. This was because once he became an angel, he would inevitably be affected by the Beyonder characteristic. He would become colder and crueler, and he would become more and more indifferent to life. He needed to have enough anchors to maintain his humanity. This wasn't something that could be avoided by completely digesting the potion and grasping the acting method in the previous stages. Back then, Roselle the Great had gone smoothly in the earlier stages, but he had nearly mutated at the level of a Sequence 2 angel and was close to losing control. As for the angels that Klein knew, they looked normal on the surface, but he had no idea what they actually looked like or what they were like when they were hiding behind the scenes. If one could obtain a long lifespan at Sequence 4 or 3, allowing them to live for more than 1,000 years, then a saint wouldn't have much motivation to advance to an angel. Combined with the saying that the higher one's sequence was, the closer they were to the primordial one, Klein suddenly understood why Demonis of White Katarina had only advanced from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 after more than 1,000 years. But I already have no way out. After a brief silence, Klein sighed silently. With Amorn and Zaratul right in front of him, the impending apocalypse, and the fact that he was powerless to interfere with the war and could only contribute his strength through donations, they were all pushing him towards the level of an angel. His eyes flickered for a few seconds before he quickly calmed down. Klein picked up the potion bottle and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. P.S. The author of The Path to Immortality has started a new book, Legend of Cyber Heroes. This is a hardcore martial arts story with a cyberpunk background. It's a story about resisting a tyrant and changing the world. Chapter 1303. As soon as the Miracle Invoker potion entered Klein's stomach, it immediately split into countless ice-cold worms that swam towards every part of his body. With a boom, Klein's psyche was torn apart, turning into countless tiny pieces that fused with different worms of spirit. There was no longer any distinction between who was the main body and who was the dominant one. At some point in time, he had entered the grayish-white fog. The body under the half-top hat and the long black trench coat rapidly disintegrated as transparent and twisted worms crawled out. These worms quickly flew into the depths of the fog of history, each occupying a different fragment of light, overlapping with the images in the historical void. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the spot where Klein had been previously was left with a semi-floating trench coat, shirt, top hat, socks, leather shoes, and undergarments that had lost all support. Who am I? Who am I? I'm the main body. Different but similar thoughts flashed through the minds of the worms of spirit. None of them were willing to take the initiative to return to their bodies. Instead, they felt intense hostility towards their own kind. However, due to Klein's remnant psyche influence, they temporarily didn't do anything drastic. At this moment, rings of invisible ripples appeared in the grayish-white fog. These ripples didn't happen to appear. They had long existed in the fog, but compared to Klein's entire body, they appeared indiscernible. However, to a worm of spirit, it was sufficiently obvious. It came from a piece of history that had reappeared in the present era. It symbolized the fragments of light at the end of the second epoch and the third epoch. It symbolized the 2,000 years that the City of Silver had persisted in the darkness. This forgotten history had a certain collision with the present era. When it formed the corresponding historical void, ripples that were difficult to describe spread out. Such ripples seemed to have a strong attraction to the worms of spirit, causing them to poke their heads out of the historical fragments. After a brief moment of stillness, one of the worms of spirit couldn't help but crawl out of the spot of light that it had previously occupied due to the influence of Klein's remnant consciousness. It flew towards the core of the ripples. Right on the heels of that, worms of spirit returned from different parts of the fog of history, arriving at the fragments of light formed by the City of Silver's history in the present era. When they approached each other to a certain distance, a strong convergence force finally appeared, pulling countless worms of spirit together and fusing them into one. This wasn't an effect that could be produced by the proximity of 2 or 3 worms of spirit. It required a sufficient number of worms of spirit. And when that portion of the worms of spirit formed a whole again, Klein's incomplete consciousness completed the patchwork of himself. Things finally changed in a simple direction. The worms of spirit formed a transparent and gigantic vortex. It emitted a strong cohesive force, sucking in the remaining worms of spirit that were hesitant, unwilling to return, and not too far away. When more than 2/3 of the worms of spirit had returned, slippery and transparent tentacles grew out of the vortex. They extended towards the second epoch, the first epoch, and even the ancient cities of the prehistoric era. They grabbed the last worms of spirit one by one and stuffed them back into the vortex. In less than 10 seconds, the vortex began to stretch, turning into a terrifying figure formed from transparent and twisted maggots. Invisible tentacles naturally extended out from the figure's body. The tentacles pulled over items like a trench coat, top hat, socks, and leather shoes that were floating in the fog of history, and they wore them in different spots on the terrifying figure. The figure formed from countless worms of spirit pressed down on the top hat on its head, causing the transparent feeling on its body to quickly fade away. A layer of flesh-colored skin condensed, and it grew raven-black short hair and brown eyes. This was Klein Moretti's appearance, but he was 1.8 meters tall. It wasn't easy for Klein, who had finally regained his self-consciousness and pieced together a complete soul body, but before he could examine his present state, he felt two abnormalities at the same time. A beyonder characteristic that had fused with his body, a strong, terrifying, lofty, and irresistible will seemed to awaken a little. It transmitted one scene after another. These scenes were related to the mysticism knowledge of a miracle invoker, and some were dust igniting into a Sunday. There were all kinds of magnificent scenes produced by celestial bodies. They were filled with desolation, coldness, cruelty, madness, condescension, and no emotions. They quickly assimilated Klein's spirit, making him change his state uncontrollably. The other was the crimson stars and numerous resplendent points of light that appeared in front of Klein. The stars emitted the prayers of justice, the hanging man, the moon, and other members of the tarot. The points of light mainly echoed with the prayers of the residents of Moon City. Together, they created an image that was shrouded in grayish-white fog. It watched the world with pity, an image of a supreme hidden existence. The two abnormalities reflected on Klein, causing the left side of his body to be enveloped in a grayish-white fog. Only a smiling, deep and profound eye was revealed. It caused his right side to disintegrate once again, turning into a clump of transparent and twisted maggots and a bloodshot, crazed eye. At that moment, the right side was constantly eroding towards the left, and the grayish-white fog was gradually compressed to the extreme. Without any hesitation, Klein raised his left hand with some difficulty and summoned the white bone scepter with a blue gem embedded at its tip from the fog of history. Around the sea god scepter, there were prayer points of light surrounding it. With the help of the medium, they were transmitted to Klein's body. Bolts of lightning leaped out from the right side of Klein's body. Invisible winds and illusory waves surrounded him, helping the grayish-white fog resist the corruption on the left side, allowing the entire thing to reach a delicate balance. At this moment, Klein finally recovered his humanity and memories bit by bit. He had recovered to the state he was in before he consumed the potion. He had finally advanced to sequence 2 and had the status of an angel. He was a true miracle invoker. Sapphira Castle was about to be triggered by his changes, but with a thought, all the abnormalities returned to normal. This proved that he had truly grasped Sapphira Castle and become the owner of this Sapphira. As for how much power he could unleash in the real world, he was still unable to estimate it. Phew. Thankfully, I'm returning the history represented by the City of Silver to reality. It's powerful enough. If the ritual's effects were any worse, I would have lost control and collapsed here today. Klein rubbed his temples and slowly exhaled. He gained a deeper understanding of anchors. The anchor wasn't a tool to help him maintain his humanity. Its main purpose was to form the corresponding perception, positioning, and image. It was to resist the mental imprint in the beyonder characteristic and maintain a delicate balance. Under this balance, the humanity that belonged to Klein could barely be maintained, preventing him from being seriously affected by either side. In other words, the deities that believers knew were different from the actual deities. If there wasn't a mental imprint in the beyonder characteristic to resist the influence, the image of the deity in their hearts would gradually cover the true appearance of the deity. This was also a form of corruption. It was only at this moment that Klein understood why the Orthodox deities had human statues, but they later turned into sacred emblems. This could prevent believers from having a unified image, and it could better display the effect of the anchor to resist the remnant spirit of the primordial one instead of subtly changing themselves. As for why the Orthodox deities had taken an epoch or two to figure this out, Klein quickly thought of two reasons. First, he had the image of the Orthodox deities in the past and their present states as a comparison. He had Roselle the Great's diary as a reference, and he had the corresponding mysticism knowledge to provide inspiration. Second, the mythical creature form of a seer tended to be split, so he was very sensitive to such influences. This balance isn't too stable. It will often deviate to a certain extent. This will cause my state to be unstable, and I will scare the people around me from time to time. Fortunately, this can be predicted in advance and can be effectively avoided. Also, when in a delicate state of balance, I should try my best to show my human side to strengthen my self-awareness in this aspect. This seems to be the common choice of many angels. The indulgence in Rose School is one of them. However, Amon's believers are all himself. How can he maintain the balance? Could it be that a mythical creature born with a uniqueness has fused with the primordial one's will? Amon has long been used to being in a half-crazy state. No, this is his normal state. It's an image that every Amon has voted for. This is an idea. I can set up a marionette squad and make every marionette a believer of the fool. Furthermore, I can use my truest appearance as the image of a deity. This can effectively provide the best anchor. It's no wonder Zaratul and the dark demonic wolf don't have many believers. When the residents of the City of Silver convert to the fool, I can consider separating the embodiment of sea god and not use it as my anchor. This is too contradictory to the understanding of my other believers. There's no way to truly unify them. Klein instantly thought of many things. Then, with a thought, he returned above the grey fog. As a miracle invoker, becoming him and the owner of Sapphira Castle, he didn't need to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantation, or get all the members of the tarot to pray. He could easily return here. However, it seemed like the effects of Sapphira Castle weren't enough. He could only enter with his spirit body, unable to bring his physical body along. After sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein wasn't in a hurry to check on the changes in Sapphira Castle. He first confirmed his advancement and digested the mysticism knowledge he had just obtained. Yes, the beyonder powers of a miracle invoker come from 2 aspects. One is to make further use of the fog of history, and the other is the newly added core power of wish. The further use of the fog of history includes several abilities. First, I can use the worms of spirit from the past to revive, but it will be ineffective after 4 times. I've already used it 3 times. I can only revive once at the miracle invoker stage. When I advance to attendant of mysteries, there should be a corresponding increase. Second, I can exert a certain influence on the future, making the probability of certain things happening increase or decrease to a certain extent. It's equivalent to interfering with the target's fate. I finally wield good luck, but in this aspect, it's still incomparable to the die of probability and will. Third, I can no longer summon items from the historical void. I can also summon certain scenes that I'm familiar with. Yes, the total number of items and scenes I can summon now is 9, but there are still only 3 at the angel level. Wish is already a standard ability of a deity, but it's a little strange. Only by satisfying the wishes of others can I satisfy my own wishes. Only by fulfilling the small wishes can I gradually fulfill the big wishes. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1304. Klein originally believed that the wish power could be freely used by him as long as it didn't exceed a certain limit. To his surprise, its effects didn't only come from the beyonder characteristic. To put it simply, a miracle invoker had to first gather and satisfy all kinds of wishes before he could turn the corresponding situation into reality by making a wish to himself in battle. Furthermore, in the beginning, the wishes that Klein could fulfill were very small. He had to accumulate them step by step to create a miracle. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Yes, if I want to be like dark demonic wolf Kota, who can make a wish to teleport, then I have to satisfy many similar wishes from others in advance, ranging from simple to difficult wishes. There's a trick in this regard. I can use creeping hunger and the staff of the stars to satisfy the corresponding wishes. There's no need to start with the simplest ones, speaking of which, the wish power is a little like using an anchor. It's a type of congregation. Since the believer's understanding of deities can effectively affect the deities and become a certain location to help them resist the primordial mental imprint in the beyonder characteristic, then the similar wishes of different spiritual creatures can indeed help me create a miracle. This might have something to do with the sea of collective subconscious. It's not scientific enough, but it's enough in mysticism. After figuring out the situation of the wish power, Klein had a preliminary idea on how to act as a miracle invoker. That was to walk the real world as a magician of the highest level, allowing different people to witness a miracle and satisfy their wishes. It's no wonder the dark demonic wolf was originally known as the god of wishes. When such a belief spread, many people would express their wishes through prayer, allowing a miracle invoker to respond remotely. Acting would indeed be much simpler and save a lot of time, but the problem is that the potion's name is Miracle Invoker and not the God of Wishes. I don't need to act as a deity, so there's still a huge difference between the two. I can wander various countries and let different people witness a miracle while using the name of the fool to satisfy the wishes of my believers and see which is more effective. However, this isn't the only acting principle of a miracle invoker. I still have to take the initiative to create something that's close to a miracle in reality and leave behind a corresponding legend. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and muttered to himself silently. In the examination just now, he realized that he had digested more than half of the potion he had just consumed. After all, he had repeatedly created miracles and had even been resurrected 3 times. Of course, Klein believed that this was a trick. This was because the reason why he could create a miracle and act ahead of time was mostly because of Sapphira Castle. It's simply as if it was arranged by someone. Klein sighed inwardly, and he didn't feel relaxed in his heart. Instead, he became even more solemn and vigilant. As for who arranged it, he had a suspect. The mysteriousness mentioned by the ancient god of sun was suspected to be the existence of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. And what puzzled Klein even more was that after he advanced to sequence 2 and became an angel, completing the qualitative change, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings didn't appear. It didn't awaken in his body. This was completely different from what he had expected. There aren't even any traces. Apart from the inevitable contamination of the primordial one's mental imprint, yes, it should be the mental imprint left behind in the beyonder characteristic by the primordial one. Could it be that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is completely dead after arranging everything? He no longer has the ability to affect me and revive from my body? If that's the case, I have to thank him properly. Klein mocked himself and stood up with wariness and puzzlement. With a thought, he appeared on the greyish-white cloud and arrived in front of the strange door of light. Glancing at the many transparent cocoons hanging above his head, Klein slowly stretched out his right hand and touched the door of light. Having truly become the owner of this mysterious space, he clearly understood a fact when he returned. It was that the strange door of light was the core of this place. It was Sapphira Castle in the truest sense of the word, and this boundless void belonged to the divine kingdom that came with Sapphira Castle. As for the ancient palace, the long bronze table with 22 high-back chairs, and the items that the tarot members usually conjured, Klein believed that they were a manifestation of the power of wishes. In other words, when he wanted a palace, a gathering place, Sapphira Castle fulfilled his wish. And as his wish didn't have a specific description, Sapphira Castle was a scene extracted from a similar wish in the past. Klein suspected that the ancient Greek-style palace and the ancient table with 22 high-back chairs were conjured by the existence that was suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As he moved inch by inch, Klein's right hand pressed against the edge of the door of light. This time, his palm didn't directly penetrate it and touch a corporeal existence. All of a sudden, the door of light began to tremble slightly. Even the cocoons with human figures hanging on it began to sway according to the same pattern. Above the greyish-white fog, in the endless void of an ancient palace, skyscrapers quickly rose one after another. Cars appeared one after another, and pedestrians appeared one after another. In one of the residential areas, in an ordinary rental apartment, an energy-saving lamp that wasn't bright enough illuminated the window. This was what the old city before the first epoch looked like before it suffered a disaster. This was where Klein had once lived. Looking around, Klein sighed and made everything disappear from his sight. Indeed, I can use the power of Sapphira Castle to a certain extent. With this, I'll be close to the level of a king of angels if I'm above the grey fog. Furthermore, the authority I display isn't just miracles. It also includes a portion of the Planeswalker and a portion of the Trojan Horse of Destiny. If I were to return to the real world, apart from being able to further use the aura of Sapphira Castle, I can also directly obtain a portion of its power. This should allow me to build a nascent divine kingdom and reach the sequence one level inside. Unfortunately, I can't use the high-level Beyonder powers of a marauder and an apprentice in reality. As Klein evaluated, he cast his gaze at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. In the end, he didn't release the people inside, because it would definitely be used by Amorn. After confirming the situation in various aspects, Klein returned to the ancient palace and sat on the fool's high-back chair. He remembered that some of his memories were sealed, so he summoned the piece of paper from the junk pile. When he unfolded it, his eyes narrowed slightly. His lips quivered as he muttered to himself, "Great old ones, outer deities, cosmos, creator, above the sequences." So that's how it is. At that moment, he completely understood the meaning of the battle of gods from before. He understood the possible source of the apocalypse, the seven deities' tacit approval of the Black Emperor's birth, and their indifference towards the Red Angel evil spirits' return to reality. From the information provided by Leonard and Miss Justice, Ruin had obtained the final victory. The god of combat might very well have perished. In other words, the goddess has succeeded, but I don't know what conditions she is still lacking from the great old ones above the sequence. I'll summon a Rhodes later to ask him about the exact situation and grasp the current situation. With this in mind, Klein recalled the various details of the past and connected many things together. That Earth Mother, whose identity I don't know, was able to successfully act as the giant Queen Omabella for thousands of years without being seen through. It's impossible without the help of concealment. Man, the goddess has been plotting such matters since the third epoch, or even the end of the second epoch. It feels even more terrifying than Amorn. Yes, concealment can only hide traces of various aspects and mislead the corresponding prying and divination. It can't allow a person to disguise themselves. There might be other factors for Earth Mother to be able to disguise herself as Omabella without being suspected by the god of combat. For example, a certain existence helped her steal the fate of the giant queen. In that era, there was only one person who had the right to participate in this matter, the ancient sun god, the second-generation creator, Amorn and Adam's father. If that's the case, the goddess and the ancient sun god should have been working together a long time ago until the new creator awakened the primordial one. This can also explain why Dark Angel Sasria first considered the goddess when searching for helpers. Of course, concealment is an equally important factor. From the moment she obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, the goddess had been making arrangements. On the one hand, she got me to take over the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction in Beekland to pretend that everything was normal. On the other hand, she didn't deal with the people or things that might have discovered something amiss, causing the news to leak. This way, in the eyes of the god of combat, the goddess was trying her best to hide the secret, but due to her digesting the uniqueness, her lack of control made it impossible. After that, be it tacitly allowing George III to become the Black Emperor or providing help for me to destroy his ritual, the goddess didn't care about the final outcome. Her main goal was to show that she didn't have the ability to directly interfere with reality, further deepening the image of her accommodating the uniqueness of the death pathway. There are many similar details. As for the god of combat, due to his deep understanding of the goddess, he definitely didn't believe in such matters. Therefore, he chose to take things slow and steady. He first shook the goddess's anchor, causing her mind to be corrupted. He had to divert a large portion of her mind to resist the corruption before attacking the goddess together with Earth Mother. This happened to fall into the goddess's trap. In other words, the goddess's previous performances weren't to dig a hole in the death pathway's uniqueness, But to make the other deities focus on this matter and ignore the possibility that there's a problem with Earth Mother, how terrifying, Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He felt that compared to the goddess, the two brothers, Adam and Amorn, were inferior in terms of terror. He shook his head, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a warning to himself: always remember that you are him, not her. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday Tilda. Chapter 1305. On the sea god, Lioval, Candace, and the other members of the City of Silver's scouting team sat in chairs that didn't suit them. They warily watched the dwarfs that came and went around them. Of course, they knew very well that they were likely normal humans. After all, they knew that their exaggerated height was brought about by the potion, but they still felt that the people on the ship were too short, including Lord Danny's, who claimed to be an oracle. One had to know that in the City of Silver, apart from young children, the average height of the residents who had entered puberty and hadn't advanced to sequence 6 exceeded 1.8 meters. Among them, there was no lack of Beyonders who reached more than 2 meters at sequence 9. The slight rocking of the ship made these half-giants feel more or less uncomfortable, but their strong physiques helped them quickly overcome this influence. And the contrast between the borderless sea and the lonely ship outside the window made them unable to help but feel uneasy, afraid, and nervous. It was like participating in an exploration mission for the first time. They were surrounded by monsters hidden in the darkness that could attack them at any moment. At this moment, Danny's entered the room that had been transformed from a restaurant. He smiled at the tall people who were cautious, sitting stiffly, and wearing strange clothes. Your food is ready. Next, you can enjoy the delicacies to your heart's content. By the way, don't forget what I just told you to take note of. These waters are very dangerous. There's no need to get up. Just sit. When Danny saw the young elder who claimed to be Derek and the other half-giants trying to get up and talk to him in the most polite manner, he hurriedly pressed down with his hands to stop their uncivilized behavior. If I had such a height, I would have already mocked the people around me. Danny's mumbled and clapped his hands, indicating for the crew to bring the food in. A strong fragrance immediately entered the nostrils of Derek and the other residents of the City of Silver. It was the familiar smell of meat and mushrooms being roasted, but there was also an indescribable, rather strange, and slightly stimulating smell. This smell was so alluring that it made Lioval, Candace, and the others salivate crazily, awakening their stomachs. Desi-style roasted meat. Danny's pointed at a crew member who had entered. The crewman carried a large steel plate with pieces of meat that were roasted until grease seeped out. The meat was slightly golden and was sprinkled evenly with fennel, basil, and other spices. Steak, pan-fried fish, white bread, seafood soup, light beer. Danny's introduced them one by one. When he was done, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. You can eat as much as you want. We have plenty of food." After saying that, he glanced at the half-giants who seemed to want to stand up and left the room with a chuckle. The short-haired Candace retracted her gaze from the food with difficulty. She swallowed her saliva and said, "Elder Derek, what do we do now?" Although Derek believed that Mr. Fool's oracle wouldn't harm them, he still habitually gave a very cautious opinion. Split into 2 groups. One group will wait for the next meal, and the other will try it now. "All right, Elder Derek." Candace suddenly stood up and said, "I'll apply to join the trial team." The list of 10 people was quickly gathered. Candace and Lioval walked to the long table by the wall at the same time and tacitly took the most tempting piece of so-called desi-roasted meat. With one bite, the juicy juice, the fragrance mixed with the texture, and the pure meaty sensation formed a complex and layered experience in their mouths. It made them chew twice before they eagerly swallowed the food into their stomachs so that they could take another bite. This was many times more delicious than the meat and mushrooms they had previously eaten. Unknowingly, the 10 City of Silver residents had already eaten until their eyes were filled with tears, and their vision was blurry. On the deck, Danny's looked at the safe sea route in the ruins of the Battle of Gods and considered how to settle down Mr. Fool's believers. Suddenly, a sailor ran over and panted. "Oracle, they've finished eating. I hope there's more. Where did these fellows come from?" Danny's was taken aback. "Prepare another portion for each of them." Seeing that the sailor was about to turn around, Danny's hurriedly added, "From tomorrow onwards, organize the crew to fish in the Sonia Sea, on an island devoid of humans." Klein had adapted to his current state and converged his spirituality. He planned on teleporting back to Beekland and summoning a Rhodes to ask about some matters. He wasn't in a hurry to bring the residents of Moon City to the outside world. He planned on waiting for Danny's to settle down the City of Silver's vanguard and have sufficient experience before doing so. After all, the path out of the forsaken land of the gods had already been opened. He could use the method of responding to prayers and rely on the powers of the Staff of the Stars to move the entire Moon City out. Of course, if the door closed again, Klein also had a solution. It was to first move the residents of Moon City to the Giant King's residence and get them to open the door themselves. Without the first blasphemy slate and the Dark Angel evil spirit, ordinary Beyonders could push open the door. As for whether the true creator would interfere or stop him, Klein didn't consider it. This was because the sequence Zero True God could do so now. He couldn't stop it even if he didn't want to. In addition, Klein believed that the true creator's current focus wasn't on this aspect. His most pressing matter was to capture Amorn and retrieve the first blasphemy slate. Strictly speaking, this is a family drama. Klein lampooned inwardly as he grabbed creeping hunger from the air and wore the sealed artifact that had accompanied him for a long time on his left palm. His body quickly became transparent and disappeared from where he stood. In the spirit world that was filled with overlapping colors, Klein rapidly shuttled through indescribable figures as he approached the coordinates that represented Beekland. Suddenly, he stopped and stood in the chaotic void. He cast his gaze at the 7 pure lights of different colors that occupied the highest point of the spirit world. Previously, due to my low sequence, I didn't dare to wander around the spirit world. I didn't try to visit the 7 lights, who had a certain degree of kindness towards me. Now, it seems like I can. They are embodiments of all kinds of knowledge, and they have lived in the spirit world for countless years. Perhaps they know quite a lot of secrets. Just as Klein had such thoughts, a light suddenly soared in front of him as an elder in an orange robe appeared. This elder was chubby and had a short white beard. He looked rather amiable. He glanced at Klein and nodded with a chuckle. "Your Highness, please allow me to introduce myself. You should still remember me. I'm Orange Light Hilarion. The last time I saw you, you were very thin." Klein lampooned as he smiled and asked, "You seem to have foreseen that I would want to visit you." Hilarion didn't hide anything. The spirit world itself is formed from all sorts of information. Some of it comes from the past, some from the present, and some foretell the future. Be it divination or prophecy, most methods actually make use of the spirit world, followed by prying into fate. What Orange Light meant was that since Klein was in the spirit world and had the thought of paying a visit and was prepared to put it into action, there would definitely be corresponding information produced. To a certain extent, the 7 lights that controlled the spirit world would sense it and make a prophecy. Klein wasn't surprised at all as he nodded slightly. "Other than you, who else wants to see me?" He had originally planned on using honorifics, but considering the 7 lights' attitude and how Orange Light addressed him, he gave up on this plan to maintain his status as a Sapphira Castle proxy. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled. All of them. Your Highness, do you mind?" Klein shook his head and replied rather politely, "That's right. Of course, it's my pleasure." As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light of different colors rose around Hilarion, transforming into different images of old men. "Your Highness, please allow me to introduce you." After seeing Klein nod, Orange Light pointed at an extremely dignified elder in a red robe and said, "He is Red Light Amoria. The one who once answered my question." Klein immediately smiled and released his gratitude and friendliness. In turn, Hilarion introduced Venithan, Blue Light Katumi, Green Light Serapis, Indigo Light Jesus, Violet Light Sun Germain, Yellow Light Venithan. This is the one who prophesied the end of the world for the ancestors of the House of Abraham. Klein looked at the thin, white-bearded elder in the lemon-yellow robe and smiled. "Then let's sit down and have a chat." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. The surrounding area immediately lit up with dark red flames. It came from a fireplace that was burning high-quality charcoal. The flames illuminated a reclining chair, a grayish-yellow carpet, a cupboard, a sofa, a coffee table, a plaster statue, a white porcelain teacup, and other items, outlining a typical warm Beekland-style activity room. "Please have a seat." Klein faced the 7 lights and pointed at the sofa and high-back chairs with a smile. After the 7 lights took their seats, Klein sat on a reclining chair, picked up a teacup, and said in a natural manner, "To be honest, I've always wanted to visit the 7 of you, but I never found the opportunity. Frankly speaking, I've always wanted to visit the 7 of you, but I never found the opportunity. Now, my wish has finally been fulfilled. This is also our wish." Orange Light seemed to be the most cheerful and outgoing of the 7 lights. He immediately responded on behalf of all his companions. I feel like I've fulfilled a wish of someone else." Klein was delighted as he probed, "The 7 of you, what do you know about the cosmos, or should I say, the great old ones, and the outer deities?" The relatively young-looking indigo light Jesus, who was wearing a linen robe, replied with a solemn expression, "That's right. Your Highness, the ones currently spying on our world are the mother goddess of depravity, the mother tree of desire, the child of chaos, the primordial hunger, the ring of destiny, the superstar master, the undying ravings, the king of decay, the high-dimensional overseer. Isn't this too much?" Klein was a little stunned. Note 1. Direct transliteration of some names will result in 404, so other translations have been adopted. Chapter 1306. Upon hearing Indigo Light Jesus' reply, Klein tensed up. The crimson moon, brown star, scarlet star, blue star, Venus, and other celestial bodies appeared in his mind one after another. He had the feeling that they were all eyes that were looking down at him from above. Silently, a subtle connection was established. The impending fatal corrosion made every one of Klein's worms of spirit feel uneasy. As an angel who controlled Sapphira Castle, Klein had too many ways to sever this connection. First, he could use the level and strength of a complete mythical creature. Second, he could suppress his anchors and use the mental imprint left behind by the primordial one. Third, he could use the aura of Sapphira Castle that he could further mobilize. Without hesitation, he chose the simplest and most convenient method that would not leave behind any hidden dangers. A faint grayish-white mist appeared around him, and the various astral projections in his mind disappeared. After being stunned for a second, Klein organized his words. So many outer gods. Indigo Light Jesus was the symbol of the prayer domain. He touched the ruby ring on his right hand and nodded. Ever since the earliest one awakened and split, the most powerful outer gods in the entire universe have gathered in this tiny galaxy. Some of them want to retrieve the Sephiro and characteristics that were attracted by the tear, while others hope to obtain the Sephiro and high-level characteristics that are close to themselves and can accommodate them. Primordial. The 7 lights addressed the earliest creator as primordial and not primordial. There's not much of a difference in semantics. Klein deliberated and asked, the origin substance and its unique characteristics were attracted here by the tearing? He could understand the rest of what Indigo Light had said, and he had a certain amount of similar guesses beforehand. Only this one was a little surprising. As a symbol of the cogitation domain, Blue Light Katumi, whose traits were love and wisdom, explained in a genial manner. Your Highness, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Seeing Klein nod, the old man, who had a sapphire tied to his forehead and a thick beard around his mouth, continued, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find out. This isn't only the law of the sequence pathway. It's also applicable to the Sephiro and the related characteristics of the outer deities, especially those that were directly nurtured and created in the beginning, such as the mother goddess of depravity, the son of chaos, and the mother tree of desire. As for whether there are other outer deities that fall into this category, we aren't too sure. In short, these 3 great old ones, who have lost a portion of their Sephiro and characteristics, are the most concerned and proactive about corrupting reality. They have been trying to influence the spirit world and corrupt us. Klein nodded slightly and asked in a tone seeking confirmation, in other words, some of the current 22 pathways and 9 Sephiro belong to the outer gods? Yes. Holding the amethyst, Saint Germain, who symbolized the domain of ritualistic magic, took the opportunity to answer. When the 22 pathways and 9 Sephiro are reached, everything will be balanced. This might be the mysticism connection that originated from the first beginning. Klein thought for a moment. What are the details? The mysterious Saint Germain, whose face was covered in a faint purple glow, said, for example, the moon and earth pathways. They belong to the mother goddess of depravity, an existence that stands at the top of all the outer deities. Even though a portion of the Sephiro has been split off, which is the broodmother's nest, it's the same. She is the ruler of all the yin attribute powers in the entire universe. Just as Saint Germain said that, green light Serapis suddenly laughed. In fact, if one carefully analyzes the 22 pathways, they will discover that the moon and earth pathways are the most incompatible. The Demonis pathway represents the yin attribute portion of the first beginning, while the red priest pathway represents the yang domain of the first beginning. It happens to form a certain abnormal symmetry, but the moon and earth pathways can also turn beyond us of the same pathway into yin attribute creatures at high sequence beyond us. Furthermore, there are no pathways that are symmetrical with them. Seeing Klein raise his eyebrows, Green Light, who had long artistic hair, added with a smile, in fact, if one carefully analyzes the 22 pathways, one will discover that the moon and earth pathways are the two most incompatible. The earth pathways sequence 2 is Desolate Matriarch. The moon pathways sequence 1 is Beauty Goddess. Therefore, the Sanguine only have queens and no male princes. Was the ancient god Lilith originally a man or a woman? Klein mumbled inwardly and asked thoughtfully, "What's the matter?" The primordial moon is the mother goddess of depravity. Yes. Red Light Ea, who was wearing a diamond crown, nodded solemnly. He occupies the moon, and through his level and influence on the broodmother and the two pathways' uniquenesses, he gradually erodes reality. The primordial moon is his embodiment in this world. At this point, Ea Morela paused for a moment before continuing. Her full name is Mother Goddess of Depravity, beginning of evil, immortal, nest of filth. Klein recalled the exaggerated reaction of the moon when he first learned of the secret of the cosmos. He felt a chill run down his spine as he hurriedly asked, "The devil and prisoner pathways come from the mother tree of desire?" Yellow Light Venithan, who was dressed in a lemon-yellow robe, sighed. Yes, her full name is Mother Tree of Desire, Father of Devils, Eternal Roar, and God of Lost Mind. Therefore, she was able to seize the opportunity when the chained god had a problem and complete the erosion relatively easily. Mother. Father. Is that fellow a man or a woman? Yes, to an existence at this level, it's very normal for there to be no difference between male and female. Different embodiments have different appearances. He even wants to give me a child. From the state of the chained god, if I were to really be captured, the child would probably be me. Then, that child would inherit Sapphira Castle, allowing the Mother Tree of Desire to indirectly erode and control this Sapphira. From this angle, perhaps the prisoner pathway's indulgence of desires is the correct path of acting, but this correct path leads to an outer deity. It's better to restrain myself. Klein frowned slightly as he raised a question that he had guessed and yearned for an answer to. Since there are so many outer deities, why haven't they invaded our world yet? From the information Klein currently knew, he could infer that even if there was only the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire, the outer deities could easily finish off the 7 deities, the true creator, the primordial Demonis, and other existences. The plump orange light Hilarion smiled. All our suffering comes from the beginning, and all our luck also comes from the beginning. What he left behind isn't only spirit, will, imprint, corruption, but also Sapphira, characteristics, and powers. His remnant powers formed an invisible barrier outside the planet, preventing the outer deities from directly invading. However, with the passage of time, due to the beginning not being able to truly resurrect, his will and powers were fading. At the end of the 4th epoch, this reached a very serious level. As a result, cracks appeared on the invisible barrier, and the 7 deities had no choice but to move their divine kingdoms to the astral world to make up for the gap. It's no wonder that true deities can still walk on the ground in the 4th epoch, but they rarely descend in the 5th epoch. Klein was immediately enlightened as he pressed. When the beginning's will and powers weaken further, and the invisible barrier disappears, the apocalypse will arrive. Orange Light Hilarion, who had been smiling all this while, looked at Yellow Light Venithan as his expression turned solemn. Yes. When the time comes, the mother goddess of depravity, the mother tree of desire, and the son of chaos will invade. Even if the goddess becomes a great old one, she won't be able to stop them. It'll be a miracle if the other sequence 0 deities join forces to hold back 1 or 2 outer deities. 1 against 9, or even more. Klein's scalp tingled as he once again deeply experienced what despair was. It's no wonder it's called the apocalypse. With a huge emotional upheaval, he immediately felt the primordial one's mental imprint strengthen as it corroded the parts that were anchored. Klein hurriedly calmed his emotions and allowed the fragile balance to reappear. This is the reason why the corruption that originates from underground will naturally dissipate if one doesn't approach or resist it. Klein recalled some mysticism knowledge he had previously grasped. Your Highness, you're right. Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative answer. Klein immediately made other connections. Does that mean that the closer one is to the apocalypse, the easier it is to advance? This is because the primordial one's will is fading, making it difficult for her to awaken, to the point of not awakening at all? The dignified red light Ea Moria thought for a moment and said, this is the reason why the 7 deities have only recently set their sights on the sequences and put it into action. However, the primordial one's will fade, but the spirit will forever exist. It won't be obliterated unless the entire universe returns to a single point. Therefore, the corresponding high-level existences still have the possibility of the primordial one awakening. The higher the level, the greater the possibility, and the more serious the corresponding effects and corruption. Power that transcends mortals and a curse that can never be freed from always like to be together. Klein sighed and forcefully suppressed the question that wasn't something he should consider at his level. He asked, do you know the potion formula for Attendant of Mysteries? Holding the amethyst, Purple Light Saint Germain replied, this knowledge has a corresponding mystical attachment. This knowledge has a corresponding mysterious attachment. It's not in the spirit world, but according to our observations, the ritual of the Attendant of Mysteries should be closely related to the spirit world. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled at Klein. Your Highness, if you need it, we will do our best to help you. This enthusiasm makes me a little afraid. It's just like facing a Rhodes. Klein nodded slightly and prepared to change the topic. He considered for a moment and asked with a solemn expression, do you know of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? He translated the term in Elvish. The 7 lights immediately fell silent as they looked at each other. For a moment, no one answered. After a few seconds, Orange Light Hilarion sighed. We are still unable to determine if you are equivalent to him. He is a great old one who was active from the end of the previous civilization to the middle of the first epoch. He is what we call the great ruler above the spirit world. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is his title in the Western continent. His other titles are King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World, and, at this point, Orange Light paused. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1307. King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World, Lord of the Mysteries. The mysteries mentioned by the ancient sun god refers to the Lord of the Mysteries. As he silently recited the titles, he felt the shadow in his heart grow larger. He immediately thought of a question and hesitated for a moment before saying, as far as I know, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings had already appeared long before the end of the previous civilization. After the 7 lights looked at each other, Yellow Light Venithan, who was thin and in a translucent state like other spirit world creatures, sighed. We don't know about that. When the last civilization ended and the first awoke, the 7 lights from before had already been wiped out. We are the pure light that was born anew in the first epoch in the spirit world. However, we do have certain speculations about the almighty ruler above the spirit's realm, which might be able to answer your question, Your Highness. Klein perked up and immediately put on a posture of listening attentively. Yellow Light Venithan continued. We suspect that some of the great old ones who were active in the first epoch were outer deities who were directly sucked into this planet, and some of them were activated by the Sephiro. In other words, some of the great old ones are equivalent to the primordial one, the embodiment of different personalities that he split off. It doesn't only describe the beyonder characteristic, but it also refers to the primordial one itself. As most of the Sephiro and characteristics come from this supreme existence, they naturally have the tendency to gather and recombine. And the primordial one is the amalgamation of all the contradictions in the universe. After the Sephiro and characteristics gather, they will irresistibly split apart. This is the essence and source of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. The genie is an outer deity who was unlucky enough to be sucked into this world and encountered the Lord of the Mysteries. Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. He patiently waited for yellow light to give their guess. Venethan, who was dressed in a lemon-yellow robe, glanced at Klein. Perhaps, the initial tendency to split was present when he was asleep. Therefore, his spirit split into different parts and secretly interfered with the real world with different titles in preparation for the split when the main body woke up. For example, God, Celestial Lord. A reasonable guess can explain a lot of my doubts. Klein suddenly felt enlightened. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "So, you believe that the great ruler above the Spiritus realm is part of the primordial origin, and to some extent, it is equal to the primordial origin?" "That's right." Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative response before consoling Klein. Based on the current situation, the great ruler is the same as the other parts of the primordial one. His will and strength have faded over time. Regardless of whether you are him, Your Highness, it doesn't stop you from resisting to a certain extent. Preserve your current humanity and reach a certain balance with him. Separation is an inevitable rule. What kind of comfort was that? Klein could not help but curse in his heart. Then, he realized a problem. Since the primordial origin spirit split into different parts, the mental imprints in the bodies of high-sequence beyonders of the corresponding pathway should also belong to different great old ones. If the one who awakened in the ancient sun god's body is the primordial origin, the god described by the seven lights, then, who is the primordial origin's mental imprint that has begun to invade my body? The answer to this question was obvious. Klein didn't need to think to figure it out. The Lord of the Mysteries, the dominator of the spirit world, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing. In other words, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings wasn't as he had imagined. He had already awakened in Klein's body. F***ck. Klein felt a chill run down his spine as he inexplicably experienced what the ancient sun god had felt. At that instant, he was very worried that he would unknowingly become another person one day. He would become the resurrected Lord of the Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, this level of awakening seems to be similar to what other angels have encountered. It's not as intense or irresistible as I imagined. This is because I'm different from the ancient sun god. I wasn't born with the status of an angel, nor did I control the uniqueness. I advanced step by step and completed the digestion in stages. If that's the case, I have to thank the grayish-white fog that cast that curtain into the forsaken land of the gods. Perhaps, there's a certain existence who helped me. Yes, that's still not right. I've already become the owner of Sapphira Castle. There's no reason for the corruption to be the same as the other sequence 2 angels. Klein shook his head secretly and didn't raise the corresponding question to the seven lights. To him, this was one of his core secrets. He absolutely couldn't let other existences know what his current state was like. He then raised his right hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. I roughly understand. After chatting with the seven lights, Klein stood up and bowed. Thank you for your answers. It's our honor. May Your Highness return to the throne of the great ruler above the spirit world as soon as possible. The seven lights stood up at the same time and responded warmly. Are they cursing me to death? Klein mocked himself and politely sent off the 7 pure lights. Following that, he activated teleport again and returned to a secluded alley in Beekland. Pressing down on his top hat, Klein strolled onto the street. The first thing he saw was people in various states and the clamor that formed a heatwave. He saw some people wearing linen clothes, in groups of 3 to 5, using saws and other tools to cut down abnormally tall trees. Some people formed teams, busily repairing the houses on the street that hadn't suffered too much damage. Some people held desi pies and sweet iced tea as they rushed past him, as though they were rushing to their jobs. Some people were driving carriages, carrying food, meat, and vegetables to different places. Although most of these people were dressed in simple clothes with many signs of sewing, and their faces still had traces of numbness and pain, the vitality that burst out from their bodies seemed to interweave into a light of hope in front of Klein, tenaciously brimming with the exuberance of life. They were like blades of grass that were trying their best to push open rocks after a cold winter. Klein slowed down and stared deeply at the bustling scene. Although he hadn't personally seen the tragic world in the later stages of the war, he had heard many details from Miss Justice and Leonard. Furthermore, he had previously traveled in the darker and more repressed forsaken land of the gods, so it was inevitable that he couldn't help but feel some emotions. Spring had arrived. Klein's expression gradually relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He walked through the streets and alleys that were being rebuilt after the war, all the way to St. Samuel Cathedral in Northborough. The square here was covered in potholes, and the workers were doing some preliminary cleaning. A small number of white pigeons had returned from somewhere and landed in areas they were once familiar with. Klein looked around, but he didn't find any vendors. All he could do was take out some food from the historical projection and throw it to the ground. As the pigeons flew over one after another, he crossed the square and entered the cathedral where the bell tower was being repaired. He sat in the front row of the prayer hall. Looking at the sacred emblem that was surrounded by stars and the crimson moon, Klein took off his hat, clasped his hands, and closed his eyes in the tranquil environment. His emotions gradually settled as he felt like he was really praying. At this moment, Leonard, whose black hair had grown longer and whose green eyes had deepened, walked in from the door in a black trench coat and red gloves. He walked along the aisle to his side and sat on a chair 2 seats away from him before beginning to pray. In absolute silence, Klein opened his eyes, stood up, put on his hat, and walked past Leonard. When he was about to reach the door, Leonard slowly got up and followed behind him. The two of them walked in tandem, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a corner of the square outside. Leonard looked at the few white pigeons on the ground and muttered to himself, "I'm already a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks. In 2 days, I'll be returning to the Holy Cathedral to study for a period of time and receive the corresponding holy artifact." In the final stages of the war, he had advanced from the front lines to become a Sequence 4 Nighthawk. "You don't seem too happy," Klein, who was standing beside Leonard, said without turning his head to look at the pigeon. Leonard smiled in a self-deprecating manner. "I have no right to be unhappy. I'm just wondering if the Battle of Gods ended so quickly, and the outcome was unexpected. Does it mean that the previous defeat and the difficulties everyone suffered were just bait? Before today, I had the same thoughts as you. I was also puzzled and furious, but now, I'm a little lost. Perhaps, this is a necessity." Klein didn't hide his feelings. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds as he looked down at the white pigeon hovering by his feet. Old Man said the same thing. Without waiting for Klein to say another word, he turned his head to glance at his former colleague beside him. "You've already become an angel." Palez Zoroast had told him that what Klein had done previously seemed to be a preparation for his advancement to an angel. "Yes." Klein nodded slightly. "But this isn't glory or power, but pain, curse, and responsibility." "Why?" Leonard subconsciously asked. Klein didn't immediately answer. He lowered his head and looked at the shadow by his feet before turning to walk out of the square. After taking a few steps, he turned his back to Leonard and muttered to himself, "You should still remember that sentence. We are guardians, but also pitiful wretches that are constantly fighting against danger and madness." Leonard was taken aback. After a few seconds, he turned to look at Klein, but all he saw was the back of the man wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat about to disappear around the corner of the street. With a whoosh, the few white pigeons on the ground flew up into the light blue sky. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 1308. Klein didn't look at Barnson and Melissa because he was already implicated at a very high level. Approaching his brother and sister would only bring disaster to them. To existences who weren't aware of Klein's original identity, Such actions would help them understand the relationship between Barnson, Melissa, and Klein. To existences who knew of Klein's past experiences, this would allow them to confirm one thing, that Klein still maintained his humanity and still cared about his family. Therefore, distancing himself from Barnson and Melissa was the best way to protect them. Of course, Klein had long learned of his brother and sister's situation through Miss Justice. Barnson had showcased his experience and slyness in the Ministry of Finance during the war. He had been promoted several times and had already become the deputy director of the 5th Division. His annual salary had reached £300. Melissa was favoured by her mentor, Portland Moment, who gave her a chance to become a Beyonder. The Chancellor of Beekland University of Technology was a believer of the god of steam and machinery. He had long stepped into the Beyonder pathway, and he was currently a Sequence 7 appraiser. He hoped that Melissa would become a Sequence 9 savant so that she could better learn knowledge and improve her memory. This would lay a good foundation for her future development in the field of machinery. This was Melissa's secret, but it couldn't be hidden from a demigod-level spectator. Furthermore, Audrey had told Klein that Melissa was inclined to agree and would make a decision in the next few days. Regarding this matter, Klein's attitude was tacit. On the one hand, the spiritual perception of the savant pathway was rather limited. It was unlikely that Melissa would hear anything she shouldn't hear or see anything she shouldn't see. On the other hand, with the apocalypse approaching, the possibility of low-sequence potions causing madness was further reduced. Furthermore, there was him, a miracle invoker, to help reduce the risk of losing control. To a machinery enthusiast, a Sequence 9 savant is enough. Momont's attitude is the same. He doesn't wish for a believer of the Evernite goddess to obtain too many potions from the Church of Steam and Steam. Yes, the apocalypse is approaching day by day, and the invisible barrier is becoming weaker. The outer deity's corruption of this world will become more and more obvious. The chances of ordinary people encountering Beyonder events will definitely increase. From this point of view, it's also a good thing for Melissa to become a Beyonder. If she can successfully advance to Sequence 6 artisan, which is also a mechanical expert, she can both fulfill her dream and protect herself and Barnson. I'll get Miss Justice to find an opportunity to teach the acting method to Melissa without leaving a trace. How much she can grow in the future will be up to her. At most, I can give her some good luck. Formulas, ingredients. I'm really like a worried brother. I'm like that to begin with. Does this count as fulfilling a wish in a certain sense? Wait, Melissa definitely has the wish to revive Klein. If I were to directly walk in front of her now, will I receive enough feedback? Forget it. This will bring a devastating disaster to her and Barnson. Klein shook his head and stopped himself from finding excuses. He pressed down on his top hat and turned into a nearby hotel. He took out a gold pound and got a room. The gold pound was real. It was an item that Klein had brought back to the real world some time ago. In the previous war, Klein had donated £14,800 in cash, gold bars worth £14,200 before the war, and nearly 20 high-quality gems through Miss Justice. Currently, apart from the strange items in the junk pile, he only had 39 ruin gold coins and 10 high-quality gems left on him. Looking at the soldi and pence that the hotel owner had returned, Klein put them away, entered the room, and walked to the full-body mirror. Right on the heels of that, he took out a pen and paper and drew the incantation to summon a Rhodes. Time ticked by, but nothing abnormal happened in the room. The full-body mirror remained silent. After a few seconds, Klein chuckled, raised his eyebrows, and took out a gold coin from his pocket. Clang! 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 A steam locomotive spewing thick smoke sped along the tracks, heading west of the continent. The disheveled Ikanza and a machinery hivemind member stood in a carriage, staring intently at the metal cage in front of them. On the cage, metal spikes extended outwards in a threatening manner, shimmering with a faint glow. Deacon, are you still planning on returning to Ruin after going to Intis? The machinery hivemind member, who looked like a typical Ruin person, couldn't help but ask as he looked out the window at the planes that were rapidly passing by. After the war ended, the Church of Steam, which was on the wrong side, had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. They had to transfer all beyond us at the demigod level and above and sealed artifacts above grade 2 out of ruin within the time limit set by the churches of Evernight and Storm. In other words, they had lost their original status and could only preach in ruin like the Church of Earth and maintain a small number of churches. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people who believed in the god of steam and machinery, and some of them were key figures in the post-war reconstruction, the Church of Steam and Machinery might not have been able to retain such treatment. Similarly, a small number of cathedrals only needed a small number of machinery hivemind members. Most of the Beyonders of the Church of Steam in ruin had to migrate to Intis. Ikanza was silent for a few seconds. I have to listen to the arrangements of the archbishops, but I will take the initiative to apply to return to ruin. This is where my childhood, adolescence, and youth are. There are too many memories that I cannot let go of. As he spoke, he looked into the distance and seemed to see the capital of myriad capitals again. At this moment, the metal cage that was covered with spikes suddenly shook. Bolts of silver-white lightning appeared out of thin air and fell one after another. They were all absorbed by the metal cage and flowed to the ground outside the steam locomotive through a few rubber wires, leaving behind a trail of sparks. Bang! 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 The metal cage seemed to have an invisible hand slapping at it, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break the barrier. The magic mirror's reaction is very intense. It's always been very quiet, the machinery hivemind member who had just asked the question said in puzzlement. Amidst the banging sounds, Ikanza subconsciously touched his hair. That's not the case. It will sometimes show its crazy side. If not for what happened, we would still treat it as a grade 2 sealed artifact. Is that so? Heh, I've never come into contact with it before. I thought the magic mirror didn't want to leave Beekland, the machinery hivemind member joked. Pa. Bolts of lightning struck down and were sucked away by the metal cage. Bang! 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 The slapping sounds gradually lengthened, as if it was making its final and most powerless wail. Ikanza took out a slightly old and exquisite pocket watch and opened it to take a look. It only lasted for 2 minutes. It's much better than this morning. The machinery hivemind member who had just been transferred over was about to ask when he suddenly heard the slapping sound stop abruptly, as if it had been affected by some irresistible factor. Is this the style of the magic mirror? He asked. Ikanza frowned slightly. Not really. Normally speaking, it would last for 20 to 30 seconds without any strength. There seems to be a problem. Deacon, don't worry. There's a real important figure on the train, an important figure above the archbishops. The machinery hivemind member beside him comforted him indifferently. There were too many dangerous sealed artifacts on this steam locomotive. If there weren't any powerful people watching over it, problems would definitely arise. Ikanza nodded, indicating that he wasn't worried. On a rural road more than 10 kilometers away from the steam locomotive, Klein was sitting in the carriage he had summoned. In front of him was a mirror. Just as he finished outlining the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying, the mirror rippled as golden ruin words appeared one after another. Exalted Master, you're finally here. Your humble, loyal, and pitiful servant, a Rhodes, misses you so much. A. Klein couldn't accept this enthusiasm as he indiscernibly shrank back. If a Rhodes's previous fawning still maintained a trace of dignity, then it was now completely fawning. It even made Klein notice a hint of sobbing. The frequency of scandals in Trier far exceeds that in Beekland. This should be a place you like, Klein teased a Rhodes with a smile. Because you don't wish to go to Trier, Master. The golden words on the surface of the mirror receded and turned pale silver. Klein secretly teased. I have some things to ask you. Feel free to ask, a Rhodes replied rather humbly. Do you know who Earth Mother is? Klein went straight to the point. The mirror suddenly became dark and gloomy, and the pale silver words were dyed pale. I don't know. But during the War of Gods, I heard a voice emitting from the tenebrous heaven. She was shouting a name. That's the true name of the sanguine ancestor. This magic mirror didn't dare to directly reveal the name Lilith. Lilith? It's actually Lilith. Klein was astonished and felt that many of his questions had been answered. Then, he thought of the moon Emlyn. This vampire had gone in circles and conquered the world by himself, But in the end, he didn't change his faith. If Emlyn had Anderson's personality, he'd definitely say to the Sanguine's Grand Dukes and Marquises, "Yo, all of you are here to believe in Earth Mother as well." As Klein imagined the amusing scene, he said to a Rhodes, "It's your turn to ask." "Supreme Master, continue asking." "I'll ask the last question." "Supreme Master, continue asking." "I'll be the last to ask." The pale words regained their pale silver luster. Klein thought for a moment. What's the situation like now? For example, the situation in Fasak. P.S. Update first before making changes. Chapter 1309. On the surface of the mirror, light silver words floated up one after another. Accept the Beyonders of the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak military who are willing to surrender. Only purge the few middle and upper echelons who are extremely pious and are willing to sacrifice themselves for the faith. This is the goddess's tolerance and pity, as well as a necessary measure to deal with the future. As the apocalypse approaches, the number of Beyonder incidents in various places will inevitably increase. To maintain the stability of the entire world, the only way is to increase our strength as quickly as possible. If we harvest the Beyonders of the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak military, even if we obtain the corresponding characteristics, we won't be able to nurture Beyonders of the same standard and rich experience in a few years. Be it digesting the potion or accumulating knowledge, it all requires sufficient time. Upon seeing this, Klein cursed inwardly. He felt that this wasn't the usual tone of a Rhodes. It sounded more like an official document. It displayed the document that it had spied on somewhere. The use of digesting implies that the writer and the reader of the document have grasped the acting method. And from the tone, it's someone from the Church of Evernight. Combining these 2 points, it's not difficult to infer that this is a document circulated between an archbishop and a high-ranking deacon. The writer should be the Holy See of the Cathedral of Serenity. A Rhodes's peeping abilities are very strong. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for the contents in the mirror to flip. Light silver words disappeared and appeared one after another, quickly forming a new sentence and paragraph. For the ordinary nobles and citizens of Fasak, there's no need to publicize the fact that the goddess has replaced the God of Combat. Let them retain their faith in the God of Combat. On the one hand, this is beneficial for us and the priests and bishops who have surrendered to take over the various cathedrals. It will stabilize the situation in Fasak as quickly as possible. On the other hand, it can also prevent the goddess from being affected by the faith that she can't handle before she fully grasps the authority of the God of Combat. When the new revelation descends, we will make a change. Now, we can only formulate the corresponding plan. Try not to incite a strong resistance from Fasak and the other countries. We have lost too many Beyonders and soldiers, and we have expended a large amount of resources and goods. Be it the church, the country, or the people of different classes, they are all very weak. We need a period of peace and stability to recover. It's best we unite the Church of the Storm, the Church of Knowledge, the Church of Earth, Fainapotter, Lenberg, and other countries to force Intis and Fasak to surrender unconditionally and obtain what we want from the negotiation table. During this process, we can use of the suppression of the stubborn elements. When dealing with the domestic situation and taking over the empty territory left behind by the Church of Steam, the Church of Storms will be given sufficient respect. They can even make concessions on certain matters. This is the will of the goddess. Finally, from now on, reduce the number of times the crimson moon appears in preaching, sacrificial rituals, and mass. In official texts, do not mention the title of the Lady of Crimson anymore. Don't mention the title of Lady of Crimson. Klein's eyebrows twitched slightly as he felt a strong sense of puzzlement over the last sentence. Soon, he recalled that the sanguine ancestor, the ancient god of the Second Epoch, and the present Earth Mother, Lilith, was once a sequence 0 of the moon pathway. She was the true Lady of Crimson. He was instantly enlightened as he vaguely understood that this was perhaps the exchange under the table. It was a necessary price. Yes. The goddess's attitude is very clear. That is to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Before she truly controls the authority of death and God of Combat and becomes a great old one, there's no doubt that she doesn't wish for any more orthodox gods to perish. That way, No one will fill the gap in the invisible barrier left behind by the primordial one. The outer gods will find an opportunity to bring forward the apocalypse. Also, based on Ruin's current situation, if the war continues, the anchor will shake even more. It might even cause the primordial one to awaken in the goddess's body. Previously, the goddess took a huge risk by retreating the battlefront to Beekland. She had to divert more strength to suppress the primordial one. If Earth Mother were to betray her, she might perish faster than the god of combat. Could it be that she has other trump cards? The Church of the Goddess and the Church of the Storm seem to have suffered considerable losses. It's no wonder that those irascible fellows didn't attempt a counterattack after the resistance announced that they would preserve the corresponding churches and respect the faith of the Storm. They tacitly agreed to the establishment of the new government. Klein muttered to himself as he gained a general grasp of the current situation. He then raised a third question: if the Evernite goddess wishes to advance further, does she need to find the river of eternal darkness? This was one of the 9 Sephiro. Klein remembered that Rhodes had once mentioned that this river was related to the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. The clues seemed to be hidden deep in the spirit world's city, Calderon City. Yes, Great Master. The silver words twisted and squirmed, forming new text. That death at the end of the 4th epoch should have been able to use the river of eternal darkness. He attempted to use this Sephiro to forcefully accommodate the uniqueness of a non-neighboring pathway. Then, he went mad. So death was that crazy back then. I knew it. A sequence 0 true god who has experienced 3 epochs and seen the blasphemy slate wouldn't lack common sense and randomly drink potions. It's not like Alistair Tudor. He has already reached a state of madness or death. It's no wonder death only brought a primordial demoness with him to challenge the 7 deities in their split states. Back then, he was equivalent to half a great old one. Previously, Mr. Aztec had a golden phoenix accessory from death. Klein connected the dots. Suddenly, he hissed inwardly, a little suspecting that the goddess had marked the price of so many gifts as the river of eternal darkness. It was just like how the true creator had repeatedly tolerated him in order to drive him into the giant king's residence and obtain the first blasphemy slate. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, he was probably the only person with a relatively high sequence who could resist the corruption of other Sephiro. Of course, the Evernite goddess could also wait a few more years or more. She could wait for the primordial one's will to further weaken before personally obtaining it. However, if that was the case, Klein didn't know if he could complete the ritual before the apocalypse. He then reined in his thoughts and raised the 4th question: where can I obtain the attendant of mystery's potion formula? Rhodes made the silver words form a brand new content: Zaratul, first blasphemy slate, second blasphemy slate, the Fool's card in the card of blasphemy, mythical creature evolved from the Fool's uniqueness. The first and second choices might be plotting how to deal with me. Zaratul is more terrifying and cunning than the dark demonic wolf. If I were to plot against him, there's a high chance that I'll fall into his trap. The risk is extremely high. The third choice is Amorn's brother. He should have used this war to become a visionary. If he were to provoke him, even Sapphira Castle might not be able to save me. The 4th and 5th choices are related to the half-fool of the Antigonus family and the goddess's foggy town. The goddess should have a way to bypass the half-fool and take out the card of blasphemy, but I might have to use the river of eternal darkness to exchange for it. Klein realized that he had entered a dead end. In front of this path was the river of eternal darkness, and behind it was the leader of the secret order, Zaratul. What a pity. If I can find the dark demonic wolf, I can try negotiating with him. He should have seen the first blasphemy slate and grasped the attendant of mystery's potion formula. Sigh, he will flee far away the moment he catches my scent. Klein thought for a moment and said to Rhodes, 5th question. What did you mean when you said that you saw a pillar and dominance in me? The aqueous light in the mirror wavered slightly as the deep feeling became more obvious. The corresponding silver words seemed to turn a little whiter. Great Master, this is a feeling I can't describe with words. However, I've once seen a similar feeling from another existence. Apart from him, only you possess it. That existence is the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god? Klein nodded in thought. All right, it's your turn to ask. On the surface of the mirror, the silver words were instantly dyed gold. Exalted Master, can you take away your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes this time? Exalted Master, can you take away your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes this time? This question appeared 5 times in a row, completely filling the surface of the mirror. Having become an angel, Klein was no longer afraid of Rhodes. After a few seconds of consideration, he smiled and said, I'll talk to that angel. I'll go talk to the angel. This is basic courtesy. With a boom, streaks of illusory light of different colors shot out from the mirror, exploding into fireworks in the carriage. Almost at the same time, 2 slightly dark beams of light extended out from the edges, as though the mirror had grown 2 incorporeal arms. These 2 arms originally wanted to reach towards Klein's calf, but they silently retracted and gently swayed on the spot. Praise be to the exalted Master. After the fireworks fell, a golden message appeared in the mirror. In the middle section of the steam locomotive, in a room with simple furnishings, a tall, handsome young man with chestnut-colored long hair sat on a hardwood chair. He faced the triangular sacred emblem, clasped his hands, and closed his eyes as he prayed piously. On the narrow table beside him was a doll made of metal parts. Behind the doll, there was a faint intertwining light. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked to the side. At some point in time, a figure had appeared there. In the young man's blue eyes, the figure only looked like a human, but in essence, it was an invisible vortex wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. Inside the vortex, there were transparent and twisted maggots huddled together, moving back and forth. German Sparrow. The young man calmly read out a name. All the items around him floated up, but there was no wind in the room. Klein pressed down on his top hat and revealed his human face. How should I address you? The young man nodded slightly. Bornova Gustav. Chapter 1310. Bornova Gustav. Klein's gaze slid past the young man's face and landed on the floating items, and the puppet formed from metal parts. The puppet has a very postmodern style. Some of the laws of physics here seem to have changed to a certain extent. Klein nodded thoughtfully. I want to take away that magic mirror. He stated his request very calmly. Bornova's expression didn't change, as though he was just a puppet. You're a blessed of Evernite. For the time being, I guess, Klein said with a smile. Bornova then nodded. Then take it away. Does he think that I'm claiming the spoils of war for the Church of Evernite? Klein didn't explain. He only politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. Thank you very much. As he spoke, Klein's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. He had only come as a projection from a historical void. Following that, nothing happened in the carriage where Ikanza and the machinery hivemind member were. Of course, they were only in a historical scene, and the true situation of the carriage had unknowingly been concealed. On a carriage more than 10 kilometers away from the steam locomotive, a mirror suddenly appeared in Klein's hand. It was completely silver in color, and the patterns on its back were ancient and mysterious. There was an eye-like decoration on each side of the front. Don't speak, Klein instructed simply as he faced the mirror. Yes, great and supreme master. Light silver words quickly floated out from the depths of the mirror. Klein then took out a pen and paper, and with the magic mirror as a pad, he prepared to write a letter. He thought for a moment, and with a faint smile, he wrote, Dear Mr. Aztec, it seems like it's been a long time since I wrote to you, because I went to the forsaken land of the gods and had a wonderful trip. There are only 2 types of living beings there. One is a living intelligent creature, and the other is a monster. And those intelligent races either bear a curse or have obvious abnormalities. It's even more tragic than I imagined. I tried to help them. It wasn't just for the ritual, for the anchor, and to satisfy my own sense of pity. It had meaning in itself. Putting aside the suffering, the entire situation in the forsaken land of the gods is completely different from the outside world. It's like an oil painting with black as the main color. What's surprising is that artificial death can affect the undead creatures here to a certain extent. Back then, I was very puzzled. Today, I finally have a guess. I suspect that this is related to one of the 9 Sephiro, the river of eternal darkness. This reminds me of the spirit world city, Calderon City. I thought of the phoenix accessory made of gold that you once mentioned. Rumor has it that the phoenix ancestor and death from the fourth epoch can use the river of eternal darkness to a certain extent. I wonder what you know about this. The war that lasted for more than a year has finally ended. The Evernite goddess has obtained the final victory, and the god of combat has perished as a result. I believe that with your level and status, you should know what this means. No matter what, the long-awaited peace has arrived, and people are gradually returning to their normal lives. This is a scene that I like, but some pain may never be healed. I don't know if the apocalypse will descend on time, nor do I know when you will wake up. I can only hope that everything will develop in a good direction. Finally, let's talk about something trivial. I've already advanced to sequence 2 and become a miracle invoker. This is both a curse and a hope. I wish you well, your eternal student, Klein Moretti. After writing it, Klein checked it carefully before folding the letter. He blew Aztec's copper whistle and summoned the skeleton messenger. When the gigantic messenger emerged from the ground, all its bones trembled, as though it had sensed the aura of the great ruler above the spirit world. Klein chuckled and handed the letter to the messenger of unknown numbers. He watched it bow clumsily before disintegrating into a fountain of bones that burrowed into the ground. After doing this, Klein cast his gaze at the magic mirror on his thigh. Sensing his gaze, the aqueous light on the surface of the mirror fluctuated as silver words appeared. Great Master, where do we go next? Where to? Klein repeated the question inwardly. He really wanted to directly teleport to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and enter the ancient palace between reality and the foggy town. He wanted to see if there was a chance to take away the most useful card of blasphemy from the Antigonus family's half-fool. With his current strength, which was equivalent to more than half a sequence 1, this wasn't an impossible mission. Back when Zaratul was a sequence 2, he was able to obtain the main ingredient of Attendant of Mysteries from the half-fool. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the Evernite goddess maintained the suppression and seal on the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, the matter circled back to the deal with the Evernite goddess. Now, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle. I can separate a portion of the worms of spirit to stay above the grey fog and constantly respond to prayers. This way, apart from having a certain latent danger to my mental state, there are quite a few benefits in other aspects. Yes, I can support my main body at any time, and I also have another means of resurrection. Even if my main body is completely destroyed, I can rely on the worms of spirit above the grey fog to reassemble my will and body. However, if the part of me that walks in the real world is concealed, and my connection with Sapphira Castle is severed, the remaining worms of spirit will lose control and turn into monsters, just like Zaratul back then. Klein quickly analyzed the situation and felt that with his current strength, it was best not to venture deep into the spirit world's Calderon city for the time being. Even if he were to search for clues to the river of eternal darkness, he would have to wait until he fulfilled many wishes and reached the level of a true miracle invoker. With this in mind, Klein patted the magic mirror and smiled. Next, let's go wandering together. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Trier, no, I'll go wherever you want to go, Rhodes replied humbly. Klein smiled, jumped off the carriage, and walked towards the nearest city. The carriage continued running for a few meters before disappearing inch by inch, returning to the fog of history. At the same time, Klein's trench coat turned into a black robe, and his top hat changed shape, giving him a classical vibe. This made him look like a wandering magician who traversed the streets and alleys. In a relatively intact house in Beekland. Dressed in a holy white robe, the beautiful demoness of unaging, Katerina, put down the mirror in her hand and turned her head to the young man who was rocking a reclining chair beside her. The war is over. They've finally decided to summon me back to headquarters. I've been waiting for this day for too long. The young man sitting on the reclining chair teased. He wore a black robe with red patterns. He had soft lines, brown skin, and a slightly pale face. He was none other than the gatekeeper who had been possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. Katerina pressed down on the table with both hands and sat down. The corners of her mouth curled up. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, "You don't seem anxious at all." When you've been imprisoned underground with two detestable fellows for 1,000 to 2,000 years without being able to escape, you will know that waiting for a year or two is very relaxing and satisfying. I'm not anxious at all, the Red Angel Evil Spirit said with a chuckle. When this matter is over, if you're curious, I'll let you experience it. Of course, I'll remember to throw you 2 male companions. As for how long you can use them, it will depend on how much you restrain yourself. When he said this, the Red Angel Evil Spirit's face didn't show the 2 mouths to retort, because to them, this was the truth. He and the 2 detestable fellows had been imprisoned underground for 1,000 to 2,000 years without being able to escape. Upon hearing this answer, Katerina's eyes darted around slightly. She smiled and asked, "Aren't you worried that you'll be discovered by the Primordial when you go to our headquarters?" "So what? There's always a need to take risks when doing things. Furthermore, the worst outcome is to fuse with him. I'm already 3-in-1 now, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to become 4-in-1, Sauron Einhorn Medici said as though he didn't care. "Then let's set off." Katerina lightly jumped off the table and said with a smile. Just as she said that, a red-haired man with a flag mark between his eyebrows appeared in her eyes. The gatekeeper in the black robe with red patterns instantly lost his breath. His skin and flesh rapidly rotted, turning into yellowish-green pus. In just a few seconds, there was only a white skeleton and the Beyonder characteristic left on the reclining chair. Katerina beckoned with her hand, allowing the Beyonder characteristic to be pulled by invisible threads into her palm. Right on the heels of that, her body lost its corporeal feeling as she suddenly drilled into the mirror she had previously used. A dark and illusory path that didn't seem real appeared in front of the Saintess of White. It connected with the similar objects in the surrounding area to form a complicated and mysterious spiderweb, interweaving into a strange world that was different from reality. Katerina quickly shuttled through the mirror world and approached the target node. At that moment, she felt a powerful suction force. She couldn't help but deviate from the path and cast herself into a dark and blurry fog. In the real world, it represented a mirror. In the blink of an eye, Katerina and the Red Angel Evil Spirit left the mirror and arrived in an unfamiliar room covered in carpets. At the edge of the room, a young man with ordinary facial features and dressed in common clothes leaned against the staircase's railing, smiling at the demoness of white. His left hand was constantly tossing an item. It was a strange crown covered in rust and blood. Without waiting for Katerina to react, the young man took out a crystal monocle and wore it on his left eye. Hair. The Red Angel Evil Spirit's sneer echoed in Katerina's mind. In the next second, the young man took off the monocle and moved it to his right eye. Then, he smiled and said, "Sorry, I wore it in the wrong place. P.S. Thank you, everyone. 100,000 subscriptions have been achieved during the serialization period Divine King of the Nine Heavens." Chapter 13:11. Upon seeing this scene, Katerina's body uncontrollably took a step back, and her mind fell silent. 2 seconds later, she opened her mouth and let out a man's voice. "Yo, little crow." Without waiting for the young man to respond, Katerina smiled and said, "Only a few avatars came." "Only a few avatars? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Could it be that you're a postman who specially sent me Beyonder ingredients? Tell me, what do you want to cooperate on? I don't hate you that much. After all, what happened back then was planned by that paranoid maniac. The mastermind was a Lister Tudor. You can only be considered an accomplice." The man opposite her grabbed the crown that was covered in rust and blood, straightened his body, and shook his head with a smile. "The moment I heard your voice, I didn't want to cooperate. How about this? Get Sauron and Einhorn to come out and talk to me. TSK, it's been so many years, yet you're still as willful as a child. Do you still remember who was responsible for carrying you when you were a baby? Who was the one who burned your hair?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit mocked without backing down. The young man opposite him adjusted his monocle with his free hand, turned around with a calm expression, and walked out the door without any hesitation. During this process, he sighed softly. Childish. Seeing that Amorn really had no intention of staying, the Red Angel fell silent for a few seconds. Before he walked out of the room, he controlled Katerina's body and chuckled. Don't think that I don't know what you're up to, but it doesn't matter. Since you have different thoughts from that paranoid maniac when it comes to mending the master, there's room for cooperation. Amorn stopped and half turned around to look at Demonis of White Katerina, who had been possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. The monocle on his right eye seemed to flash slightly. In a city that was being rebuilt after the war in a war county, in a bar with many traces of fire. Toby, did you add too much damn water to this beer? A man wearing a tattered cap took the cup and took a sip. He couldn't help but complain. The bartender himself snorted as he wiped his cup. Do you still remember the alcohol ban? Oleg, it's good enough that you have wine to drink. The burly man called Oleg muttered a few words and didn't say anything else. He focused on drinking his beer. Beside him, a bronze-skinned man with rolled-up sleeves raised his head and looked around. I heard that the alcohol ban will be lifted soon because Fainapotter's food will be delivered soon. Also, Faysak and Intis will compensate with a large amount of food. I can only say that I hope so. May the Lord bless me. Just as the owner of the bar, Toby, replied, he heard the sound of the door opening. He looked up and saw a young man who seemed to be a wandering magician walking in. The man was wearing a black robe and a classic top hat. He walked all the way to the bar and sat on a high stool. A glass of Southville beer. The man laid out several copper pennies. The burly man named Oleg turned his head to look at the stranger and asked curiously, "You're a foreigner? Magicians?" The young man, who had no distinguishing features and was hard to remember, laughed and said, "Yes, I'm best at making people's wishes come true." Oleg immediately whistled. What did I hear? Satisfy people's wishes. Lord, there's a guy here pretending to be a deity. Such ridicule immediately caused the surrounding people to roar with laughter. The young man who claimed to be magicians was not angry at all. That's just a special magic trick. Oleg gulped down a mouthful of beer and laughed. Then grant me a wish. Let this stingy boss buy me a beer. All right. The young man in the black robe raised his right hand and lightly knocked on the table. With a thud, the bar owner, Toby, poured a glass of beer and pushed it in front of Oleg. Then, he retracted his hand and repeated his action of wiping the glass. This scene seemed familiar, causing Oleg to be stunned for a moment. He shouted in a daze, "Don't worry. Toby, do you know him?" "No." The boss, Toby, glanced at Oleg as though he was looking at a fool. Oleg raised his glass in uncertainty and carefully took a sip to test if Toby would let him pay. Seeing that the bar owner was ignoring him, the burly man turned his head in surprise and looked at the young man in the black robe and tall hat. "How did you do it?" "I've said it before, a special magic trick." The young man leisurely drank a mouthful of Southville beer. In Oleg's bewilderment, the man beside him with his sleeves rolled up scoffed. "I bet you and Toby had already discussed it before. Your knocking on the table is saying that you're paying for the beer. You can make another wish," the wandering magicians replied indifferently. "My brother and my home collapsed in a previous bombing. It's being rebuilt. My wish is that it will be restored to its original state before I return," the man with his sleeves rolled up said smugly. This was not an easy task. The wandering magician raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Then, he smiled and said, "That's right." Then, he smiled and said, "All right, your wish has been granted." The people in the bar who were paying attention to this side laughed, no longer paying attention to the outsider and his clumsy magic show. After drinking, the man with his sleeves rolled up left the bar drunkenly with Oleg and walked all the way to the streets near the suburbs. 15 minutes later, they returned to the vicinity of their home that was being rebuilt and prepared to enter the tent provided by the government. At this moment, a cold breeze blew over, causing them to shiver at the same time. Right on the heels of that, an intact two-story building appeared in front of them. It was a house that they were abnormally familiar with, one that they had spent years building. Oleg and his brother subconsciously turned their heads and looked at each other, discovering the same confusion in each other's eyes. "I didn't drink much. That darn Toby mixed so much water into the beer," Oleg mumbled, as though he was hallucinating from the alcohol. His brother didn't respond. After being stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly ran towards the house and touched the walls and door. "It's true, it's true. He kept muttering to himself as though he had gone mad. Oleg also did the same thing. He finally confirmed that the house that was being rebuilt had been restored to its original appearance. This left him surprised, delighted, and afraid. At this moment, his brother suddenly said, "My wish has been granted. My wish has come true." That magician. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned around and ran for the bar. Oleg came to his senses and followed closely behind. Bang! They pushed open the bar's door and rushed in, eagerly casting their gazes at the bar counter. However, the wandering magicians in the black robe and top hat had long disappeared. It was unknown when he had left. Oleg and his brother looked around, feeling relieved but also as though they had lost something. In the city's square, the young wandering magicians was squatting in front of a 10-year-old girl. "My magic trick is to grant you a wish." He turned his head and glanced at the nearby Evernite cathedral. The little girl had run out from Mass at night. She seemed to prefer an empty square. She thought for a moment and looked at the gentle Mr. Magicians opposite her. "My wish is to let my father, uncle, and brother come back to life. I don't want their pension." The wandering magicians didn't respond as he stared deeply at the little girl in front of him. The little girl twitched her mouth and forced a smile. "I was just joking. Mommy said that such a wish can't be granted even by the gods." As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at her toes. I want Daddy to hug me again." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that there was a shadow in front of her. She subconsciously raised her head and looked to the side. There stood a ruined soldier in a red shirt and white pants. He didn't hold a gun and revealed a hearty smile. As usual, he bent down and opened his arms. "Daddy!" The little girl suddenly pounced forward and threw herself into the warm embrace. "I miss you so much." At this moment, the young wandering magicians pressed the top hat on his head, straightened his body, and walked towards the exit of the square. In the night breeze, his black robe gently swayed in the empty square. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, the members of the Tarot appeared at the same time and greeted Mr. Fool in unison. Klein looked around and suddenly felt a little emotional. The hanging man was currently a cardinal of the Church of the Storm and was in charge of the Rorstad Archipelago Diocese. Although Justice had temporarily lost contact with the psychological alchemy, she also had the qualifications to become a counselor. The sun was an elder of the City of Silver's 6-member council. The moon was a sanguine earl. The star was a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernite's Nighthawks. The hermit was the hidden king above the sea, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Apart from the magicians and judgment, who were only sequence 5, the other members of the Tarot were already demigods. They were the upper echelons of the different factions in the mysterious world. As for the magicians, they had the support of the House of Abraham. They had a high chance of advancing to sequence 4 secret sorcerer within the year. In other words, the one who was having the greatest difficulty in raising her strength was Judgment. She was only one of the middle and upper echelons of MI9. It was very difficult for her to become a demigod. Shrouded in the greyish-white fog, the Fool Klein quickly retracted his gaze and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "It's finally like a top-notch secret organization. However, it gives me the feeling that this is a meeting between the major factions." He then nodded slightly at the members of the Tarot. "Let's begin. P.S. Update first before making changes." Chapter 13:12. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's words, the hanging man Alger's heart palpitated for some reason. He suddenly had the feeling he had when praying to the Lord of Storms in Pazu Island. When he greeted the Fool, he didn't notice any changes in him. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but at this moment, he believed that Mr. Fool was different from before. This was an experience of spiritual inspiration. Alger couldn't accurately describe it with words. He only felt that the body enveloped by the greyish-white fog was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than before. A seemingly ordinary sentence or a simple action could give a person an absolute suppression of their level. Mr. Fool has awakened further. The world went to the forsaken land of the gods and brought the City of Silver out. Mr. Fool has awakened further. He now has the level of a sequence 0. If it wasn't for the Sailor Pathway's sensitivity to high level beyondus, I wouldn't have even discovered it. The hanging man Alger originally wanted to say something, but he had forgotten what he wanted to say. Leonard surveyed the area and saw that the rest of the members remained silent. He then probed, that's not the case. Then, he probed, according to the intelligence gathered, there was indeed a battle of gods that happened previously. What can be confirmed is that the Evernite goddess, the god of combat, and Earth Mother appeared in the sky above Beekland. As for the outcome, I believe everyone knows very well. What are your thoughts on this? At last week's tarot gathering, Leonard had already mentioned the corresponding matter and had taken the initiative to ask Mr. Fool what had happened. Unfortunately, Mr. Fool had only told him that he had recently been paying attention to the forsaken land of the gods and didn't give a direct answer. I can't understand why such an outcome would happen. The mother-son pair of Earth Mother and the god of combat were actually defeated by the Evernite goddess. Catlear didn't hide her puzzlement. The hanging man Alger reined in his thoughts and said after some deliberation, I received a piece of information. I've received a piece of intelligence. Potter changed sides as soon as the divine war ended. This means. Audrey vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Derek mimicked the lady opposite him and raised his arm. I think I know why. You. After all, Sun had previously been isolated in the forsaken land of the gods. His understanding of the outside world had been instilled by the other members of Tarot. How could he know the details of the battle of gods better than everyone present? Alger, who knew that the Sun had always been honest, held back his curiosity and excitement as he asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Why? Derek looked around and calmly said, you have to promise Mr. Fool not to divulge what I'm about to tell you. No problem. Catlear took the lead and said. After everyone made their promises under the Fool's witness, son Derek nodded. Earth Mother isn't giant Queen Omabella. The real Omabella has long died, and her remains are in the City of Silver. This news was like a bomb that fell on the hearts of the other members of the Tarot, setting off a storm that could destroy their rationality. For a moment, the hanging man, Alger, Audrey, and company were unable to speak. It was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were paralyzed in their spots like stone statues. After a while, Leonard asked in disbelief, what's going on? Are you sure? As soon as he said that, he began to regret raising such a question. Since the City of Silver had the remains of giant Queen Omabella, it meant that the entire matter was very credible. Subconsciously, Audrey, Magician's Force, Zio, and company cast their gazes at the figure at the end of the long, mottled table. They discovered that Mr. Fool's eyes were smiling as he maintained his previous sitting posture without changing at all. This indirectly means that he acknowledges the information provided by Little Sun. Before Sun could answer the star's question, Audrey nodded indiscernibly. This can explain many things, but if Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, why would Angel of Fate Ouroboros believe that she is Omabella? Why would the god of combat cooperate with her? Who exactly is she? Upon hearing Miss Justice's series of questions, the hanging man, Alger, suddenly felt a little emotional. The topic of discussion in the Tarot had finally moved from the King of Angels to true deities. In the past, although they had stopped the evil gods from descending and discussed the hidden history, they rarely discussed the true gods directly. This was a subconscious fear, a deep imprint left on them by the current world. And now, the members of the Tarot had unknowingly lost the reverence that came from the depths of their souls. Catlear didn't notice this as she focused on Miss Justice's question. She thought and said, perhaps Earth Mother has always been disguised as Omabella. This has fooled the Angel of Fate and the God of Combat. How is that possible? Zio instinctively muttered. Magician's Force took a deep breath and said, what a horror story. At this moment, the silent German sparrow, the world, said, nothing is impossible. What if this concealment has the help of the Evernite goddess and other true deities? A conspiracy that has lasted for 2,000 to 3,000 years. The hanging man, Alger's eyes froze slightly as he instinctively shrank back. He felt a fear that stemmed from his soul towards the Evernite goddess and Earth Mother. The Tarot members fell silent once again until Leonard repeated Miss Justice's last question. Who exactly is the Mother Goddess? As he spoke, He glanced at the World Klein Moretti in an attempt to obtain an answer from his former colleague. Just then, they heard the tapping sound that they hadn't heard for a long time. It was Mr. Fool rapping on the table. Audrey and company perked up as they turned to the end of the long bronze table, respectfully waiting for Mr. Fool to give them an answer. The Fool Klein chuckled. "I can give you some hints." After looking around, he continued, "I'm not sure. Why does the Earth Church like to turn vampires into believers? Earth and Moon are two adjacent pathways. Rumor has it that in the Second Epoch, the ancient goddess, Lilith, who represented the moon, perished because of the giant king's betrayal. She will occasionally respond to the prayers of the sanguine. It doesn't seem like she's completely dead." After the 4 hints, all the tarot members, including Emlyn, thought of an answer. The true identity of Earth Mother is the sanguine ancestor, Lilith. Emlyn's eyes widened as he instinctively sat up straight. His mind was in a mess as he had all sorts of thoughts. Leonard was first taken aback before he muttered thoughtfully, "A few days ago, the Church of Evernight stopped promoting the title of Lady of Crimson." A few days ago, the Church of Evernight stopped promoting the title of Lady of Crimson. Furthermore, they changed the prayer gesture used to draw the crimson moon to stars. He was a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, so he was qualified to read the corresponding documents. The Evernight goddess used the authority of the moon domain to make an exchange. Catlear said the conclusion that lingered in everyone's minds. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about the true identity of Earth Mother. "Thank you for your hint." Audrey immediately bowed at Mr. Fool. After the others expressed their gratitude, they looked at Emlyn, who was still in a daze. "Earth Mother is the ancestor. The ancestor is Earth Mother. So I've never changed my faith. It's no wonder I still habitually head to the Harvest Church without Father's corresponding psychological cue. That's because my intuition tells me that Earth Mother is the ancestor. Therefore, the ancestor has favored me and made me the savior of the sanguine." Thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind as he found a reasonable explanation for his previous guilty conscience. He began to believe that he was the most devout sanguine. Glancing at this Earl, Magician's Force smiled with interest. "Mr. Moon, in a little while, perhaps you will become the Archbishop of the Church of Earth Mother." No, it should be the representative of the Church of Earth Mother in the sanguine. The writer had invented a title on the spot. Why? Emlyn asked in puzzlement. He thought that the primogenitor would allow the vampires to maintain their previous state and not merge with the Earth Church directly. Leonard smiled. Since the Evernight goddess no longer has the title of Lady of Crimson, then Earth Mother will soon have a similar honorific name. There's no way to hide it from the other churches. Emlyn roughly understood what the upper echelon of the Church of Evernight was getting at. He nodded slightly and made the connection. The clansmen who had mocked him for believing in Earth Mother would line up in front of him to receive his baptism. With this in mind, Emlyn felt extremely delighted as he couldn't help but raise his chin. After discussing this matter, the members of Tarot fell into a brief silence, not knowing what to say. A few seconds later, the hanging man, Alger, broke the silence and said calmly, "Most of us are already demigods. The advancement period has become very long, and we have our own factions. The need for Beyonder characteristics, potion formulas, and sealed artifacts might only happen once every few years. The focus of the gathering might be shifted to the exchange of information and secret cooperation." Audrey, Catlear, Leonard, and company nodded in agreement with Mr. the Hanging Man's words. At this moment, the Fool Klein looked around and chuckled. "With the matters regarding the Forsaken Land of the Gods coming to an end, I've recovered quite a bit. You can exchange for items of a higher level from me." He pretended to be calm as he revealed the fact that he was recovering, and this was an answer that every member of Tarot had long guessed. Just as Audrey and the others were guessing which level Mr. Fool had awakened to, Klein added with a smile, "That's right. The items of a higher level include Sea God's identity, level, and strength. P.S. Update first before making changes." Chapter 1313. The Identity, Level, and Strength of Sea God. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's example, the hanging man Alger's mind went blank for nearly 2 seconds. This was something that he had never dreamed of. From his point of view, Mr. Fool had obtained the authority of sea god through German Sparrow, replacing Cavituis, and obtaining a stable and considerable number of believers. This was a crucial step in his recovery process. Therefore, this hidden existence definitely wouldn't give up the corresponding identity. Who knew that at this moment, he would hear Mr. Fool inform everyone that the identity, level, and strength of sea god could be exchanged. After further awakening, Mr. Fool no longer needs an identity at the level of sea god and corresponding believers. This is the performance of a great existence. Things that aren't of a high enough level can only be borrowed for a short period of time and won't be occupied. The hanging man Alger first sighed inwardly before feeling excited. He felt that Mr. Fool's words were directed at him. Within the Church of the Storm, he had relied on external forces to become a Sequence 4 demigod. Although he had barely managed to rise to the upper echelons, it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. As for stealing the Book of Calamity, there was no hope at all. Therefore, Alger could only temporarily suppress his ambitions and patiently wait for an opportunity to come. Now, the opportunity had come, and it had come so quickly. Alger was currently the cardinal in charge of the Rorsted diocese in the Church of the Storm. Once he secretly became sea god and controlled the authority of those waters, he would be the king of the Rorsted archipelago, a true king. With this in mind, the hanging man Alger nearly lost control of himself. It wasn't easy for him to calm himself down. Although Audrey, Sun, and company couldn't hide their shock when Tarot began trading a deity's identity, level, and strength, even if it was only a false god, they didn't have any thoughts of switching to the storm pathway. Compared to Alger, they weren't that agitated. They quickly controlled themselves and cast their gazes at Mr. the Hanging Man. Alger took a deep breath and said humbly to the end of the long bronze table, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what price do I need to pay to exchange for these items?" The Fool Klein waited for the hanged man to ask a question and said with a smile, "I gave you some missions, as well as regular prayers and sincere wishes." The main point of his sentence was actually the last short sentence, but he believed that the Tarot members wouldn't be able to tell. As for how to fulfill the corresponding wishes, he currently had two methods. The first was to use the other Beyonder powers he had to achieve the corresponding effects. For example, he could summon a historical scene and recreate the segment of giving beer to complete the wish of getting the bar owner to treat them. The second was to rely on the powers of wishes that he had accumulated to a certain extent to directly respond to a relatively low-level wish and create a true miracle. For example, with a snap of his fingers, he could instantly restore a collapsed house to its original state, allowing it to be successfully rebuilt. In addition, above the grey fog, Klein could use Sapphira Castle's level and power. It was equivalent to a king of angels that didn't accommodate a uniqueness. In other words, when he responded to a prayer, he could use the core powers of a Sequence 1 of his pathway, which was also the core power of an Attendant of Mysteries. After a period of exploration, Klein had figured out two of them. The first was to create a nascent divine kingdom, and the second was grafting. Grafting was named by Klein himself. After all, he wasn't the real Attendant of Mysteries, so he hadn't obtained the corresponding mysticism knowledge. This ability could graft things that couldn't be directly connected under normal circumstances, achieving an incredible effect. A simple example was to fuse the concept of the end and starting point of a path into one, making it impossible for the person who took that path to ever be able to leave. For beyond us, there were many powers that could accomplish such a thing, but the grafting of an Attendant of Mysteries directly affected the concept itself. Not only was it extremely high level, but it was like the descent of a true deity. Furthermore, the effects were strange and had a sense of concealment. Coupled with the simulation powers of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars, Klein could respond to prayers like a king of angels when he was in Sapphira Castle. Furthermore, he could do more things. Upon hearing Mr. Fool mention the mission, Alger suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly lowered his head and asked, "What's the matter?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, is there a need to further investigate the 3 targets of the Fasak Empire who participated in the Conotop Sea battle?" He had previously gathered information on the 3 suspected former owners of Creeping Hunger, but he hadn't discovered anything abnormal. The Fool Klein nodded slightly. "There's no need. He had originally wanted to use this clue to catch the Twilight Hermit Order, but since Adam was likely to have become a god, it was better to avoid them. Respecting a sequence zero true god was Klein's principle. He would give in when it was time to do so, and he would give up when it was time to do so. Without waiting for the hanging man Alger to speak again, the fool Klein continued in a relaxed tone, "Your current mission is to cooperate with the sea god believers and settle down the people who have left the forsaken land of the gods. Your current mission is to cooperate with the sea god believers and settle down the people who have left the forsaken land of the gods. Your will is my will," the hanging man Alger replied without any hesitation. This made Sun silently heave a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts, concerns, or worries regarding the subsequent developments. He had full trust in Mr. the Hanging Man's ability to handle matters. At this moment, the fool Klein surveyed the area and smiled. Apart from the identity, status, and strength of the sea god, there are many other things that can be exchanged for. For example, the imperative mage potion formula and beyonder characteristics. He didn't give too many examples to prevent it from damaging the fool's status. As for what he had said previously, it could be understood that Mr. Fool, who had recovered further, was in a good mood. Moon City had the legacy of the imperative mage. Klein could exchange for it by completing the wish of being saved. Of course, even if he directly made the residents of Moon City sacrifice the corresponding items, the people who had finally found protection would definitely be very happy. They were afraid that Mr. Fool would abandon Moon City and not accept their sacrifices. Apart from that, Klein himself had a Silver Knight marionette, sequence 9-3 beyonder characteristics of the Seer Pathway, sealed artifact general of the Pupil SI, a drop of blood that had been blessed by the primordial moon, and all kinds of charms and bullets related to worms of spirit. If the wisher wanted a consumable item or a temporary loan, Klein could still take out more items from the historical void. Imperative mage potion formula and beyonder characteristics. Zio inexplicably felt that Mr. Fool was looking at her. To be frank, she lacked the motivation to advance recently. On the one hand, she was only one of the middle and upper echelons of MI9. The chances of her obtaining a ticket to become a demigod were extremely low. On the other hand, her father's reputation was about to be restored to a small extent. She instantly had no pressing goal. At the same time, the war had ended. Her mother and brother had returned to Beekland and were about to begin a normal life. And with Zio's current income, it was enough to support a wealthy family. All of these reasons added together made Zio feel that her present life was pretty good. She didn't want to make any changes. Of course, if there was a chance to advance to a demigod, she wouldn't let it go. This was because she had experienced the helplessness of a Sequence 5 in the previous war. Furthermore, in the tarot, apart from her and Magician's Force, everyone else was already a demigod. There was no doubt that she didn't want to fall behind. Amidst her thoughts, Zio looked at Magician's Force before bowing her head at the end of the long, mottled table, indicating that she would work hard. Magician's Force could roughly guess her friend's thoughts because she was about the same. If it wasn't for the fact that she could only effectively resist the full moon's ravings at Sequence 4, preventing her from frequently troubling Mr. Fool, and that the House of Abraham had already prepared the potion formula and beyonder ingredients for her, she wasn't that eager to become a secret sorcerer. As a traveler, she could go wherever she wanted. If she wanted to eat any delicacies, she could immediately go there to eat them. This completely satisfied Force's initial expectations of the concept of beyonder. Of course, she had another motivation to improve. After becoming a demigod, she could better help her teacher's family. Seeing Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, lean back in his chair without saying a word, Audrey hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. If you know that the outcome of a matter has nothing to do with you, and that it only depends on the mood and game of certain existences, what would you do?" Just as she said that, the hanging man Alger laughed and said, "Everyone is destined to die. No matter how hard they work, it's hard to change it. Then, wouldn't their life be meaningless?" He seemed to have been thinking about this problem for a long time, so he added another sentence. He then added, "Since you are currently unable to change the outcome of the matter, then work hard to improve yourself, obtain greater strength, and control more authority until the day you can participate in those games. If you die in the process, it's better than doing nothing. These are some of the most sincere words Mr. the Hanging Man has ever said. It seems to come from his heart. The small can also become great. Audrey was touched as she nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the World German Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "That's right. Everyone, I need to remind you of something." When the Tarot members looked over, Klein controlled the fake world to say in a deep voice, "The apocalypse will arrive in about a decade. The apocalypse will arrive in a dozen or so years. Everyone can be destroyed, including gods." Chapter 13-14. Apocalypse. Although Audrey had long learned of the prophecy regarding the apocalypse from the demigod of the Church of Knowledge, she had never found it realistic. She always felt that it was propaganda used to deceive the people. Even though she had experienced a war in which she was abnormally insignificant, she didn't believe that the world was only 10 years away from the apocalypse. There were no signs of it at all. However, the person who made the prophecy of the apocalypse was Mr. Fool's Blessed, Mr. World, who had always been trustworthy and dared to target an angel. Furthermore, his tone was so certain, as though he had already seen what would happen in 10 years. This made Audrey instinctively choose to believe him. Her heart sank as she felt both nervous and flustered. Apart from this, she also felt that her confusion had dissipated significantly. The apocalypse was in 10 years or so. Even a drowning person would struggle, much less a sequence 4 demigod in perfect condition. Apocalypse. As a cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Hanging Man Alger had recently seen many apocalyptic prophecies, but those things that couldn't be verified couldn't compare to the world's German Sparrow's abnormally solemn warning. The impact the two brought was on a completely different level. At the same time, he acutely noticed a detail: the world had said that even deities would be destroyed. Alger's first reaction was that German Sparrow was disrespectful to Mr. Fool, because Mr. Fool was also a deity. However, he quickly rejected this thought. After all, the World German Sparrow was Mr. Fool's Blessed, and he was the most devout believer. The other members of the Tarot might have accidentally blasphemed Mr. Fool with their words, but it was impossible for the World German Sparrow to do so. Based on the two premises that German Sparrow wouldn't be disrespectful to Mr. Fool and he said that even deities would be destroyed, the Hanging Man Alger quickly came to another conclusion. In the heart of the world's German Sparrow, Mr. Fool's status was higher than that of a true god. Alger had never doubted the World German Sparrow's knowledge. After all, he was a powerhouse who often dealt with angels. This knowledge surprised and confused him, and he couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. The hermit Catlear, who had advanced to a demigod with the snake of fate's blood and corresponded to a sequence 3 clairvoyant, would occasionally dream of apocalyptic scenes. With Queen Mystic Bernadette reminding her from time to time, she didn't feel surprised or shocked by Mr. World's words. She just felt like the dust that had been stirred up had finally settled to the ground. As for the future, this mysticologist was similarly at a loss. Apart from improving himself, he didn't know where to put his efforts. Apocalypse. Zio and Magician's Force looked at each other across Marum Hermit, sensing the tumultuous waves stirring in each other's hearts. They had never thought that the beautiful life they thought they had would only last for another 10 years or so if there were no accidents. At that time, they would be in the prime of their lives. Even if they hadn't become demigods, they wouldn't have to worry about their aging bodies causing them to lose control. As the person who spoke was the world's German Sparrow, the two ladies didn't doubt the authenticity of the apocalyptic prophecy. They were momentarily horrified and heavy. In the beginning, Sun couldn't help but feel depressed. This was because the city of Silver had just left the apocalyptic forsaken land of the gods and arrived in the world of light. Yet, it wouldn't take long for them to welcome a new apocalypse. Soon, he adjusted his state of mind and chose to believe in Mr. Fool. Since this great existence could rescue the city of Silver from the forsaken land of the gods, he could also stop the apocalypse. Although I'm the savior of the sanguine during the apocalypse, I never expected the apocalypse to descend so quickly. I'm only an earl. Emlyn couldn't help but frown. He was like a student who had just been in class for a few days when he suddenly had to take an exam. Of course, this also made him a little excited. After all, it wouldn't be long before he would fulfill his mission and display his greatness in front of his people. Leonard had heard of the apocalypse prophecy from old man Palez Zoroast. Although he didn't know why such a development would happen, he was already mentally prepared. At that moment, he was the first to snap to his senses and ask, "What happened? Why did the apocalypse suddenly come? There's no sign at all." Klein controlled World to reply, "It's just that you didn't notice any signs. Do you think that a war of gods will break out for no reason?" Seeing that the tarot members were stunned and in deep thought, World German Sparrow added, "You don't have the right to know the exact reason for the time being. You don't have the right to know the specific reason for this. Just understanding it will bring about an irresistible corruption. Only existences at the level of angels and above can resist it. This is similar to what the demigod of the Church of Knowledge and Knowledge said. It's also close to the corruption of the cosmos. I seem to have forgotten something. Mr. World seems to have understood the whole story. He's not afraid of being corrupted. He's already an angel. It's him." Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as she acutely sensed that World German Sparrow might have completed his advancement and become a true mythical creature. In ancient times, this could even be called a subsidiary god, a member of the deities. Right on the heels of that, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlear, and the other tarot members interpreted the truth and knew that World German Sparrow had already stood at the peak of the real world, becoming an angel that walked on earth. Some of them guessed that this had something to do with German Sparrow's previous plan to deal with a mythical creature, while others believed that this was the benefit of Mr. Fool's further awakening to his blessed. But regardless, this was the first time tarot had a member at the level of an angel, other than the host and convener. Of course, they weren't too surprised that World German Sparrow had advanced to sequence 2. They had long become numb to it. Klein controlled World and made him look around. "All of you can think about what you plan to do next and what you plan to do." Zio, Magician's Force, and the other tarot members nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. After another 10 minutes of free exchange, the tarot gathering gradually came to an end. After returning to the real world, Zio looked around her bedroom as her expression turned solemn. She felt the urgency once again. Walking out of the room, Zio saw that Force had also arrived at the corridor at the same time. She didn't need to slump for a while like she usually did. "Where do you plan on going?" the two asked at the same time before falling silent. A few seconds later, a handsome youth walked out of another guest bedroom. He wore narrow-rimmed glasses and had slightly fluffy hair. He carried a few thick books in his hands. "Oh no, I forgot that I have classes this afternoon," the youth muttered to himself as he rushed to the staircase, completely ignoring the two ladies' existence. He was Zio's younger brother, Lo Doricha, and he had just entered a school for the pre-bar exam. In Beekland, one had to pass a preliminary exam before becoming a solicitor, and a solicitor had to study and work with a barrister for at least 5 years before being allowed to take the qualifying exam and obtain a solicitor's license. If he wanted to become a barrister, he would have to attend the Beekland Law School to receive a university education. As Zio watched her brother run down the stairs, she couldn't help but smile. She raised her head and said to Force, "I plan to return to MI9 and work hard. I plan to go to the teacher's place." Force also answered the previous question. Right on the heels of that, the traveler's figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. In a few seconds, Force appeared in the rebuilt Pritz Harbor and arrived in front of a relatively intact house. Then, she took out a pen and paper from her pocket and wrote a note. She planned on telling her teacher that she had finished digesting the traveler potion. Putting away the fountain pen, she stuffed the piece of paper into the letterbox by the door. This wasn't Dorian Gray Abraham's residence, but the place where Force and this gentleman had previously agreed to pass the message. The next day, when Force came here again, she would see the meeting place and time that Dorian had given her. Emlyn opened his eyes in his room and changed into his collared coat. He planned on visiting Marquis Nibbs. As he passed by Rose Street in a carriage, he subconsciously looked out the window. He was somewhat surprised, but not surprised, to discover that the door to the Harvest Church had opened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he got the carriage driver to pull over and paid the fare. Wearing his top hat and holding his cane, The red-eyed sanguine Earl climbed the steps and entered the Harvest Church. He saw Father Yutravsky, who seemed to have grown taller, bending his back as he cleaned the prayer hall. As expected, he's been released. It's really protective custody. Emlyn shook his head inwardly. At this moment, Father Yutravsky looked up and glanced at him. Wipe the candlesticks. I'm trying to please Mother, Emlyn muttered. He walked to the room at the back, changed into the brown priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother, and began his work. He and Father Yutravsky didn't speak again. They each did their own things, trying their best to return the Harvest Church to cleanliness and tranquility. After an unknown period of time, a group of people suddenly entered the door. Emlyn subconsciously looked over and saw Baron Kosmiodora, as well as Viscount Ernst Boyar, who had once worked at the Harvest Church. He saw familiar faces. The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up unknowingly. P.S. Here, I recommend a web novel promoter who generates electricity for love, Crimson Halberd, a child of book shortage. Take a look at his official WeChat account, Crimson Halberd's Book Shortage Relief Center. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 13-15. On a steam locomotive heading for Midseashire's constant city. Klein, who was dressed as a wandering magician, looked at the young man and his parents across a narrow table. I have 2 types of magic tricks. One is to grant your wishes, and the other is to use a mirror to answer your questions. Of course, the first magic trick requires money, and the second requires you to answer the question posed by the mirror. Which performance do you want to see? The young man had black hair and brown eyes. He seemed to have received a good education. He looked at his parents sitting next to him and said with a smile. He looked at his parents sitting beside him and said with a smile, "My wish is too difficult, so I won't trouble you. In contrast, I'm more curious about a mirror that can answer questions." Klein sighed and shook his head. With a flip of his left hand, he revealed a silver mirror with a black gem on each side that could be placed in his sleeve. "It looks like an antique," the young man opposite him commented with interest. "My question is, what's my purpose in going to Constant City this time?" The young man opposite him commented with interest before saying, "My question is, what's my purpose in going to Constant City this time?" A smile that was commonly seen on street magicians appeared on Klein's face. He reached out his right hand to touch the surface of the mirror and whispered seriously, "Mirror, mirror, tell me what the answer to the question is." After repeating it 3 times, he released his right hand and showed the surface of the mirror to the 3 passengers opposite him. There were already a few silver words on it: to get married. Miraculous. The young man and his parents looked at each other with an incredulous expression. After they boarded the train, they had never mentioned anything related to the wedding, nor had they shown any items that made people think of it. This was the first time they had seen a magic trick that didn't rely on props or a fake audience. "All right, it's time for the mirror to ask its question." Klein smiled as he covered the surface of the mirror with his right hand. "All right," the young man replied curiously. "Next, let's see what question the magic mirror will ask." Klein released his right hand in a slightly exaggerated manner, as though he was performing a formal magic show. The silver words on the surface of the mirror had already changed, stretching into a complete sentence. "You would prefer your bride to be a lady over 40, right?" The young man's expression froze for a moment, then turned deathly pale, and then completely red. "Impossible," he immediately retorted and couldn't help but turn his head to look at his parents. He hurriedly complained, "What kind of strange question is this? It's just joking." Klein smiled apologetically and quickly pressed his right hand on the surface of the mirror, acting as if he didn't know this would happen. Then, he loosened his right hand again. Sure enough, the words on the surface of the mirror changed again. "How old are you?" 25 years old. The young man replied cautiously, as if he was afraid that he would fall into a trap. He felt that the way his parents and the surrounding passengers looked at him had changed. "Well, the magic show is over." Klein smiled and put away the mirror. "You can try another magic trick." Just as he finished speaking, the steam locomotive whistled, a sign that it was about to enter the station. "Sorry, it's time for me to alight." Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He then picked up his luggage and left the steam locomotive along with the crowd of passengers. He came to the platform where the gas lamps had yet to light up. This was Midseashire's Beltane city, a city that had risen and fallen because of coal mines. To Klein, the greatest significance of this place was that it was an important node in Faysac's invasion route in the World War. Faysac had a total of 3 invasion routes. One was to attack the Amatha mountain range at the border in an attempt to break through the land defense line there. Another was to set off from Sonia Island, attack the coastal ports, and attempt to land there. The last was to start from Midseashire and invade Beekland along the main railway. Among them, due to the existence of the Church of the Storm, as well as the might of the ironclad warships and high-level arbiters, the Faysac and Fainapota navies failed to achieve their desired results. They didn't even manage to control the seas. As for the Amatha mountain range battlefield, the headquarters of the Church of Evernite blocked wave after wave of attacks. It didn't fall until the end of the war, preventing Winter County, East Chester County, and other places from being directly baptized by the flames of war. Of the 3 routes, the only one that succeeded was the Midseashire troops. They combined land and water to capture the second largest city in ruin, Constant City, the capital of Midseashire. Then, they advanced southeast and met up with the people of Intes in the greater Beekland region. Klein acted as wandering magicians. On the one hand, he had to accumulate wishes, produce miracles, digest the potion, and increase his strength. On the other hand, he planned on returning to the path of war. He wanted to use his eyes, ears, and heart to truly see the trauma brought about by war. After knowing the secrets of the cosmos and underground, he could understand the Evernite goddess's plan and accept it to a certain extent. However, this didn't mean that he was indifferent to those sacrifices. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Even if he failed to stop George III from becoming the Black Emperor, the War of the World would still erupt. However, Ruin would have the advantage. The Evernite goddess and her allies would directly suppress the god of combat, forcing him to seek the help of Earth Mother. When that happened, the number, intensity, and scale of the Battle of the Gods would exceed that of the present. Due to this reason, Klein followed the route of Faysac's invasion and wandered forward one station at a time. After leaving the platform that still had traces of cannon fodder, he carried a worn-out suitcase that contained a change of clothes, identified the direction, and walked towards a place that might be a hotel. At night, he would stroll through the streets and alleys of the city, performing wish magic for people. After taking a few steps forward, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he cast his gaze at the end of the street. There was a female figure wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. She had long black hair and was not wearing any shoes or socks. Oriana, the leader of the ascetics of the Church of Evernite, the grounded angel Oriana. Why is she here in Beltane? Shouldn't she have already returned to the Evernite cloister of the Cathedral of Serenity? Or was she sent to the capital of Faysac, St. Millam, to preside over the reception of the god of combat's legacy? For a grounded angel to appear in such a small city, it's definitely not a simple matter. Klein was puzzled as he frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to inquire. It wasn't that he wanted to be a busybody, but that everyone was in the same city. If anything were to happen, no one would be able to escape. But at this moment, Oriana had already disappeared into the crowd. As a servant of concealment, she made it impossible for Klein to track her. Similarly, when it came to matters related to concealment, Rhodes was a little helpless. Klein slowly took a deep breath and turned to enter the hotel in thought. He got a room and put his luggage away. Then, he maintained his attire as a wandering magician and brought Rhodes with him. Following his spiritual intuition as a seer, he walked all the way to Beltane City's municipal square. Near the municipal hall, there was a notice board with quite a number of notices pasted on it. Seeing that many people were watching, as though a new document had been released, Klein went over and stood at the periphery of the crowd, looking at the wooden sign. In the middle of the notice board, a piece of slightly yellowed paper covered the other notices. On the surface was written in black ink and ruin, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your new consul. Now, I will promulgate 3 new laws. First, without my permission, no living being is to leave this place. Second, all living beings are equal in front of the law. Even angels can be killed by ordinary people. Third, those who commit the following crimes will be severely punished, the highest being the death penalty. 1. Murder. 2. Theft. 3. Recite the complete honorific name of a deity. 4. Sacrifice evil gods. 5. Fraud. 6. Divulging secrets, such a notice. Klein pricked up his eyebrows. He didn't even need his spiritual intuition to sense that there was something wrong with the contents. He instinctively tried to get his spirit body to return to Sapphira Castle. However, an invisible force stopped him from leaving. He could only come into contact with the grayish-white fog, but he could not pass through it. Klein narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back, distancing himself from the crowd. From his point of view, this level of abnormality had already reached the level of a deity. He had previously been unable to return to Sapphira Castle, but the main reason was that he didn't have the time to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantation, or be disrupted and obstructed by himself. There was only one instance where he couldn't escape from the real world with an external force. It was in the foggy town. It was a powerful seal that was personally created by the Evernite goddess in the secret world. Apart from this time, even blasphemer Amorn hadn't done something similar. Of course, back then, Amorn's main goal was to force Klein to activate Sapphira Castle. Then, he would seize the opportunity and use the loophole to replace him as the great ruler above the spirit world. Otherwise, this angel of time could have used stealing thoughts to prevent Klein from returning. Who is the new consul of Beltane City? Is this the reason why Maram Oriana came to Beltane City? As his thoughts raced, Klein made the magic mirror slide down from his wide sleeve to his left hand. What happened? Klein asked softly. On the surface of the silver mirror, aqueous light flickered as slightly white silver words appeared. A few of the rules here have been replaced. It's impossible to know who did it. Great Master, you can try to find the servant of concealment, Oriana, and learn the truth from her. Are you satisfied with my answer? The rules have been replaced. Lawyer? Arbiter? Or could it be a bug? Klein raised his head in thought and looked around. He realized that the citizens in the square were a little puzzled. They didn't understand why the new notice would mention angels and why they needed to apply and obtain permission to leave. The war was already over. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1316. In a bar in Beltane City, Roy, Biles, Phil, and Pasha sat around a small round table, gulping down Southville beer. They didn't talk much as they listened to the drunkards at the neighboring table discuss Beyonder powers and mysticism with a smile. Previously, burp. I saw that those phasations in Beltane not only look like bears, but they can also control flames, making them throw them out like javelins. It can't be. Do they really have Beyonder powers? Haha, that's because you're ignorant. One day, I was drunk and slept near the cemetery. I saw the people from the Church of Evernite bring out a few ghosts. Oh, ghost. They were floating in the air. It was very terrifying. The drunkards talked about things that they didn't know if they had experienced it themselves or if they had heard it from someone else. Their saliva splattered as their faces turned red. They're just like that. They only get excited after drinking. They always like to brag, and they're usually very depressed. Biles was a local resident of Beltane. Upon seeing this, he explained, ever since the coal mines began to dry up, young people gradually left Beltane for Constant and Beekland. The atmosphere here has become more and more oppressive, and the city has become more and more gloomy. This man, who wasn't even 30 years old, had been a miner when he was young. He was lucky to not die in the mines, so his skin was very dark. His exposed muscles weren't too exaggerated, but they gave off the feeling that they were made of steel. As the leader of the group, Roy smiled and said, "What they said might be the truth and not bragging. What they're saying might be the truth, and they're not bragging. The previous war has indeed exposed supernatural powers to many people, especially the soldiers who were directly involved. As long as they're still alive, they've all experienced it. Furthermore, this also brought about many opportunities. It allowed people who had no chance to come into contact with Beyonder powers and true mysticism to become Beyonders." The way he expressed it was very reserved, as though he was talking about someone else's matter, but in fact, it was the experience of the four of them. Biles and Roy were soldiers who had participated in the battle in Beltane City. Phil had once been plundered by the Phaeacians, but he was lucky enough to not die. Pasha and her fellow citizens had lured and ambushed a few Inti soldiers in the streets. They had all witnessed the deaths of many of their friends and gained supernatural powers for various reasons. Then, due to the chaos brought about by the war, they were either separated from the troops or took the initiative to avoid being found out by the official forces. Slowly, they got to know each other and became friends with each other. This time, they came to Biles's hometown, Beltane, to search for his surviving family and friends. The truth of this world is far beyond our imagination. Pasha, who had long dark blonde hair and dark blue eyes, sighed with emotion. She was only in her 20s. Her facial features were not bad, but there was not much fat on her face, so the outline of her bones was obvious. She looked much older than her actual age. In the future, we will have different lives. Roy, who had a typical Ruan hairline, raised his glass and said, "Cheers to a brand new future." Before he could finish his sentence, someone in the bar suddenly screamed. Roy and the others had some experience, so they quickly raised their vigilance and looked over. They saw a young man in ordinary clothes fall to the ground, rolling back and forth as though he was in extreme pain. Under the dim yellow illumination of the gas wall lamps, everyone discovered that the clothes on the young man's back were torn open, revealing blood-red marks that seemed to have been caused by a whip. However, no one around him was holding a whip, and the victim had only screamed once. Unless he had been whipped countless times in that instant. But if that was the case, why didn't anyone notice? He's holding a wallet in his hand. Could this have something to do with the anomaly just now? The thin Phil took a few glances and said in deliberation, "Should I bring it over to take a look?" Roy thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "Be careful." Phil tersely acknowledged and walked out of the small round table area. With the cover of the crowd, he approached the young man who was no longer rolling and was only grunting softly. He quietly stretched out his left hand, targeting the ordinary-looking leather wallet. "Ah!" Phil suddenly screamed as he watched his left hand break at the wrist and fall to the ground. Blood spewed out from the fracture, splattering onto the faces and bodies of the surrounding people. The scene froze. The drunken customers were first stunned before they gulped their saliva. Then, they turned around and frantically ran out of the door and into the corner. "Something's strange. No one attacked me." Phil nearly fainted from the pain, but he still forced himself to tell Roy, Biles, and Pasha about his experience. Roy's eyes narrowed as he decisively said, "Let's leave this place first. Let's leave this place first." He then turned his head and said to Biles, "Pick up Phil's hand and keep it well. Pick up Phil's hand and keep it safe. I remember that the military doctor, Weber, was also from Beltane. He returned here after retiring from the army and opened a private clinic. He can effectively treat this kind of injury." The military doctor named Weber was also a Beyonder. When he participated in the war in the South, he improved step by step and obtained medical skills that transcended reality. It was said that he could sew up severed limbs and make them as agile as before. "All right," Biles answered without hesitation. He took a few steps forward, took out a wooden box, picked up Phil's severed hand, and placed it in it. At the same time, Pasha used the magical ointment she had bought to stop the bleeding from Phil's wound and bandaged it. Following that, the four of them left the bar. After many inquiries, they finally found Weber's clinic with the help of passers-by. The clinic wasn't closed yet, and the light from the gas lamps spread out, scattering a dim yellow. Roy politely pulled the doorbell and heard the tinkling sound echoing inside. However, after a few minutes, no one came to welcome them. "Drunk." Pasha looked at Phil, who was in unbearable pain, and made a guess in puzzlement. Roy shook his head. "I remember that Weber isn't an alcoholic. Apart from being a bit of a flirt, he doesn't have any bad habits. Perhaps, as he spoke, the man with a medium build and a weathered face pushed the door and realized that it wasn't locked. It was only ajar. As the door opened, Roy, Biles, and the others saw two figures. The two figures hung in the middle of the clinic, gently swaying due to the wind blowing in from outside. One of them was a man in his 30s in a white coat, and the other was a young lady in a nurse's uniform. Their lower bodies were naked, and their eyes were protruding. Their mouths were half open, and their tongues were squeezed out. They were hung from the ceiling by invisible ropes, and their expressions were filled with fear, despair, and confusion. Weber. Roy recognized the hanging man. He, Pasha, Phil, and Biles felt a chill run down their backs. They didn't know why such a thing had happened, nor did they know what kind of horror such an unknown would bring. Bang! The sound of a chair falling to the ground came from the side, jolting Roy and the others who were stunned. They looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a lady with a baby in her arms rise in a panic, and whisper in a frightened and bewildered voice. She whispered in horror and confusion, "They're having an affair. What does this have to do with what happened to them?" Roy secretly took a deep breath, feeling that it wasn't appropriate to stay here for long. He hurriedly instructed, "Let's go." He didn't get Pasha to comfort the lady, nor did he attempt to obtain the clinic's disinfectant and bandages. Biles and the others swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, quickly turned around, and left the clinic with extreme wariness. To Phil, the horror of the unknown completely overwhelmed the pain in his left hand. What exactly happened? Phil's facial muscles twitched as he asked after turning into another street. "How would I know?" Biles blurted out, his emotions a little out of control. Roy looked around and exhaled. "Calm down. This should be a terrifying beyond a matter that exceeds our imagination. Yes, all of this is too strange. That's the only reason." Pasha nodded in agreement. "Then what should we do?" Phil asked in panic. Roy thought for a moment and said, "Try to leave Beltane. Also, analyze our previous encounters and summarize the patterns contained within. None of us can guarantee that we won't encounter such abnormalities again. Only by grasping the patterns can we ensure our own safety." "That's right." Biles calmed down and agreed with Roy. As they walked, they discussed and gradually came up with some ideas. Weber was having an affair before he was hanged. Before Phil's hand was severed, he attempted to take the wallet. This is a form of theft. Pasha summarized the similarities between the two matters. Roy suddenly had an idea. Could it be that they encountered such an encounter because they did something illegal? How is that possible? Biles and Phil replied in unison. Just as they finished speaking, they suddenly had a corresponding guess as their expressions gradually turned solemn. "Perhaps there's an invisible enforcer. This is the essence of this Beyonder incident," Biles said after some thought. Roy grunted in acknowledgement. "This might be very likely. Next, we have to pay attention to our actions." Pasha and the others nodded and walked out of the city with increasing wariness. Before long, they arrived at the municipal square and saw many people standing around the notice board at night. "Notice." Roy and the others looked at each other, suspecting that it was a hint from the official factions regarding this Beyonder incident. Therefore, they approached and used the light from the gas lamps to look at the notice on the wooden sign. In the middle of the notice was a piece of white paper. Below the white paper was a piece of yellow paper, which seemed to be an additional explanation. As they quickly browsed through the notice, Roy, Pasha, and the others' eyes were gradually filled with horror. They seemed to understand the root of the matter. After reading the white paper, their gazes landed on the yellow paper. "All citizens, please arrest foreigners together. Use any means necessary. Arrest foreigners." Roy and the others' hearts tightened as they instinctively looked at the citizens around the notice board. As though sensing their gazes, the citizens turned around and cast their gazes at them. Under the dim yellow light of the gas lamps, the eyes seemed to shimmer with a strange luster. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 13:17. Haha, how can I tell at a glance if he's a foreigner? How can I tell? Roy forced himself to calm down and pretended to be discussing the contents of the yellow paper with his companions. He used the hidden meaning in his words to comfort Phil and Pasha, telling them not to be nervous or flustered. After all, apart from the local Biles, the other three were also citizens of Ruin. Furthermore, they didn't have any southern continent blood. Just looking at their facial features, there was nothing special about them. But this is a Beyonder incident. Pasha replied with a slight stutter. This can't be judged with common sense. Roy's heart froze. He looked at the expressionless citizens who were slowly approaching and hurriedly shouted in a low voice. "Run!" Just as he finished speaking, he had already turned around and ran towards the nearest street entrance. Pasha and Phil followed closely behind. As a local, Biles tacitly stayed at the back, allowing his skin to be covered with a layer of illusory fish scales. Bang! 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 A few citizens raised their double-barreled hunting rifles and fired ahead. Roy, Phil, and Pasha were all beyond us who were better at combat. As they ran, they would change directions from time to time, lunge forward, and roll forward, successfully dodging this round of attacks. Following that, under Pasha's guidance, they passed through the streets and alleys, escaping their pursuers and hiding in the shadows. "What do we do?" Phil, who had lost an arm, asked as he panted. "From the contents of the announcement, we probably can't leave this city directly. We need to figure out the rules and find a solution from them." Although Roy was also flustered, he forced himself to think calmly to prevent the entire team from collapsing emotionally. Pasha looked at Biles, who was in charge of guarding. "Was that notice board there in the past?" Biles nodded. "Yes. Although I rarely have the chance to go to the municipal square, I gathered there when I was conscripted into the army. I saw that notice board. There shouldn't be a problem with the notice board. Perhaps those 2 pieces of paper are the key. They can give the written decree mysticism meaning." Pasha voiced her guess. Roy immediately agreed. "That's right. Besides, I suspect that the decree has to be announced to be effective. If we can find an opportunity to tear off those 2 pieces of paper, the corresponding restrictions might disappear." After hearing Roy's words, Pasha, Phil, and Biles fell silent. After a few seconds, Phil's facial muscles twitched. "Give it a try. If you continue to be trapped in the city, even if you aren't caught by the citizens, you might still be punished for various reasons. Although they were all beyond us, their sequences weren't high. It wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a few ordinary people, but it would be extremely dangerous to face the hostility of the entire city." Roy, Biles, and Pasha were all people who had more or less been to the battlefield. They knew that hesitation was the worst thing to do, so they made a decision one after another and agreed to Phil's suggestion. Under the guidance of the rather experienced hunter, Pasha, the 4 of them took a detour and snuck back to the municipal square from another street. At this time, the citizens who were watching the announcement were no longer there. It seemed that the entire city was searching for foreigners. Looking at the notice board standing quietly in the middle of the 2 gas lamps, Roy and the others cautiously approached it, ready to escape at any time. After approaching the target, Roy suddenly thought of a question and quickly lowered his voice. "Is destroying the announcement an illegal act?" "In theory." Pasha was taken aback for a moment. They then cast their gazes at the notice board and scanned through the crimes listed in the 3rd Law, 8. "Vandalism. There's really such a thing," Biles blurted out. Phil's face, which was already pale from the loss of blood, turned even paler. He thought for a moment and said, "What's the punishment for vandalism?" This was only a minor illegal act, so the corresponding punishment was very likely to be relatively light. If that was the case, Phil planned on taking the risk to tear down the notice and end this terrifying and bizarre incident. A first offense is whipping. Just as Roy, Pasha, and Biles were pondering over the answer, a voice sounded from behind them. The 4 of them turned around in surprise and saw an ordinary-looking young man wearing a black robe and a tall top hat. The man continued, "A second offense will result in a severed hand. I'm not sure what a recidivist is." "How do you know?" Roy asked with a frown as he warily held the hidden dagger. The young man smiled and said, "I've tried. It didn't have any effect. The announcement will soon be restored." "So, you were whipped?" Pasha asked in enlightenment. "Yes." The young man nodded with a relaxed expression. "However, because I also committed fraud, I later suffered the punishment of having my hand severed." "Fraud?" Biles asked in disbelief. The young man chuckled and replied, "To put it simply, I didn't personally destroy the notice. Instead, I sent a dummy over, and the one who got whipped was the dummy." As he spoke, he raised his right arm. His wrist was the same as Phil's. It was very neatly severed. The skin around the wound was pale and red, as though it was still oozing blood. Suddenly, the fracture wriggled, and transparent worms crawled out one after another. They intertwined with each other and overlapped to form a new palm. During this process, Roy and the others didn't feel any horror. This was because when they saw the worms that they couldn't distinguish the details, their thoughts became chaotic. Thoughts flashed through their minds, and they found it difficult to control their emotions. When the palm covered the skin and became normal, the Beyonders recovered and took a few steps back in shock, suspicion, and fear. The scene just now had exceeded their understanding. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a wandering magician. The person who had committed fraud and vandalism was Klein. He glanced at the four Beyonders and smiled. The magic I'm best at is fulfilling the wishes of others. Do you have any wishes that you wish to be fulfilled? Upon hearing this question, Roy perked up and asked with high hopes, "What's the matter?" He asked with high hopes, "Can you let us leave Beltane?" "Of course, I'll do my best to do it, but not now," Klein promised. Then, he looked at Phil, who had lost his hand. "His wish is over. What's yours?" "Let my hand recover," Phil said tentatively. "All right." Klein cast his gaze at Biles. "Take out his hand." Biles hesitated for a moment, but he still followed the mysterious man's instructions. He took out the wooden box and returned the palm to Phil. "Come here," Klein said to Phil with a smile. Phil mustered his courage and walked over with the severed hand in hand. "Remove the bandage." Klein continued instructing, "Place the severed hand in its original spot. Let me remind you, don't reverse it. Otherwise, you'll have to chop it off and start over again." Seeing how confident the other party was, Phil felt a little more confident. He hurriedly pulled off the bandage that was stuck to the wound with an extremely warped expression as he constantly hissed. After he put down the severed hand, Klein took out a piece of white paper and moved closer. Then, he reached out and wiped the stump. Without a sound, the piece of white paper split into two, and Phil felt the pain disappear. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the stump on his left wrist was as good as new. It was impossible to tell that he had been injured. Phil subconsciously moved his fingers and realized that his agility hadn't decreased at all. "Your wish has been fulfilled," Klein said with a smile as he took 2 steps back. "Thank you," Phil replied in a daze. Klein looked at the other 2 Beyonders. "What's your wish?" Seeing that Phil's wish had been fulfilled, Biles immediately went forward. "I want to know where my family is now." Klein flicked his left arm and took out a silver mirror with ancient patterns. He lowered his head and smiled. "What's the answer to that question?" On the surface of the mirror, aqueous light floated as silver words appeared one after another. "Beltane Grove Cemetery." When Biles, who was craning his neck, saw this, his heart sank. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sorrow and disappointment. In the next second, new silver words appeared from the aqueous light. "Cemetery Guard Hut." This means. Biles turned his sorrow into joy as he sincerely said, "Thank you." Just as he said that, he suddenly thought of 2 questions. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of 2 questions. How many people could the cemetery guard hut hold? How many cemetery guards could there be? There were definitely more than 2 or 3 family members. Biles's expression flickered before he fell silent again. This made him fail to see the problem on the silver mirror. "Great Master, was my answer kind enough?" "Yes." Klein nodded indiscernibly and cast his gaze at the remaining lady. Pasha considered for 2 seconds. "My wish is for you to protect us until we leave Beltane alive." She realized that Roy's wish was very problematic, because those who left Beltane weren't necessarily alive. "Smart," Klein praised with a smile. "Your wish will be fulfilled. Then what kind of price do we have to pay?" "I'm referring to the payment for watching the magic," Pasha hurriedly asked. "Your wish itself is the price," Klein replied briefly before asking thoughtfully. Then, he asked thoughtfully, "If you clearly know that certain things are fake, but are willing to use them subjectively, then it shouldn't be considered fraud, right?" Roy and the others were puzzled. They thought about it seriously and shook their heads one after another. Definitely not. This is actually a game between the two sides. A voluntary act with a clear understanding is definitely not a fraud. Undoubtedly not. After listening to their answers, Klein smiled. Very good, this is the perception of ordinary people. As he spoke, his right hand grabbed forward a few times and dragged out a woman wearing a simple robe with long black hair. It was the historical void image of the Evernite cloisters Oriana. Klein looked around, and seeing that nothing abnormal had happened, he smiled and said to the projection, "That's right. Madam, what happened?" Oriana's eyes turned slightly and suddenly became deep, making people feel a sense of tranquility from the bottom of their hearts. He said in a flat tone, "The Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of War, Larian, has escaped. I'm tracking him." Oriana paused for a moment before continuing. "After I arrived at Beltane, I received a new report. According to the intelligence, Larian took a sealed artifact with him when he fled. 0-02. P.S. I would like to recommend a public account, Book C. Fishman. The author is the #1 mysterious tweeter on Weibo, Andy's Morning Wind. He posts at least 4 tweets a week, including long reviews of online literature, new books, and various book lists." Chapter 1318. 0-02. Klein repeated the number in his heart, feeling that the problem might be more troublesome than he had expected. Although it couldn't be said that 0-02 was definitely more terrifying than 0-05, the magic wishing lamp's essence was that of a sealed outer deity. It was stronger than all the present true deities. If it wasn't restricted by its outer shell, it could definitely destroy this world or even this solar system. However, the fact that the serial number was closer to the front basically meant that 0-02 was more dangerous and difficult to seal than 0-05 in most situations. At the end of the Fourth Epoch, the 7 churches ranked the batch of Grade 0 sealed artifacts second only to 0-01. It's completely imaginable how terrifying 0-02 is. However, the god of combat doesn't seem to have used this sealed artifact in the War of Gods. Is it because its type isn't suitable for head-on combat, or is it too dangerous? It's the same for both sides. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. His expression gradually became serious. "Maram, what do you know about 0-02? Oriana slowly shook her head. When the various churches report Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts to each other, they will only give a serial number. That's right. Even within the various churches, information regarding Grade 0 sealed artifacts is strictly confidential. As a member of the upper echelons, they can only come into contact with the relevant information when they are in charge of a particular Grade 0 sealed artifact. Furthermore, there's a high chance that the corresponding memories will be wiped. On the one hand, this is to prevent the leakage of important information, and on the other hand, to many Grade 0 sealed artifacts, just knowing about them will result in danger, or it might cause the seal to fail. Klein said thoughtfully, "Haven't you already taken over the Church of the God of War? Then, he would be able to get all the files for 0-02. Oriana looked at Roy and the others not far away. Before Larian escaped, he destroyed all the information regarding Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Impressive. This kind of unusually cautious fellow is really annoying." Klein's thoughts changed. What does the goddess think of 0-02? From his point of view, the Evernite goddess and the god of combat were existences from the same era. Furthermore, she wielded concealment, so the goddess likely had a certain level of understanding of the situation that the latter was in control of. In addition, it was impossible for a sealed artifact at the level of 0-02 to not leave its mark in history. Perhaps it had caused many disasters. It was likely no stranger to the high-ranking figures of that era. Oriana seemed to have thought about this long ago. She said without any hesitation, in a certain oracle in the past, the goddess called 0-02 the Book of Rules. Book of Rules. That's even more terrifying. Klein's eyes narrowed as he thought of many things. In his previous life, he had also been a gaming enthusiast and had dabbled in a wide range of games, but he wasn't that addicted to them. He was no stranger to the term rulebook. At this moment, Oriana added, "The fact that you happen to come to Beltane City might be able to reveal some of 0-02's characteristics." That's right. Mara Moriona tracked the chief shepherd, Larian, to Beltane and encountered this anomaly. It's quite normal, but it's a little too much of a coincidence for me to happen to be here. In mysticism, too many coincidences often mean that there's a problem. Who's arranging for me, or is it the effect of the law of beyonder characteristic convergence? From the current situation, the arrangements lack sufficient motive to prove it. Furthermore, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle, so I can more or less sense some abnormalities. If it's the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, excluding the exiled Mr. Dor and the Antigonus family's ancestor sealed in the foggy town, the only ones who can affect me to such a degree are Zaratul and Amorn. However, I've been deliberately avoiding Zaratul, and Amorn's main body is being chased by the true creator. If it's just an avatar, it's impossible for it to produce such a strong convergence effect. Yes, there's another possibility. The law of convergence between Sephiro 0-02 is attracting Sapphira Castle, causing me to happen to come to Beltane today? If that's really the case, even if 0-02 isn't a Sapphira, it definitely has a certain connection with one. Klein, who had his suspicions for a long time, thought of many things. He had a rough understanding of 0-02. He pondered for a moment. From the development of the matter, the rules are gradually becoming stricter and more diverse. That piece of yellow paper is evidence. Does this mean that 0-02's activation or awakening is slowly deepening? Oriana nodded with a calm expression. Yes, we must find it and find a way to seal it before something happens. So, it's best to split up and expand the search area to save as much time as possible. Klein didn't have any objections as he thought for a moment. Maram, you've told me so much. Isn't that a leak? No. Oriana gave a rather clear answer. Leaking the secret means that the mutation of Beltane cannot be transmitted to the outside world in any way. This will cut off our actual connection with the outside world. That's good. At least we don't have to worry about problems with our usual conversations. In short, it's fine as long as we don't curse. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked, will the Nighthawks and mandated punishers here also abide by the rules on the notice? Yes, Oriana gave an affirmative answer before her figure faded and disappeared. After watching the Evernite Cloister's matron leave, Klein quickly sorted out the information he had just obtained and had a certain understanding of the possible developments. The battle wasn't the main point. The crux of the problem was whether he could find 0-02 in time and think of a way to seal it. And during this process, what welcomed foreigners like them would be more and more complicated, more and more difficult to abide by the rules and the citizens who were driven around. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze at Roy and the others not far away. He smiled and asked, what do you think of what you just heard? Roy and Pasha looked at each other and said, that's right. We don't know what a Grade 0 sealed artifact is, but we can guess that 0-02 is a very terrifying item. It can set rules and, to a certain extent, change reality. Furthermore, such abnormalities seem to change with the passage of time. Also, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat should be an extremely powerful beyonder. Klein clapped his hands and said with a smile, that's about it. If we don't put in any effort and rely on hiding to stay away from danger, then we'll have to pay attention to more and more behaviors. If we're not careful, we'll commit a crime. Maybe in the end, we'll be executed on the spot for taking the first step out of the door. These words caused Pasha, Biles, and the others to panic and find it difficult to maintain their composure. That kind of possible development sounded funny at first, but when one thought about it carefully, one could sense the extreme horror hidden within. After a few seconds, Pasha said with a solemn expression, moreover, the citizens can use all means to deal with us, but we can't effectively fight back, because murder and intentional injury are very serious crimes. We can try to deceive their senses, but we can't use it too many times. Klein said casually, what we need to do now is to summarize the rules that 0-02 follows as soon as possible. This will help us find it and seal it before it comes to life or awakens to have true intelligence. What do you think? Phil thought for a moment and probed, it doesn't seem to be able to attack us directly. It can only wait for us to violate the rules and commit crimes before it can give us the corresponding punishment. Klein snapped his fingers and said, "That's right. I can first conclude this rule. 0-02 can't punish those who haven't committed crimes." Biles blurted out, "That's right. But it allows the citizens to hunt down outsiders. Outsiders are not the same as criminals." "This does contradict the previous rule," Klein replied with a smile. "However, in history, many cities have enacted laws that discriminate against and expel foreigners at different stages. Have you managed to decipher any deeper rules from this matter?" The four Beyonders frowned one after another, unsure of what the powerful magician was trying to express. After a brief moment of silence, Pasha recalled that the other party had asked if a certain act was considered a scam. She hesitantly said, "The rules issued by 0-02 have to be in line with the public's understanding and have received a certain level of approval." "Good idea," Klein praised. "This is a guess that I came up with because of the law on arresting foreigners. I've obtained preliminary confirmation from your previous feedback. We can temporarily use it as the second rule. This can help us determine which actions are crimes and which aren't." Seeing Pasha receive the praise of the powerful magician twice, Roy hurriedly added, "It will constantly increase the number of laws, reaching a complicated and cumbersome level. It will continue to increase the number of laws until it reaches a complex and cumbersome level, thus restricting us. No matter what we do, we will be punished. Yes, on the basis of arresting foreigners, it can add the crime of trespassing and the prohibition of urinating and defecating anywhere. In this way, as time passes, it will become more and more difficult for us." Klein nodded in agreement when his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively looked up at the notice board and realized that there was a piece of goatskin on it at some point in time. "Curfew, this." Pasha and the others also noticed this change, and their pupils dilated. It was already late at night. If they were to stay outside any longer, they would violate the curfew law and suffer a certain degree of punishment. Then, each punishment would be more severe until they were sentenced to death. "Let's go. We don't have much time left." Klein raised his hand and pressed down on the tall top hat on his head. He smiled and said, "Our target is most likely a book. It might still be on the chief shepherd, or it might have been hidden somewhere. My intuition tells me that it's more likely to be the latter. This is because that item is too dangerous for anyone, and it will only become more and more dangerous. Of course, the premise is that the chief shepherd hasn't gone mad and is simply using 0-02 to create an opportunity for himself to escape his pursuers. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the chief shepherd is an angel that walks on earth." "Angel?" Roy, Pasha, and the others froze in their tracks. Chapter 13:19. In the current era, in this world, faith in gods was common, and the only difference was which god they believed in. Therefore, even if Roy, Pasha, and the others did not understand the meaning of the term angel in mysticism, they had more or less heard legends about angels from priests, bishops, and the elders around them. They knew that angels were the servants of gods and were powerful creatures qualified to be called them. Their every move could create miracles, and ordinary people could not compare to them. In the hearts of these four Beyonders, angels were holy spirits of another world on another level. Under normal circumstances, they lived in a divine kingdom and wouldn't descend into the real world. They could be treated as true legends, and there was no need to consider their actual significance. Just like in the wars they had experienced before, although there would occasionally be Beyonders who left them horrified, they definitely wouldn't make them think of angels. The two were not on the same level at all. But today, a wandering, mysterious sorcerer told them that the chief patriarch of the Church of the God of War was an angel who walked on earth. Phil and the others believed in the gentleman who had displayed many miracles from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, the other party had fulfilled their wishes and was sufficiently friendly. Secondly, they didn't believe that they had the right to be deceived in such matters. To them, it didn't matter if the chief shepherd was an angel or an abnormally powerful Beyonder. The truth of this world is far beyond our imagination. Pasha's mind once again flashed the words that she often said. Roy, on the other hand, connected the dots. He remembered that the lady that Mr. Magician had invited out of thin air had said that she was tracking the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. Furthermore, she seemed to be qualified to see the Evernite goddess's oracle. To be able to track an angel, it can only be another angel. Judging from Mr. Magician's performance in front of that lady, his status shouldn't be too far off. Roy hurriedly retracted his gaze from Klein's back, not daring to look at him directly. He looked around and found that Phil seemed to have a similar guess. An extremely complicated expression appeared on his pale face due to the loss of blood. Biles held his breath and spoke after a few seconds. No wonder Beltane underwent such an inexplicable change. Now is not the time to feel emotional about this. Let's go, the curfew is about to take effect. Klein reminded with a smile without any nervousness. Pasha hurriedly looked at the notice board again and imprinted the complete content of the curfew order into her mind. From 8 o'clock at night to 8 o'clock in the morning, it is strictly forbidden to walk or gather outdoors. Where should we go? She blurted out. Under the dual restrictions of the curfew and the crime of trespassing, they seemed to have no choice but to accept the punishment. Klein smiled. However, walking and gathering outdoors are strictly prohibited. As he spoke, he tapped the manhole cover beside him with his foot. Biles's eyes lit up. That's right, it didn't say that we can't go through the saws. Previously, in places with curfews, the homeless people would hide in the saws or abandoned buildings. Roy and the others no longer hesitated. They immediately stepped forward and used their advantage in strength to push open the manhole cover and climb into the saw. In the darkness, a dim yellow light lit up, and a lantern appeared in Klein's hand. As he followed the magical magician forward, Phil said thoughtfully, "That's right. We can go to the hotel next. Biles is a local, so he won't be attacked. We can get a suite. Then, we can climb in through the window from the outside. As we have the owner's permission, it won't be considered trespassing. This way, we can stay until daybreak and wait for the curfew to be automatically lifted. It's an interesting idea, but our goal isn't to survive until daybreak," Klein, who was walking in front with the lantern in hand, replied with a smile. Roy nodded. If we don't do anything and stay in the hotel, the law will increase one by one until it's so detailed that guests can't stay in the hotel rooms. Actually, the most interesting thing about that suggestion wasn't that it found a loophole in the restrictions, but that it reminded me of something. Klein turned his body halfway and looked at Biles. As a local resident of Beltane, he actually didn't attempt to capture foreigners. In other words, he wasn't affected by the order on the yellow paper. This. Pasha and the others looked at Biles warily, their expressions filled with unconcealable puzzlement. Their encounter just now made them certain that the citizens of Beltane City had lost their rationality when it came to capturing foreigners. "I don't know why either," Biles muttered in confusion. "Are you still a citizen of Beltane?" Klein asked casually as he walked in the damp and smelly saw. Biles followed behind him and replied with some certainty, "Of course." Klein said thoughtfully, "That's right. On one hand, you're a citizen of Beltane City, but on the other hand, you're a standard outsider. These two attributes overlap, and there's a conflict. That's why you're not attacked and your rationality isn't affected. If we can create such a contradiction, will we be able to escape the restrictions of the rules?" Phil said with excitement. Pasha shook her head. "But this kind of contradiction is very difficult to create. At the very least, I can't think of any possibility for now." At this point, she suddenly paused and hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Most importantly, we're far away from the notice board. We have no idea what laws will follow, so there's no way to avoid them. At that time, he wouldn't dare to do anything." Klein smiled and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, this mirror can help us see the new content on the notice board." He casually showed the magic mirror that had slipped into his left palm. Pasha immediately heaved a sigh of relief before asking in puzzlement, "Isn't this a crime of voyeurism?" On the surface of the silver mirror, words that seemed to be dripping with blood appeared. "Looking at the notice board is like looking at the sun during the day. There's no need to peep." Klein retracted the magic mirror and added with a smile, "Besides, it's just an item. Besides, this is just an item. How can it be a crime?" "That makes sense." Biles and Phil couldn't help but nod. After Roy figured it out, he exhaled and asked, What's the matter? As a book, it can be anywhere. We can only do a citywide search, but it's clearly too late. Indeed, we don't know where 0-02 is at all. We don't have any clues at all, but there's an existence who knows very well, Klein replied leisurely as he listened to the footsteps echoing in the source. Indeed, we have no idea where 0-02 is at all. We don't have any clues, but there's an existence who knows very well, Klein replied leisurely as he listened to the footsteps echoing in the source. Pasha thought of something. You mean that great archbishop? Klein smiled and nodded. 0-02 is either in his hands, or he has hidden it somewhere. And a book is clearly unable to move on its own. This isn't something that the current rules can help it accomplish. But how do we find the chief shepherd? Biles blurted out. It was unknown if it was because the magical Mr. Magician was beside him, but he wasn't that afraid of finding the grounded angel. Klein calmly raised his lantern and said, as long as 0-02 doesn't give the chief shepherd immunity, he will also have to abide by the laws on the notice. He is originally from Faysac, and there's no doubt that he isn't a citizen of Beltane. He is unable to enjoy the treatment of a local. Similarly, although he is an angel from outside and not a foreigner in the narrow sense of the word, he will still be pursued by the citizens. This is something that can be confirmed. In short, that chief shepherd has to abide by the curfew. He can't trespass into private residences or hide in public areas that aren't open to the public at night. At the same time, he, who is being tracked, shouldn't have a companion with dual attributes like Biles. Where do you think he will be? Roy's eyes darted around as he gave a few answers. Saws, cemeteries, cathedrals before midnight, abandoned buildings. You can't enter the cemeteries at night. The abandoned buildings themselves have property rights and belong to a certain person or group, Pasha hurriedly reminded him. Yes, when the saws are restricted, we'll go to the cathedral to find the chief shepherd or wait for him, Klein said in a relaxed tone, as though he was deciding on a trivial matter. Roy, Phil, and the others were a little stunned. They never expected to lock onto a target so easily. In just a few words of discussion, the whereabouts of an angel had been exposed. However, there are several cathedrals in Beltane. We have to split up to save time. Also, that chief shepherd might rely on the level and strength of an angel to forcefully resist the punishment. When Klein said that, he lowered his head and said to the magic mirror in his palm, Rhodes, monitor the entire city and pay attention to any abnormalities. After instructing the magic mirror, Klein once again pulled out Mara Moriona from the fog of history and got her to be in charge of the cathedrals of the Church of Evernight. After doing these things, he half turned around and said to Roy, Pasha, and the others, don't worry. If we still can't find the chief shepherd, it means that he has either left Beltane and only left 0-02 to stop the enemy, or he has already controlled 0-02 to a certain extent. In short, we can only eliminate it for now. Roy and the others nodded at the same time and continued to follow Klein in the saw. After a few minutes, the ancient silver mirror glowed with aqueous light and reflected an image. On the notice board, there was another piece of white paper with new rules written on it. Due to municipal maintenance, from now on, no living beings are allowed to enter the saws. The speed at which new content is added has increased. Klein frowned indiscernibly and muttered. He then took out a human-skinned glove from the air. Following that, he gestured for Pasha and the others to hold hands. Then, he grabbed one of them by the shoulder and led them out of the saws, teleporting to the nearest storm cathedral. During this process, the four beyond us first saw the rats and cockroaches in the saws twitch and die one after another. Then, they were attracted by the strange and abstract spirit world, as though they had undergone some sort of baptism at the mental level. Chapter 1320. Although there weren't many prayers in the Storm Cathedral at night, in order to avoid conflict, Klein chose to appear on the corridor that led to the garden. It's amazing. Pasha muttered to herself as she looked at the surroundings that had stabilized. Roy forcefully restrained his emotions and looked around. If the Grand Archbishop comes to the church to avoid the curfew, he should be in a similar place. If it weren't for the fear of accumulating crimes, an angel would have too many ways to hide from ordinary people. Klein casually said, I'll send you to another cathedral later. Try your best to stay in places with glass windows and mirrors. Once you discover any outsiders suspected to be from Feysak, find an opportunity to draw a symbol. Before he finished speaking, his head suddenly turned and looked at the door leading to the garden in the prayer hall. A figure over 2.6 meters tall slowly walked out. He wore a black robe with white edges, and his muscles bulged out the loose clothes. This was an old man with a grizzled beard and a square hat. His eyes were light blue, and he had few wrinkles. He had an air of looking down on all living things. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian. Without needing to identify him, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that he was facing an angel, the reason he had come to the cathedral. Larian glanced at him and said with a little surprise, "It's not Oriana." He immediately restrained the expression on his face and said rather indifferently, "Looks like it's his helper. You can tell him that I've already reached an agreement with 0-02, which has been activated to a certain extent. I'll give up the seal on it in exchange for permission to leave. As for you, you will stay here and suffer the changes in the rules and the increasingly strict laws until you die completely." The Grand Patriarch did not seem to be worried that Klein would stop him at all, for as he spoke, his body was rapidly aging, and the surface of his skin was soon covered in wrinkles, growing senile spots, and flowing with rotting liquid. In the blink of an eye, Larian had aged to the point where he seemed to be about to evaporate from the world. Then, he really turned into a putrid liquid and completely evaporated. This impactful scene made Biles and company feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They felt as though their minds were about to go haywire and their emotions were about to collapse. This was as horrifying and terrifying as the countless worms that crawled out of the wound on Mr. Magician's wrist to form a new palm. Strange ability, related to dusk. Klein did not stop Larian at all. He just nodded as if he was thinking. In Beltane's corresponding spirit world, Larian's figure was outlined and returned to normal. Right on the heels of that, he seemed to be able to control spirit world creatures as he passed through the invisible barrier and escaped the heavy restrictions of Beltane City. But just as Larian began to travel, his vision suddenly darkened, and he saw a dark and seamless cloth. It was like a wall that blocked Larian's path. Larian cautiously stopped traversing and looked up at the infinite heights where the 7 pure lights were. However, he could only see an illusory curtain hanging down from there, enveloping a portion of the spirit world corresponding to Beltane, isolating him from an independent world. At the same time, Larian's intuition as a demon hunter told him that the barrier formed by the curtain was extremely sturdy and difficult to break through. It would take a lot of time and effort to do so. For the Grand Patriarch, what was happening now was strangely comical, and he could not help but feel angry. It was as if he had finally found the key to the secret chamber after much difficulty. When he had the chance to open the door and leave before anyone else did, he was shocked to find that there was an extra lock on the door of the secret chamber. It was a very strong lock. It lacks any reality. It's an image from the historical void. This is fraud. No, it's outside Beltane City, out of the jurisdiction of the rules. This historical projection should have existed here a long time ago. In less than 2 minutes, it won't be able to maintain itself and dissipate. Larian quickly regained his composure, allowing the anchors and the inclination towards madness to form a balance again. In the corridor of the Storm Cathedral, Roy and the others, who had finally recovered, turned to look at Mr. Magician, whose status wasn't much lower than that of an angel. Pasha hesitated for a moment and said fearfully, He seems to have escaped. This way, there was no way to obtain information on 0-02's location. If they really relied on a carpet search, there would definitely not be enough time. Furthermore, no one present knew what the terrifying sealed artifact looked like. The description that was similar to a book was too broad. "We can only think of other solutions," Klein replied with the corners of his mouth curled up. "Do you have any suggestions?" He had been waiting for Larian to return and negotiate with him, but he realized that the Grand Patriarch would rather wait in the spirit world for the historical projection of the curtain to disappear. And although he could also enter the spirit world, he was unable to break through the strange barrier produced by 0-02's replacement rule. As he spoke, Klein seriously considered other solutions as he allowed a small number of worms of spirit to control his body. He conversed with the Beyonders beside him in an attempt to find inspiration from their discussion. We should take the initiative to create a contradiction similar to the one on Biles, allowing ourselves to be in a relatively safe state. Only then can we begin our search. Phil brought up the idea he had previously. Pasha shook her head. But if we use this contradiction to do something, 0-02 will definitely add new rules to resolve the corresponding problem. But at the very least, it can buy us more time, Phil emphasized. That can indeed be done, Roy agreed and added. But our focus should be on finding 0-02. Perhaps we can create some contradictions that can make it reveal its location? As for what kind of contradictions could achieve such an effect, and how to create them, he had no idea at the moment. A contradictory situation. Add a new rule to resolve it. Klein smiled as he listened quietly by the side. Thoughts clashed intensely in his mind, producing sparks. At this moment, the surface of the magic mirror in his hand suffused an aqueous glow as silver words appeared. Pasha, do you want to know what the new contents of the notice board are? This mirror is asking me directly. Why is it asking me directly? Pasha was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly nodded and replied, yes. The aqueous glow in the silver mirror fluctuated as it quickly restored the current state of the notice board. Obviously, there were 2 more new rules. The various cathedrals will close in advance in accordance with the curfew. All hotels will only accept guests who have registered their identity. Phil panicked. Where do we go now? He could no longer think of how he, Roy, and Pasha could escape punishment. Roy and Pasha exchanged looks as all sorts of thoughts surfaced in their minds, but none of them worked. At this moment, Klein, who had been silent all this while, smiled and cast his gaze at Biles. Where's your house in Beltane? In a rental apartment at 18, Red Maple Street. However, that apartment has already collapsed from the bombardment, Biles answered in puzzlement. Klein smiled. You can make a wish to restore your residence to its original state. Is that possible? Although the magical magician opposite him had healed Phil's severed hand with unbelievable abilities, Biles still felt that restoring a collapsed house to its original state was more difficult than that. After all, the military doctor Roy mentioned, Weber, could do it as well. Of course. Klein smiled and reminded him, make the best use of your time. At that moment, the prayers in the cathedral were leaving one after another. Biles didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately said, I wish for my home to be restored to its original state. All right. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Your wish has been granted. While Roy and company were in a daze, Klein activated teleport once again and brought them to 18, Red Maple Street, stopping outside a 2-bedroom room. Biles looked blankly at the familiar wooden door in front of him. He subconsciously stretched out his right hand and pushed it open. The cupboard, coal stove, bunk bed, wooden table stained with oil, and messy old newspapers all entered Biles's vision, causing his eyes to instantly turn moist. Before the war broke out, when he returned from the mine, he would always see his mother busying herself by the coal stove. His father and brother would either make the best use of their time to make repairs or help deal with the spoiled fruits and vegetables. They would take on certain jobs that could be brought home to do. His young niece would learn the shapes of words from the scrapped newspapers under the guidance of her mother, who made matchboxes. Although such a life was arduous and he didn't have the ability to withstand any risks, it was still a beautiful memory for Biles. It was many times better than the dark mine tunnels, heavy oars, and the supervisor's whips. But now, even this tiny bit of beauty had been completely destroyed. Aren't you going to invite us in? Phil stood at the door, not daring to trespass. Biles snapped to his senses and hurriedly said, Please come in. Please come in. After entering the uninhabited house, Klein pulled a chair that could break at any moment and sat down. He fell silent. Roy, Pasha, and company didn't dare to disturb the gentleman as they waited quietly by the side. After 20 to 30 seconds, Klein suddenly looked around and said with a smile, I have an idea that needs to be verified. I have an idea that needs to be verified. Who wants to cooperate with me? Me, Roy replied without hesitation. Klein said with a smile, Don't answer my questions truthfully later. I'm looking for loopholes in the rules that 0-02 has issued. Roy nodded. No problem. Klein then took out the magic mirror and said to Roy, "That's right. Ask it a question." Roy thought for a while. "Where can I go to find my next potion?" On the surface of the silver mirror, a scene appeared. It was the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, who was waiting in the spirit world. Roy's expression instantly stiffened. Then, he heard Mr. Magician say, "It's your turn to answer its question. Remember, don't give the correct answer." Roy quickly reined in his thoughts and looked at the mirror again. He saw that the scene in the mirror had turned into Mr. Magician himself, and there were a few lines of words written in blood. "Who did you give your first time to?" Roy instantly recalled the past as his face flushed red. Then, he answered according to Mr. Magician's instructions. "Not sure. Liar." The blood-colored words on the surface of the silver mirror instantly condensed into a terrifying word. "Pa." A bolt of lightning that was not strong appeared out of thin air and struck Roy. Roy twitched and screamed. His body was charred black and his hair stood up, but his life was not really in danger. Biles, Pasha, and Phil jumped in fright, unsure of what had happened. At this moment, Klein looked around and the corners of his mouth curled up a little. Look, Mirror wasn't punished for intentionally hurting people. There's a real opportunity here. Chapter 13:21. A real opportunity. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were delighted when they heard that. It was as though they had finally seen the light after groping their way through the dark night for a long time. "What kind of opportunity?" Roy blurted out after recovering from his numbness. Klein wasn't anxious at all. "Haven't you noticed? The announcements didn't specify who the law enforcers were." As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had always prided himself on knowing a little of everything. Furthermore, he had interacted with many lawyers in his life and had an Earl of the Fallen marionette. He had a basic understanding of laws and rules. "That's right. The announcement only mentioned a new consul and didn't specify who would be the enforcer. We encountered the invisible judge before." Pasha and the others more or less showed thoughtful expressions. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out and stroked the surface of the magic mirror as if he was stroking an animal. Under normal circumstances, everyone tacitly agrees that the police and the official organizations that deal with supernatural cases will enforce the law. This is determined through a series of legal provisions or the corresponding public perception, but this time, the rules haven't reached such a strict level. If the blanks in the new rules are made up of the original laws, decrees, and regulations, then when we commit crimes, we will definitely see the police, Nighthawks, or mandated punishers, but that's not the case in reality. In other words, the corresponding main body of law enforcement is indeed vague. Pasha, who was the most knowledgeable among the four beyond us, thought for a moment. Perhaps, the main body of law enforcement is an abstract concept, or perhaps, it is equivalent to the new consul. The latter isn't clear either. It doesn't say who the new consul will be. In that case, anyone could be the new consul. The former doesn't have the obligation to inform us. Klein gave a simple reply. Phil frowned. But we can't enforce the law just like the citizens. This is done through a label-style division of exclusion to determine the corresponding authority. Klein smiled and explained, foreigners are the targets of exclusion and pursuit, so of course they don't have the right to enforce the law. The citizens only have the right to deal with foreigners, and this is confirmed by the public announcement. Without waiting for Roy and Biles to speak, Klein continued. So, I got Roy to give it a try through the hidden contradiction, and the result was just as I predicted. First of all, the magic mirror doesn't belong to a foreign creature, nor is it a local. It's just an item with a certain degree of intelligence. It doesn't belong to any group that's divided by the rules. This way, in a situation where the main body of law enforcement isn't clear, it has the right to enforce the law since it hasn't been excluded. Secondly, it punishes foreigners. Those announcements imply that those who deal with foreigners are the law enforcers. Finally, the magic mirror has its own punishment rules. Before such rules are declared illegal, it has the right to punish. Based on the above 3 points, I believe that 0-02 is now caught in multiple contradictions. Following this, it will definitely issue new laws to clarify the law enforcers and mend the loopholes in this area. Once the law enforcers are clarified, they will reveal a lot of information. This will help us lock onto our targets. Heh. If 0-02 were to use a forbidden method, it would definitely restrict itself to having the same attributes as the magic mirror. This is definitely not its first choice. At that moment, Roy, Pasha, and company, who were listening to Klein's narration, had an inexplicable feeling that he was extremely knowledgeable and intelligent. Could it be that this Mr. Magician is a wise man who likes to travel among the people in myths and legends? The four beyonders made similar but different guesses. At this moment, the magic mirror in Klein's hand emitted a blurry aqueous light. Amidst the aqueous light, the surface of the silver mirror reflected the notice board. At the bottom of the original piece of white paper, there were 2 additional clauses: all law enforcers must and can only be carried out by the tranquil brass book or a group of people authorized by it. No private rules can override the official laws. Tranquil brass book. Is that the full name of 0-02? Here's my chance. Klein's expression turned serious as he immediately entered a cogitation state. He had forced 0-02 to be the main enforcer in order to obtain more information so that he could better understand the situation of this terrifying sealed artifact. And according to Klein's deduction, 0-02 was more or less related to a certain Sapphira, just like how he was before he truly became the owner of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, a deeper understanding of it would definitely result in a reverse corruption, establishing a certain connection. To a certain extent, Sapphira was equivalent to great old ones, outer deities, and the cosmos. Back then, Klein had used this mysticism knowledge to lock onto dark demonic Wolf Kota's location. Now, he was using it in reverse. From his point of view, 0-02 was definitely more corrupted by the Sapphira than him. After all, sealed artifacts were in a state of losing control, which was why they needed to be sealed. Under such circumstances, as long as one understood 0-02 a little more, corruption would follow. The facts proved Klein's guess. It was also because of this danger that he didn't show the new content presented by Rhodes to the four beyonders. In a cogitation state, Klein quickly sensed that he had an invisible connection with a certain place. An indescribable corruption was surging towards him. Clang. At the same time he flicked out a gold coin, he used the aura of Sapphira Castle to sever the connection and isolate the corruption. Right on the heels of that, a clear scene surfaced in his mind. Klein grabbed the falling gold coin with his left palm. After his glove suddenly turned transparent, he instantly vanished from the room and appeared in a hall filled with bookshelves. On the side of the hall by the floor-to-ceiling windows, there were many rectangular tables. On one of them was a book made of thin brass. Found you. A smile appeared on Klein's face. He used the brief connection he sensed to make a divination. Then, he relied on the attraction between Sapphiras to make the teleportation abnormally accurate. The law of convergence between Sapphiras could allow Klein to accidentally enter this library and discover this brass book when he was strolling around. However, that might be 2 days later, 2 weeks later, or even 2 years later. There was no time to stop anything. Furthermore, the premise was that 0-02 didn't do any corresponding interference or evasion. The clothes on Klein's back suddenly tore open, revealing blood-red marks. This was the punishment for trespassing into an unopened public area. Whipping. Thankfully, this crime is very light. At the very least, I won't be punished for this crime for at least a minute or two. The rules give trespassers time to retreat. Klein immediately reached out and grabbed at the void a few times. He didn't really drag out the ascetic leader, Oriona's figure, because to people who didn't acknowledge him, a historical projection was a form of fraud. He only used this method to transmit his location information to the servant of concealment. For the same reason, Klein dispersed the human-skinned glove on his left hand. During this process, the brass book began to flip, revealing page after page of rules. When one's rationality is reduced to 20%, there will be signs of losing control. Scholar of Yore has the ability to summon historical void projections. The success rate of summoning depends on the familiarity and friendliness of the target. The tranquil brass book is the most precious item. No living being is allowed to touch it. Violators will be sentenced to death. You cannot change the state of the tranquil brass book in any way. Violators will be sentenced to death. These rules made Klein's eyelids twitch. He felt like his rationality was constantly declining. This caused the primordial one mental imprint in his body to become a little more active. The rules in front are grayish-black in color, as though they're in an unchangeable state. This requires 0-02 to awaken further. If it awakens to the point where it can change the rules in front, that would be terrifying. It might be able to lower the success rate of my summoning. As long as a Beyondus rationality is slightly lowered, they will show signs of losing control. We've fixed the problem of this version's seer being too powerful. As expected of 0-02. It didn't insult this serial number. The words at the back are silver in color. Does this mean that this part of the rules can be modified or added to? I can't touch it, and I can't change its state. In other words, I can't take it away, nor can I directly conceal this sealed artifact. Perhaps I can use the Staff of the Stars or the Box of the Great Old Ones to directly transfer this library to the cosmos, allowing 0-02 to face those outer deities. But if the outer deities were to grasp this sealed artifact, the problem might be bigger than it is now. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't risk being punished by summoning his Grade 0 sealed artifact. In the next second, he heard a pause sound next to his ear. Oriana, who was wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt, quickly outlined her figure beside him. An invisible whip had lashed out at her, leaving obvious bloody marks. The first problem has been resolved. Now, we need to consider the second problem. That is, how to seal this fellow, Klein said as he seized the time. It wouldn't be long before he would suffer the second punishment of having his hand severed. Oriana shook her head. The corresponding information has been destroyed. We can only resolve it through trial and error. This is a little dangerous. We don't know, but someone definitely knows. Klein's heart stirred as his spirit body suddenly left his body and entered the spirit world. Through the invisible barrier created by 0-02, he said to the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, who was waiting for the curtain to disappear. Maybe we can make a deal. You want a way to seal 0-02? Larian turned around and chuckled. Do you think I'll agree? Actually, I'm puzzled. Why must you sacrifice yourself for the fallen god of war? If you join the Church of Evernight, you can still be an angel and receive blessings. You can also live for a very, very long time. Klein didn't directly respond as he said. Larian's expression sank. A mythical creature like you who doesn't have a devout faith won't be able to understand me. As an evil god, isn't it normal for me to not have a devout faith? Klein couldn't help but mutter in his heart. That was his humanity. Chapter 1322. Seeing that Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian's expression turned even more solemn. Besides, the fall of a deity is only temporary. He will eventually return and awaken from my body. Klein frowned slightly when he heard that. He didn't know if the angel opposite him had too many of his anchors wavering, causing his mental state to turn abnormal. It wouldn't take long for him to lose control, or if he had been too deeply influenced by the God of Combat. In a sense, he had become his backup plan. Ignoring the sequence 0 true deities, even kings of angels and a number of angels often died but didn't die. You should know very well that it'll be the apocalypse in another decade or so. I believe the speed at which the God of Combat recovers definitely won't be that fast. Klein attempted to use cruel reality to wake him. Larian snorted. You will never be able to imagine the might of a deity. He didn't give Klein a chance to continue persuading him as he revealed a smile. In short, I won't make a deal with you. Pray to Evernight. Pray to the deity you believe in to seal 0-02 and save you, and I'll be able to leave this place in another 30 to 40 seconds at most. Klein looked up at the curtain that hung down from infinity. Without another word, he made his spirit body return to the library where the tranquil brass book was. Have you thought of any solutions? He asked without any delay. Oriana shook her head slightly and asked, What did Larian say? What did Larian say? He wants us to pray to a deity and get a deity to seal 0-02. As Klein spoke, he suddenly froze. Larian's words didn't seem to be problematic, but he had inadvertently revealed a very important piece of information. He believed that a deity could seal 0-02, no matter who it was. Then, what did a deity use to seal it? Forcefully suppress it through a sequence 0, or did he use the power that could destroy the world? Following that, Klein had one question after another. At this moment, the Trensostal brass book flipped to a blank page, causing silver words to appear one after another. The language it used was the language on the first blasphemy slate. It seemed to be the source of all the languages still in use. In the blink of an eye, the silver words formed a new text. The Beltane City Library is where the Trensostal brass book is stored. It's a place that must be closely guarded. Any creature that enters without the permission of the Trensostal brass book will be severely punished. This is increasing the severity of the punishment. Next, I might be sentenced to death directly. Klein's pupils dilated slightly, and he quickly speculated the most likely development. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled and said to himself piously, "My wish is for the Beltane City Library to be reduced in size so that my current location and Madame Oriona's current location will be the dividing line." Just as he said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, fulfilling his wish. As the snapping sound echoed, the lawn corresponding to the Beltane City Library disappeared. The building shrank, and the walls retreated. Soon, it was only a tenth of its original size. Klein and Oriona had unknowingly arrived outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the open window, they stared at the Trensostal brass book on the rectangular table. The distance between them and the target didn't change at all. It was still very close, but it was no longer within the range of severe punishment. It was just that they had violated the curfew for the first time, and they had been whipped by the invisible enforcers once again. After accumulating one wish after another to repair buildings, Klein was already able to create quite a miracle in this aspect. He didn't make any more wishes as he continued thinking, analyzing the hidden meaning behind the words of the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd. No, it shouldn't be forcefully suppressed by my level. Otherwise, my spiritual intuition would have long told me the answer, allowing me to trigger the aura of Sapphira Castle and complete the seal. From a mysticism perspective, this is understandable. This is because 0-02 is clearly related to a certain Sapphira. It's very difficult to forcefully suppress it with the level of a sequence 0, relying on the power of the gods themselves. This might be possible, but it was most likely not the real method, because Larian himself had a method that did not rely on gods to complete the seal. What's so special about sequence 0 deities? And what methods could angels use to indirectly achieve this uniqueness? The most special thing I can think of about a sequence 0 deity is that they contain a uniqueness. This is something that I can't summon from the historical void. It truly has the characteristic of being unique. But how can an angel simulate the one indirectly? Klein's countless thoughts collided, creating a large number of sparks, but he still couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. At this moment, silver words continued to appear on the Trensostal brass book, forming a new clause that would classify Klein and Oriona as a group that had to be punished. After observing in silence for a while, Oriona suddenly said, "I'll try to conceal the soil under the table and let 0-02 fall into the Earth's core. Be vigilant and prevent any accidents." Conceal the soil. Fall into the Earth's core. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. He felt that it was a rather good idea. The Trensostal brass book only prohibited touching and changing its state. The surrounding environment wasn't the same as its state. In addition, the Beltane City Library was only prohibited from entering without permission. It didn't mean that Klein and Oriona couldn't exert a certain amount of influence on it. And when 0-02, an item that wasn't prohibited from leaving, passed through the concealed soil and fell into the Earth's core, it would lose its influence on Beltane City due to the excessive distance. It would cause the rules it had previously set to lose effect unless it was further awakened or activated, allowing a larger area to be under its jurisdiction. This way, Klein and Oriona would no longer be restricted by the rules. They could seek help from the Evernite goddess. However, Just as Oriana finally thought of a solution and was about to carry out the plan, a new clause took shape. The Beltane City Library is the place where the Trensostal brass book is stored. It's a place that has to be strictly protected. No living being or object is to cause any form of damage to it. Indeed, 0-02 has also sensed this loophole. As Klein frowned slightly, he suddenly had an idea about the problem he had previously thought about. The uniqueness of a sequence 0 deity was indeed uniqueness, but they didn't seal 0-02 to directly use the authority and power that originated from it. They might very well have relied on the characteristic of uniqueness to induce 0-02 to set up a series of contradictory rules, causing this sealed artifact to fall into a paradox or an endless loop. On this point, angels, saints, and even ordinary people could rely on themselves to accomplish it. The key was to think of a paradox and induce it to happen. As for how to seal 0-02 when it entered an endless loop and was prepared to fix the loophole, Klein didn't have any clues at the moment. He needed to make further observations when the time came. How should I create a paradox? All the rules that 0-02 had previously set up and the goal of introducing the corresponding rules quickly flashed through Klein's mind. In just a few seconds, he acutely grasped a point that could create an endless loop. He hurriedly turned his head and said to Oriana, "Ma'am, we won't destroy the city library. We'll directly conceal the rest of Beltane and indirectly make this place lose its support, causing it to collapse and fall into the Earth's core." Oriana didn't immediately do as she was told. Instead, she turned her head and gave Klein a deep look. "This will bring about the deaths of a large number of civilians. When you have to choose between two types of harm, you can only choose the lesser one," Klein said with a serious expression. Oriana didn't respond as she fell silent, as though she was in an intense mental struggle or making the corresponding preparations. At this moment, on the brass page where only 2 articles were written, a new rule was born even faster than before. Beltane is the city where the Trensostal brass book is located. It's a holy land in the truest sense of the word. No living being or object can cause any form of damage to it. Upon seeing this clause, not only was Klein not disappointed, he even curled up the corners of his mouth. With a snap, he snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and quickly drown him. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a stream of flames descended from the sky. Klein jumped out with a person in tow. It was one of the 4 Beyonders he had previously saved, the Beltane native, Biles. "Go in and quickly flip through the brass book," Klein said calmly to Biles as he pointed at 0-02 on the rectangular table. Biles didn't know what had happened, but he believed that this magical magician who had fulfilled 2 of his wishes had found a way to extricate the entire Beltane from its predicament. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, he walked into the shrunken city library through the open floor-to-ceiling window. During this process, he didn't suffer any heavy punishment, nor was he even whipped. Upon seeing this scene, the smile on Klein's face became even more obvious. There was a paradox at 0-02. Due to a Rhodes's existence, the Trensostal brass book could only make the most comprehensive ban. It didn't allow any living being or object to cause any form of damage to Beltane. As a city, Beltane's definition wasn't only limited to the terrain and buildings. It definitely included the people and citizens here. This way, if 0-02 punished Beltane's citizen, Biles, and caused any form of damage to him, it would violate the rule that had just been promulgated. And if it didn't punish him, it would violate the series of laws that forbid trespassing in the city library. Hence, the Trensostal brass book entered a vicious cycle. Of course, Klein believed that this level of paradox could quickly be corrected through additional clauses. He only hoped that Biles could flip through the brass book before that happened and find clues to the seal on it. Pay attention to the page that's opened at all times. Once a clause is about to take form, come out immediately, Klein exhorted as he stared at Biles and 0-02.